Zhuo wasn't the only one who was stunned, as everybody else around was astonished too. Lin Feng looked ordinary, but he had managed to defeat He Lao. That definitely wasn't normal. He had even used the same method as He Lao. He Lao was extremely strong and an expert at using earth energies. It even seemed that his body was made of cosmic energies. On the battle stage, nobody had been able to withstand a single attack from him. However, Lin Feng had attacked him and pushed him to the edge of the battle stage. He Lao raised his head and stared at Lin Feng. He didn't understand. How had Lin Feng used the same strength as he had? He Lao had created his own attack using some kind of evolution spell as well, so how could Lin Feng imitate him and carry out a more powerful attack than his own? Only Lin Feng knew that he had used pure strength. You also control death, earth, and empty space cosmic energies? He Lao asked Lin Feng, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, answered Lin Feng, nodding and releasing the 3 sorts of cosmic energies. What spell did you use just now? He Lao pressed. I don't know, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. I learned the spell from you. When He Lao heard Lin Feng, he was dumbfounded. He turned around and left the battle stage. Someone had learned his spell that quickly, and that guy's physical strength was greater than his own. He Lao looked stupid, but he was a fast learner, not stupid. He knew that Lin Feng was stronger than him, so he simply left. You're not always right, said Xianxia, smiling at Zhuo. Zhuo just smiled wryly. I often make mistakes. There are many strong cultivators in the great Imperial Song City. I hadn't thought that someone stronger than He Lao would show up today. This guy is a real genius if he defeated He Lao. He must have the strength of a medium-level Hell Emperor already. How curious. Did he learn that spell from He Lao? Asked Minister Kalasutra. If Lin Feng hadn't lied, he had incredible comprehensive ability. He had just watched He Lao for a little while and had learned his spell? That was incredible. In the bleachers, there was someone with a white fan, and each time he shook it, snowflakes appeared. He watched Lin Feng with a smile. Do you think this guy can get 100 victories? He imitated He Lao's spell and overpowered him with strength. Maybe he can get 100 victories, said someone else in a pavilion. Someone else wearing linen clothes smiled. That person looked like a poor and pedantic scholar, however, nobody underestimated him. His name was Prince Mai. Everybody knew about him. His inescapable net spell was enigmatic and could kill people quickly. Not necessarily. He will also have to face some very strong opponents. I've heard that the Prince of the 6 Abysses has come to participate to the battles. If that's the case, I'm sure he'll get 100 victories. So we'll see if he manages to win 100 times, said the smiling young man with the fan. Prince of the 6 Abysses? The people in the pavilion were shocked. One of them said, if he comes, it's going to get interesting. He's maybe as strong as us. People who managed to get 100 victories were all extraordinary. They're all very self-confident, observed Minister Kalasutra approvingly, looking at the young people in the pavilions. If someone manages to win 100 times in a streak, they are qualified enough to be self-confident, replied Zhuo earnestly. He sounded as self-confident as before. Even if he had made a mistake about He Lao each time he talked, it was as if fate depended on his beliefs. Minister Kalasutra understood that Zhuo was self-confident, but he was also right. 100 victories in a row was really incredible, and people who managed to do that were qualified to be self-confident indeed. Besides, Zhuo himself had defeated 100 people in a row without having a rest. He had even defeated famous people. Therefore, he had the right to be self-confident too, especially with great Emperor Song's blood flowing in his veins. He Lao and Lin Feng had battled, so he had seen how strong Lin Feng was. However, there would probably be other people who wouldn't believe that Lin Feng was stronger. Therefore, more people stepped onto Lin Feng's battle stage. However, they quickly realized that Lin Feng hadn't won against He Lao accidentally. He really was astonishingly strong. Each time someone stepped onto his battle stage, Lin Feng punched them and defeated them. Most of them were hurled off the battle stage. Lin Feng got his first 10 victories very easily and seemed relaxed. 10 victories. He's strong, but does he know how to do anything else? Besides, is he that familiar with the spell cage spell he imitated from He Lao? Thought the observers. At that moment, someone who looked like a gigantic goose flapped his wings and remained suspended above the battle stage, releasing cosmic energies. He had golden eyes that were staring at Lin Feng. Suddenly, he disappeared. Lin Feng sensed a powerful and sharp qi moving towards him. The gigantic and powerful goose charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his fist as he vanished into the wind. It was the same old punch. However, his speed was even more higher as he used wind cosmic energies. Everybody saw how strong the goose was. That guy wasn't going to use cosmic energies against Lin Feng. "Imprison," said Lin Feng. A cage appeared, but Lin Feng's cage wasn't as perfect as He Lao's. That cage immediately broke when the goose attacked it. But Lin Feng could see the goose moving clearly, and his fist homed in on it as he stared at the goose's golden eyes. The goose suddenly couldn't move anymore, and had the sensation that his spirit was going to be destroyed. Even though he's not as familiar with the cage as He Lao, he is strong enough to use it in a battle against his opponents, observed Wang Zhuo calmly. He sounded trustworthy and credible. Everybody realized that Lin Feng was different and abnormally strong. He had defeated He Lao, and now he had also defeated the goose. When Lin Feng won 60 times, fewer and fewer people seemed willing to go up onto the battle stage. Lin Feng was calmly standing there. He didn't look tired at all. He had easily won 60 matches. Zhang Heng was on another battle stage and the battles weren't so easy for him. He had just won 40 times in a row, and he looked exhausted. In the bleachers, 4 people appeared, 2 in front, 2 behind them. In the front were a middle-aged man and a young woman. Minister Kalasutra's skin was extremely white, but that middle-aged man was even whiter, like snow. He looked like he was sick. However, considering where he was standing, he couldn't possibly be ill. The young woman was even whiter, but still extremely beautiful. She was much better looking than the man. "Minister Uptala." Wang Zhuo stood up and greeted the newcomers politely. He nodded and smiled at Minister Uptala and the young woman next to him, and then quickly looked away. Wang Zhuo knew that with women, if you didn't look at them, they thought you were impolite, and if you looked at them a bit too long, then they thought you wanted to sleep with them. Therefore, the best way was to try and not overdo things. "Uptala, you're here too," Minister Kalasutra replied with a smile. They were both leaders in Hell. Minister Uptala controlled Uptala Hell. They were both high officials of the Tenyama courts. "I've heard that many things were going to happen," said Minister Uptala smiling and sitting down next to them. "Qin Yao, my girl, you're here. I came at the right time. Let's watch together," proposed Minister Kalasutra smiling and pointing at one of the battle stages. It was Lin Feng's battle stage. "That little boy is quite strong. Nobody can defeat him. He's won 62 battles already and he hasn't rested at all. Uptala, you think he will make 100 times? Let's watch and see," replied Minister Uptala. He continued watching as Lin Feng continued winning. 100 victories won't be a problem for him," Uptala said to Minister Kalasutra. "What if he doesn't?" replied Minister Kalasutra sharply. Minister Uptala glanced at Qin Yao. He perfectly understood what Minister Kalasutra meant. The other also thought Lin Feng could win 100 times. But he wouldn't let him. "If he doesn't, I'll offer Qin Yao a blue Uptala lotus," replied Minister Uptala with a smile. "But what if he does win 100 times?" "Uptala," protested Minister Kalasutra. Since Minister Uptala said he'd offer a blue Uptala lotus to Qin Yao, he couldn't miss this opportunity. "If he doesn't, I'll offer some hellfire to your daughter," countered Minister Kalasutra swiftly. Minister Uptala controlled Uptala Hell. Blue Uptala lotuses represented his strength and were at the origin of the 10,000 things of creation. Hellfire represented Minister Kalasutra's strength. That fire was destructive and powerful. The two things were precious items for Hell Emperors. If they didn't take them out even though they had said so, it would be a humiliation. "How great! I will pay attention to the battles even more then," exclaimed Wang Zhuo when he heard the two ministers make a bet. He was surprised, but he was great Emperor Song's direct descendant and he had seen many things in his life. He said that to make the two ministers calm down in a friendly manner. When people around the pavilions heard them, they were startled, too. There were tensions between the two ministers, they were arguing indirectly. Of course, they were ministers under Great Emperor Song. At their cultivation levels they couldn't fight for real, so they bet on Lin Feng's results. Both Minister Uptila's Blue Uptila Lotus and Minister Kalasutra's Hellfire were precious items. For Hell Emperors, those things were priceless and very useful. For the two ministers, they weren't as priceless, and they didn't need them. Minister Uptila, you have faith in that young man, smiled Minister Kalasutra. Minister Uptila stretched out his slender white hand and smiled. Minister Kalasutra, if you didn't think he could get 100 victories, you wouldn't have asked me anything. He perfectly understood that when Minister Kalasutra had asked him that question, he already had an answer himself. Minister Kalasutra also thought Lin Feng could win, but now the circumstances were different. That was a moment before, now I don't think he can win anymore. Minister Kalasutra smiled. He looked at Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua, what do you think of that lad? Wang Zhua looked at Minister Kalasutra. His expression didn't change as he replied calmly. We'll see who gets onto the battle stage. Wang Zhua glanced at Qin Yao. Minister Kalasutra understood what Wang Zhua meant. When Minister Kalasutra heard Wang Zhua, he smiled. This young man didn't want to offend anyone, so he answered politely. Lin Feng didn't know that the people in the bleachers were looking at him. He didn't know about the minister's bet either. He had already won 72 battles. For him, fighting at the level of low-level Hell Emperors, winning 100 times wasn't difficult. Even in the great Imperial Song City, it wasn't easy to find a low-level Hell Emperor who was as strong as Ji Wuyo. Ji Wuyo's fighting abilities had been powerful. It was rare for low-level emperors to be that strong. Usually people who were that strong had a special body. Lin Feng was convinced that there were powerfully strong cultivators in this place, but they weren't seen every day. Even if there were some, they also had to get onto the battle stage. Besides, even if some people stronger than Ji Wuyo wanted to battle against him, so what? He had won more than 70 battles and he wasn't tired. He had just imitated He Lao's attack so he could practice. Everything was going perfect. Lin Feng continued winning. More and more people were watching him. A few strong cultivators fought against him. They wanted to defeat him and benefit from his victories. But Lin Feng continued defeating them as quickly as he had beaten He Lao. Lin Feng had now won 81 battles. More and more people were watching him, including those young people in the pavilions. Some of them smiled each time Lin Feng attacked. That guy has won 82 battles, and he hasn't rested yet. Do you know who he is? Usually, people rest every 10 battles, but he hasn't. He wants to draw people's attention and join the army in a high position. After all, showing how strong you were was very important in the world of cultivation. The most impressive thing is that he has won more than 80 battles and it seems normal for him. He looks calm and relaxed, and hasn't used his full strength at all. He doesn't look tired at all. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng and talking. Surprisingly, nobody went up onto the battle stage to fight against him for a while. Lin Feng looked too powerful, and they didn't want to overdo it. If Lin Feng used even more brutal attacks, maybe he would be even scarier. Qing, how strong do you think that guy is? Asked Minister Uptila to the beautiful young white woman next to him. I don't know, answered Qing, shaking her head. She couldn't see how strong Lin Feng was. He has won more than 80 battles, and he hasn't used his full strength at all. He will definitely win 100 times, declared Minister Uptila. He sounded nice and friendly. However, he sounded firm too, so people wouldn't forget his words. When Minister Kalasutra heard Minister Uptila, he looked at the battle stage. He knew that Lin Feng was extremely strong, but Lin Feng couldn't win 100 battles. There are many strong cultivators. That young man has already amazed everyone with his 81 victories. That's rare. If someone manages to defeat him, they will be rewarded. Minister Kalasutra suddenly spoke up loudly. The crowd looked at him strangely. A reward for defeating Lin Feng? Because of that, everyone looked at Lin Feng. If they defeated him, they'd be rewarded, but the government would also notice them. At that moment, a silhouette jumped onto the battle stage. He was wearing white clothes and looked extremely aggressive. His expression was as sharp as a blade. That's Han Feng. His blade skills are powerful. When he uses his 7 strikes attack, people always die. Finally, someone who's strong, thought the crowd after they recognized the cultivator, surprised he had joined in. Han Feng's 7 strikes blade technique always kills people. A year ago, he also came onto the battle stage. He won 85 times, but he was exhausted and had to rest. Prince Mai had jumped onto the battle stage then, too. Now, a year has passed. He must have become much stronger. Everybody was commenting. Han Feng had practiced cultivation really hard during the past year. Han Feng took out a black blade, shaped like a crescent moon. It wasn't like a sword. That blade cut people. Han Feng's blade technique was about killing as fast as possible. Han Feng cut the air with his blade, not speaking any nonsense. His black blade contained powerfully aggressive energies. He charged Lin Feng with an indomitable will. Lin Feng stared at the blade. It was a death hell blade, and contained some wind and earth energies. Han Feng looked extremely aggressive and was also extremely fast. His 7 strikes laceration technique was powerful, aggressive, fearless, and heroic. His blade could kill people in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng sensed the energies surrounding him. How aggressive, brutal, and violent. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black. He started using the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures to imitate his opponent's technique. He could suddenly clearly see how powerful the blade was. Such an aggressive blade technique could possibly kill medium-level emperors. However, because he was extremely aggressive, he probably had a weakness in his defense. He didn't seem to pay attention to defense. Few people could actually counterattack after such a powerful blade attack. Usually, the first strike was enough. The first strike hadn't even reached Lin Feng before the second blade had already appeared. It was as if blades were falling from the sky like shooting stars, all of them dazzling. Few people could fight against him. His blade attacks could easily cut people apart. Even Minister Kalasutra was amazed and said, "What an incredible blade technique! If he moved a little bit faster, then his technique would be even more powerful." Minister Kalasutra was clearly helping out Han Feng. As expected, Han Feng heard Minister Kalasutra and immediately released more wind cosmic energy. His attack became even sharper. However, there were exceptions. As Han Feng's blade attack moved forwards, a kind of sword strength descended from the sky. It was like 1,000,000 death swords were falling from the sky. He could sense the sharp energies. He looked at Lin Feng and saw 2 eyes, the eyes of the 9 netherworlds. His willpower started shaking. He had solely focused on his own attack. He hadn't expected that Lin Feng would use such an attack against him. Now it was a bit complicated to react. Even if his attack was exceptional, if his opponents killed him before he had time to deploy them, then what was the point? Therefore, Han Feng retreated, having a bad premonition. His blade energies suddenly disappeared. Han Feng raised his head as drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Everybody's eyes were wide open. They didn't understand why the blade couldn't move towards Lin Feng, and why Han Feng was withdrawing. Actually, Han Feng didn't only move backwards, he suddenly turned around and jumped off the stage. He declared, "I lost." He had lost, so staying on the battle stage was useless. The Nihility sword scriptures allowed a cultivator to learn more about sword intent. The sword meaning could advance to void, nihilism. Lin Feng hadn't studied the Nihility sword scriptures for very long, so he didn't control the sword techniques of the scriptures that well. With his Nihility sword, he couldn't kill Han Feng. However, Han Feng was smart and understood that Lin Feng's Nihility sword was more powerful than his 7 blades laceration technique. His attack was perfect, but it wasn't enough against Lin Feng. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. They knew Lin Feng could win before the battle had started, but they hadn't though Han Feng would surrender. They didn't even know what had happened. Lin Feng hadn't even moved. Han Feng had just retreated and surrendered outright. They knew that Han Feng couldn't possibly have let Lin Feng win on purpose. At their cultivation level, nobody did that, only children or puerile people did such things. Lin Feng had probably used a secret technique, and Han Feng had given up. 82 victories. He's getting closer and closer to 100 victories, thought the crowd watching Lin Feng. Minister Uptila smiled gently and said, I sensed some sword energy. That boy hasn't shown us all he can do. No matter who gets on the battle stage, I don't think anyone can win. Of course, Minister Uptila was talking loudly enough for Minister Kalasutra to hear. Minister Kalasutra smiled back. What if Qing Qing fought against him? I don't know, replied Minister Uptila cheerfully. She could win or lose. He smiled at Qin Yao and asked, Qin Yao, you think you can definitely defeat him? Of course, Qin Yao replied confidently. Minister Uptila just looked away. Qin Yao was definitely going to fight. Minister Kalasutra had bet with him, so Qin Yao had to use her full strength against Lin Feng. Minister Uptila looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Even fewer people wanted to fight against him. At that moment, Minister Kalasutra openly said, 82 victories. Isn't there any low-level Hell Emperor in the great Imperial Song City who can defeat this young man? Many people's eyes twinkled. Lin Feng was incredibly strong. Defeating Lin Feng wasn't about the 100 victories anymore. It was even more meaningful. When Minister Uptila heard Minister Kalasutra, he looked at Lin Feng and said, Young man, if you get 100 victories, I'll give you a blue Uptila lotus. Blue Uptila lotus. The crowd all turned to look in astonishment. If Lin Feng wins 100 times, Minister Uptila will give him a blue Uptila lotus. What's wrong with the ministers? Why are they competing like that? The blue Uptila lotus contains the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. And now he's saying he's willing to give one to that guy. The audience was amazed. Lin Feng naturally heard everything. He raised his head and looked at Minister Uptila in surprise. Minister Kalasutra wanted people to defeat him, and Minister Uptila wanted him to win. They didn't seem to be friends. Thank you very much, Minister. Lin Feng smiled. He didn't understand these people's goals, but for him, there were only advantages. And Minister was paying attention to him. That was a good thing. He was getting closer to his goal. He wanted to attract the attention of high officials, and those ministers were definitely high officials. They were just under Great Emperor Song in the hierarchy. No need. If you win, I will obtain Minister Kalasutra's hellfire. It's a great thing for me, too, laughed Minister Uptila. When the crowd heard that, they understood. Minister Uptila and Minister Kalasutra had bet on Lin Feng's battles, and Minister Uptila thought Lin Feng was going to get 100 victories, while Minister Kalasutra thought Lin Feng wasn't. The other people in the bleachers already knew that the ministers had bet. Many of them wished they were Lin Feng at that moment. After that, someone else went up onto the battle stage. That person was extremely strong, but far from being as strong as Han Feng. That cultivator didn't mind though. He wanted to fight against Lin Feng to practice. He knew he couldn't win. Besides, it was worth trying. If he were lucky, he might win. Of course, he lost, and Lin Feng now had 83 victories. After that, more people fought against Lin Feng, some stronger, some weaker. If those people had chosen another battle stage, they could have won 50 battles at least. All in all, nobody could pose a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly reached 97 victories. 3 more battles, thought the crowd. Lin Feng was 3 victories away from success. If he won 100 battles, he would be able to join the army and obtain Minister Uptila's blue Uptila lotus. Everybody watched the 2 ministers. They looked indifferent. It was impossible to know what they were thinking. Prince of the 6 abysses? At that moment, the crowd saw a silhouette near the battle stage. They frowned. It was the Prince of the 6 abysses. Did he want to fight against this guy? Even though the Prince of the 6 abysses is a low-level Hell Emperor, he's very famous. He has killed many medium-level emperors. He's very strong, and as famous as Prince Mai. His 6 Hell spell is powerful. He can make people fall into the abysses of hell, thought the crowd when they saw the Prince of the 6 abysses. They looked excited. Since the Prince of the 6 abysses was there, it meant he wanted to fight against Lin Feng. I came to exchange views on cultivation with you, said someone at that moment. The person was wearing white clothes and moved towards Lin Feng like lightning. People couldn't see the silhouette clearly. What a fast sword. How powerful, thought the crowd, staring at the battle stage. Lin Feng sensed a powerful sword energy surround him. His eyes glittered. This person's speed was impressive. His speed cosmic energies made his sword even faster. He wanted to kill his opponents as quickly as possible. Lin Feng waved his hands, and an ocean of purple energies appeared. It was his purple lake tank. It rose to the skies, the sword lights shot through the air. However, at that moment, Lin Feng stretched his hand out, and a cage appeared. "Break!" shouted his opponent, releasing sword intent. Lin Feng released wind cosmic energies and Culpa strength, which descended from the sky. Death Culpa strength surrounded the opponent's sword intent, destroyed it, and then surrounded him. "Culpa!" swore Lin Feng. His Culpa strength rose to the skies, and the air crackled. His opponent gave out a horrible shriek as Lin Feng landed and punched him. There was a sound of shattering bones, and the man was smashed away and crashed onto the battle stage. Some of his limbs bent in impossible ways. "You're humiliating yourself," Lin Feng said mockingly. His opponent was stunned. But he had started the fight. He had immediately attacked Lin Feng even though he hadn't even landed on the battle stage, so Lin Feng decided to humiliate him back. 98. 2 more battles and Lin Feng would get 100 victories. However, the Prince of the Six Abysses didn't seem to be willing to fight. The crowd was surprised when they saw that. "He wants to wait to be the last one," thought the many people watching the Prince of the Six Abysses. He had that thought, indeed. Lin Feng easily defeated the next opponent and had 99 victories. It was the battle. A silhouette rose up in the air. It was the Prince of the Six Abysses, preparing to challenge Lin Feng for the final battle. However, at that moment, the crowd saw a silhouette behind Lin Feng, a beautiful young woman. The crowd was stunned. It was Minister Kalasutra's daughter, Qin Yao. "She also wants to fight against him," thought the amazed audience. They hadn't thought that Minister Kalasutra's daughter would want to fight. "2. Go down," Qin Yao said to the Prince of the Six Abysses. The Prince of the Six Abysses frowned and looked at her icily. "It's my battle," said the Prince of the Six Abysses. "We can only have one battle at a time on the battle stage," said Qin Yao, smiling indifferently. Then, suddenly, she turned into a light beam and moved towards the Prince of the Six Abysses. She didn't fight against Lin Feng. She fought against him. Fire! The crowd saw an ocean of black flames appear under the Prince of the Six Abysses' feet. He looked ferocious. Hellfire! The Prince of the Six Abysses' expression changed drastically. He did some hand seals and 6 vortexes appeared around him, making him look like a god of hell. Burn! Under Qin Yao's feet, another powerful flame appeared and moved towards the 6 vortexes. Qin Yao's hellfire is powerful and destructive, thought the crowd. The Prince of the Six Abysses tried to force Qin Yao into the 6 abysses. She shouted furiously and condensed her energies. Flames sealed the area around the Prince of the Six Abysses. The Prince of the Six Abysses' 6 hells are going to burn and break apart, thought the astonished crowd. The Prince of the Six Abysses waved his hands and purple lights surrounded Qin Yao. "Destroy!" shouted Qin Yao. She condensed flames and a powerful hellfire appeared in her hand. The Prince of the Six Abysses frowned and looked nervous. He struck out with both fists to counterattack. However, at that moment, Qin Yao disappeared and turned into a raging fireball. Fire exploded in every direction, and flames filled the stage. It looked like hell. The crowd heard someone groan, and then they saw the Prince of the Six Abysses moving back out of the flames. He was all burnt. How strong. No wonder she's Minister Kalasutra's daughter. They had only fought for a few seconds, but it was incredible nonetheless. The Prince of the Six Abysses' strength was astonishing, but he had still lost against Qin Yao. "Get down now," ordered Qin Yao, smiling indifferently. Her smile was the picture of self-confidence. She had the right to fight against Lin Feng. "We'll exchange views on cultivation again if we have the opportunity, Princess Qin Yao," replied the Prince of the Six Abysses. Before turning around and leaving the battle stage, the princess would fight against Lin Feng. In the ancient pavilion, the geniuses there had all won 100 battles. However, when they saw how strong Xianxia was, they were also surprised. She was a minister's daughter, and had inherited great powers. A cultivator's bloodline obviously had a great influence on their cultivation. In the bleachers, Minister Kalasutra smiled indifferently. When he saw how strong his daughter was, he felt relieved. The Prince of the Six Abysses was a public figure, but his daughter Xianxia had still defeated him quickly. Xianxia was exceptionally strong. Among the low-level emperors, there weren't many people who could defeat her. Probably the only ones who could compete with her were the other ministers' children. Ministers usually were doting parents. Princess Xianxia is incredibly strong. Getting 100 victories won't be easy for that guy, observed Wang Zhuo, smiling politely. He meant something implicitly. Minister Kalasutra just smiled. 100 victories would be really difficult for Lin Feng now. Minister Kalasutra looked at Minister Uptala and said, "Brother Uptala, get ready to offer my daughter Xianxia your lotus." "I hope the little one will be able to get it," answered Minister Uptala indifferently. He had promised Lin Feng that if he won, he'd obtain a blue Uptala lotus. If Lin Feng lost, Minister Uptala would have to give Xianxia a blue Uptala lotus, and his own daughter Qing wouldn't be able to obtain the hellfire. Everybody was watching Lin Feng at that moment. Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary. Amongst low-level hell emperors, he was indeed extremely strong. He had won 99 battles and hadn't had a rest at all. However, he didn't look like he needed one. How different would the 100th battle be? Especially now that he was going to fight against Xianxia after she had defeated the Prince of the Six Abysses? The crowd didn't dare predict the result of the fight. After all, the Prince of the Six Abysses was a powerful cultivator and Xianxia had defeated him, which meant she was even stronger. The Prince of the Six Abysses had looked so weak when facing her. Therefore, Lin Feng would probably struggle to win 100th time. People were used to seeing incredible battles with extremely strong geniuses. Many incredible cultivators liked fighting against someone once they had reached 99 victories. It was a dazzling way to win. If she managed to defeat Lin Feng, whom nobody else managed to defeat, then everybody would admire her. This guy has won 99 battles, but now he's probably going to lose since Xianxia is much stronger and has hellfire, thought some people. Xianxia turned around and looked at Lin Feng. She smiled thinly and sat down in the flames. She looked very beautiful in the flames, but scary too. "I'm sorry. You won 99 battles and that's a great achievement. But now it's going to be difficult to win the last one," smiled Xianxia. However, she didn't sound like she was really sorry. She just sounded polite. Even ministers' daughters didn't rely on their parents. They relied on themselves. Great Emperor Song loved fighting, so young people also started from there. In the past, Xianxia was only famous in Kalasutra Hell. The first time she had fought in the great Imperial Song City, it hadn't been to draw people's attention, but she had anyway. Her purpose was to become strong. Fighting was inevitable and pleasant, so even without the ministers there, people fought anyway. Lin Feng looked back at Xianxia calmly. He knew she was self-confident, but she had what it took to be confident. She was Minister Kalasutra's daughter. She had inherited his powerful blood. Such people were rare. Of course, what Xianxia didn't know was that Lin Feng was also self-confident. Even more than she. "Princess, you're quite strong. However, nobody can prevent me from winning 100 times," replied Lin Feng calmly, yet aggressively. Nobody could prevent him from winning 100 times, including Minister Kalasutra's daughter. "All right, we'll see something now." When Minister Uptala heard Lin Feng, he laughed wholeheartedly. This battle was going to be interesting. Even if Lin Feng lost, he'd be happy to give him a blue Uptala lotus. "I respect you and truly believe you're extremely strong, so I will be merciless. Be careful. It could be dangerous," smiled Xianxia, nodding at Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, "Princess, you're too polite. Please attack." Flames suddenly emerged from Xianxiao's body. It looked like hell had come to the battle stage, covering it in black flames. The temperature shot up, and the crackling and snapping of flames filled the air. The powerful fire surrounded Xianxiao's body, and she disappeared within it. At that moment, some flames started moving and raced towards Lin Feng. He was startled, as these flames could easily destroy a medium-level emperor. His physical body had the strength of a medium-level emperor, but still, that fire was dangerous. After that, a third hellfire appeared and rose to the skies. The whole battle stage was surrounded by hellfire. The crowd was certain Lin Feng was going to lose. A vortex of hellfire surrounded Lin Feng and spun around. Qin Yao's powers are similar to Ho Qing Lin's reincarnation strength. If he came here to practice cultivation for a while, he'd definitely benefit from it, thought Lin Feng. The temperature continued increasing, and Lin Feng began to feel hot. The three flames became gigantic and descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. Hell was falling on him. Qin Yao's silhouette appeared again, and she struck out in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng couldn't escape, and the fires could destroy him. How powerful, thought Lin Feng. His heart started racing, and he finally moved. He flashed away. Dazzling lights appeared all around as he sealed the atmosphere around him. The fire couldn't affect him anymore. He then released immortal strength, looking like a god. His eyes turned pitch black as he struck out using earth punches, trying to destroy one of the flames. The ground was shaking violently. Lin Feng then used his setting sun meteorite to attack the second fire. Sword lights cut the air and sliced it apart. He waved his hand and a destructive deployment strength manifested as his purple tank reappeared. It was like an ocean and moved towards the third flame. Lin Feng released Devamara Culpa strength and physical strength to protect himself as he struck out towards Qin Yao. The whole atmosphere was filled with destructive energies. Black flames appeared in Qin Yao's eyes. She wanted to destroy Lin Feng's will, but Lin Feng's demonic will was too powerful. He was absolutely unaffected. She sensed an endless amount of invisible sharp sword energies surround her. And immediately after, a wall of Devamara Culpa punches moved towards her and collided with her fist. Black lights exploded and obscured everything. Qin Yao used hell strength, a destructive kind of power. However, at that moment, she sensed an even more destructive strength. Something blackish red splashed. It was her blood. Her mouth was bleeding, and she had the sensation that all the bones of her arm were broken. The destructive strength hadn't dispersed yet. The crowd was staring at the battle stage in astonishment. Qin Yao's strength was incredible. She had used amazing strength to fight against Lin Feng. The very sky had turned into hell. At the same time, she had used 3 hellfires to surround Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too strong, though. They didn't really understand how Lin Feng had attacked, but it had worked. Lin Feng had sealed the atmosphere with deployment strength, and at the same time, he had released immortal energies and will to punch her. He had also attacked the first hellfire with immortal, death, lightning, and earth cosmic energies, 4 kinds of cosmic energies. The second fire was destroyed by his setting sun meteorite, which contained fire, earth, wind, and death cosmic energies, as well as sword strength coupled with fire and wind cosmic energies. That was a total of 6. The third fire was destroyed by a gigantic purple tank with an incredible destructive strength, which also contained many sorts of cosmic energies. In the end, Qin Yao and Lin Feng's fists had collided, but his punch was far more powerful and he blew her away. She even coughed up blood. Lin Feng was truly strong. His Devamara Culpa strength and his powerful physical strength were amazing. When the qi dispersed, the crowd saw Lin Feng still standing there, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was motionless. Nobody can prevent me from winning 100 times. The crowd still remembered Lin Feng's statement as he stood there proudly. Even Princess Qin Yao, the daughter of a minister, hadn't managed to defeat him. At that moment, Qin Yao was still in the air, staring unhappily at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. She had lost and felt a bit humiliated. She didn't feel as confident as before. "You lost," said Lin Feng helpfully. "You lost, so please go back." "The battle is not over," said Qin Yao. She didn't smile anymore. She released even more flames. "The battle is already over. If you insist and want to continue fighting, I can't guarantee it'll be safe for you," said Lin Feng calmly. The crowd was astonished. Was Lin Feng threatening her? Lin Feng actually meant that he had been merciful, he had controlled himself. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have looked like a human being anymore. "The young will be redoubtable in the years to come," said Minister Uptala, smiling broadly. Lin Feng was a passionate cultivator, and he could see that. If someone raised that young boy correctly, he'd become a great emperor someday. He was very talented. He would definitely be able to become a minister someday and be at the head of an army. When Xianxia heard Lin Feng, she stared at him icily. Lin Feng surprisingly dared say he had been merciful. She had used her full strength. Lin Feng hadn't. She continued releasing more and more energies. But at that moment, someone intervened. "Xianxia, that's enough." It was her father, Minister Kalasutra. Xianxia slowly turned around and looked back at him. "All right, come back," said Minister Kalasutra with a nod. Xianxia remained silent for a few seconds, but when she saw her father's expression, she recalled her chi and nodded obediently before heading back to him. Her arm still felt extremely sore. "There are many extremely strong cultivators here on the battle stages. Someday, when you join the government, you'll be a dazzling cultivator," smiled Minister Kalasutra. Even though Lin Feng had defeated his daughter, he wasn't angry. After all, Lin Feng and Xianxia had battled according to the rules on the official battle stage of the city. Xianxia had even provoked Lin Feng. Even though he had a high social status, he had no reason to be angry at Lin Feng. Besides, he was a minister and he was a celestial emperor in hell. He had to control himself. Even though Lin Feng had injured Xianxia, the injuries weren't too bad. Lin Feng had taught her a good lesson. Surprisingly, an unknown young man was so strong. Of course, Minister Kalasutra was still a bit annoyed because he lost face to Minister Uptala. "Ching, this hellfire is a gift to you from Uncle Kalasutra," said Minister Kalasutra to Ching while transmitting hellfire to her with a gesture. However, it didn't explode. It just moved slowly towards her. The ministers had made a bet, so Ching didn't refuse the hellfire. She smiled thinly and nodded to accept it. Ching looked at the fire in her hand and smiled at her father. "Unfortunately, I am not a fire cultivator. Otherwise, that hellfire would make me much stronger. Even if you're not a fire cultivator, you can transform it and use it for your own interest," smiled Minister Uptala. He stretched his hand out, and the strength of the 10,000 things of creation appeared as a blue Uptala lotus manifested. Minister Uptala looked at Lin Feng and smiled. "Young man, this for you. I promised it, you won 100 battles. Please take it." The blue Uptala lotus floated towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched his hand out and grabbed the lotus, feeling its mysterious strength. It contained the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. "Thank you very much for your great gift, Minister," smiled Lin Feng, bowing deeply. Lin Feng was very grateful. This blue Uptala lotus might be very useful for him. "I see that you controlled fire cosmic energies, and your death cosmic energies are powerful. This hellfire can be very useful for you too, so I'm giving it to you." Ching smiled softly, sounding very sweet. She threw hellfire at Lin Feng. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was really lucky. He had obtained the blue Uptala lotus and the hellfire. However, he deserved it too. If he hadn't been strong, he wouldn't have won 100 times, and he wouldn't have obtained anything. "Princess, it's a gift you received. I feel like I'm stealing something from you," replied Lin Feng. Ching had obtained the hellfire from Minister Kalasutra, and now she was giving it to him. He was touched. "I don't need that fire. You will become much stronger quickly with it. Uncle Kalasutra won't be mad at me," said Ching smiled back at him. As expected, Minister Kalasutra said, "Lin Feng, Ching is willing to give it to you. Just take it." "Thank you, my lady," said Lin Feng happily and politely. He had received the blue Uptala lotus and hellfire. At that moment, a silhouette rose up into the air and landed on the battle stage. The official was bearing metal. It had song written on it. He presented it to Lin Feng and said solemnly, "You won 100 times. This is your medal. You can join the government and become a member of the army now." "Thank you, sir," answered Lin Feng, accepting the medal of the great imperial song city. "Put your godly awareness into it," said the official. The owners of the metals put their godly awareness into them so that after their death, people couldn't counterfeit them or use them. If Lin Feng died, the metal would just break apart. Lin Feng did what he was told, and the person said, "Lin Feng, you have won 100 battles. Now, you can also join those who have accomplished the same as you. If you defeat 9 other winners, you will gain privileges. Would you like to benefit from that program?" "I do want to participate," agreed Lin Feng, nodding without hesitation. This was another opportunity, he couldn't let it slip past him. "All right, since you do, please join them in the pavilions and take a rest. When all the battles are over, you can start fighting again," smiled the official. Lin Feng looked at the cultivators in the pavilions, understanding that those people had also won 100 battles. He hadn't known that before. He headed over to a pavilion. Lin Feng went to the pavilion beneath the 2 ministers. It was the best one to watch battles. However, because the 2 ministers were there, nobody else dared go there. However, Lin Feng did. When entering the pavilion, Lin Feng heard someone groan coldly. He turned around and saw Xianxia. She looked angry as Minister Kalasutra healed her injuries. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and smiled. "I'm sorry. I was a bit too rough. You said things could have gotten worse if we had continued fighting." "Did you mean you were merciful?" said Xianxia, rolling her eyes and grinding her teeth. Lin Feng looked embarrassed, but kept smiling. The battle was over, he wanted to be nice to her, especially since her father was a powerful man. Even though Xianxia was angry, she didn't harbor any evil intentions. "Xianxia, how can you be so impolite? Even though you lost, you have to be polite and practice cultivation harder," chided Minister Kalasutra. "I know." Xianxia nodded. Then, she looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, "We'll fight again if we have the opportunity." "As you wish, princess. I am willing to spend time with you," said Lin Feng, smiling thinly. Then, he looked at Minister Uptala and his daughter and smiled at them both. Minister Uptala smiled back at him, but didn't say anything. Lin Feng looked back at the battle stages. Zhang Heng was still fighting. He had already won 62 battles, a rare achievement. He had come to win 100 battles. He hadn't thought Lin Feng, a new friend, would win that fast and in such a dazzling way. Apart from Zhang Heng, another extremely strong man was fighting. He had also been fighting for longer than Lin Feng. He was on the medium-level Hell Emperor's battle stage, and immediately drew Lin Feng's attention. He was blind and practiced sword cultivation. Even though he was blind, his swordsmanship was amazing. He was not only fast, he was precise too. It was difficult to see where the sword attacks came from when he attacked. He was blind, but when fighting against him, it was like his opponents were the blind ones. He was a true sword assassin, and his name was Jian Mang. Jian Mang had gotten onto the battle stage at the same time as He Lao. However, he hadn't won 100 battles yet, only 67 battles. He wasn't slow, he was a sword cultivator. He wasn't any slower than Lin Feng. He quickly won battles, so why was he still on the battle stage? It was because Jian Mang's sword attacks were cruel. After stabbing people, he slowly made them suffer, and pierced their eyes with his sword energies to make them go blind. Such cruel people were rare. Most people on the battle stages were merciful. People could accept losing a battle, but they were unwilling to go blind if they lost. Therefore, cruel people weren't numerous. Jian Mang was extremely strong, but because he was cruel each time after his battles, people took a long time to go onto his battle stage because they were afraid. At that moment, another horrible shriek spread in the air. Jian Mang had immediately pierced one of that person's eyes. "He's fast, precise, and cruel," thought Lin Feng. Even though he was cruel, he was also very strong. Fighting against him was definitely worth it. Lin Feng watched Jian Mang battle. After a few battles, he understood that Jian Mang's sword was extremely quick at the beginning. Then its trajectory kept changing unpredictably and resulted in an unexpected winning move. His sword attacks were strange. Finding his weakness was very difficult, as his sword attacks were fast and unpredictable. Besides, each time people got close to that sword chi, they almost suffocated. And unfortunately, each time they lost, Jian Mang blinded them. Lin Feng also practiced sword cultivation. He used a straightforward path, using absolute power to defeat his enemies. but Jian Mang relied on his techniques and accuracy, yet the results were the same, absolute terror. Jian Mang is going to get 100 victories. Not many people can compete with him. So many people seem to be getting 100 victories today, thought the audience. Wang Zhua's eyes glittered sharply as he watched Jian Mang. Wang Zhua, can you win against him? Minister Kalasutra asked Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua was a medium-level Hell Emperor like Jian Mang. Besides, he had already dazzled on the battle stage in the past. When facing an incredible cultivator, no matter how insane you are, you can't win, replied Wang Zhua indifferently. Minister Kalasutra smiled and said, unfortunately, you have already won 100 victories in the past, so you can't go back onto the battle stage. Otherwise, I would have loved to see you defeat him. Time passed slowly. Zhang Heng had 83 victories and then, unfortunately, he lost against a very strong cultivator. He had failed after coming so close to success. But Zhang Heng wasn't angry. At the beginning, he didn't intend to finish the battles at once. He wanted to rest. But then he had seen Lin Feng win all his battles in a row and had continued. Now he had lost, but at least he had learned something. Zhang Heng looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Lin Feng, you've already won 100 battles. You will become a dazzling cultivator. I'm not staying here. I'll come back another day and try again. And then I'll also come to town to see you, called out Zhang Heng. All right. I hope you'll win 100 battles soon. Lin Feng smiled back at Zhang Heng, watching him turn around and depart. After that, no other low-level emperor managed to win 100 times. Among the medium-level Hell Emperors, Jian Mang succeeded. Just like Lin Feng, he had finished all his battles without resting once. At that moment, an official landed on the battle stage and announced to the crow, after this fight, please stop the battles. Many low-level Hell Emperors and medium-level Hell Emperors have won 100 battles today. There will be battles between them. Everybody's eyes glittered with expectation. The winners were all geniuses. The battles between them were going to be powerful. They could definitely wait to see them. As expected, after the last battle, people stopped fighting. A strong cultivator in the air pointed to two battle stages. One was the battle stage on which Lin Feng had fought, and the other one was the one on which Jian Mang had fought. Since two people won 100 victories on these battle stages today, we can continue on them. People in the pavilions stood up and glanced at one another. Humph! Qin Yao was unhappy. She looked at Lin Feng angrily. She should have been on that battle stage, but Lin Feng had defeated her. Competitors landed on the two battle stages one after another. There were quite a few of them. For the medium-level Hell Emperors, there were 11 people including Jian Mang. For the low-level Hell Emperors, there were 13 people including Lin Feng. If you can defeat 9 people, then you will obtain privileges. At that moment, everybody looked around. Among the low-level Hell Emperors, Lin Feng can definitely win. The Prince of the Six Abysses is strong, but Qin Yao defeated him. And she is very strong, but Lin Feng defeated her. Even though those other people have won 100 battles, it will still be difficult for them to defeat Lin Feng. He can definitely obtain privileges, said someone. In the bleachers, many people were expressing their opinion. Minister Uptala smiled calmly and said, Lin Feng became famous today. I am convinced he will defeat 9 people. The official on the battle stage went on. You know the rules, Lin Feng can start the battles and challenge 9 people. If he loses, he has to leave the battle stage, and the winner can continue challenging 8 other people. On the low-level Hell Emperor's battle stage, there were 13 people and Lin Feng was going to start. Each cultivator could also lose 3 times. After 3 losses, they were eliminated because there weren't enough fighters to lose more than 3 times and win 9 times. That way, the rules were fair. How would the battles look like? All those young people were amazing. On the other battle stage, Jian Mang was the first one to start the battles. On the low-level Hell Emperor's battle stage, Lin Feng was the first one. He had to win against 9 people. Being the first one had an advantage. They could avoid people who they thought were too strong and start with weaker ones if they knew them. 9 battles won't be difficult for that young man, said Minister Kalasutra calmly. Qin Yao nodded and agreed. Of course, he's so strong. He'll definitely obtain privileges. Lin Feng had defeated her. If she said Lin Feng couldn't win 9 times, it would mean that she wouldn't be able to. But those 12 people are also incredible people. They've also won 100 battles. They're geniuses. I can't wait to see how he'll defeat them, said Minister Kalasutra with an expectant smile. Lin Feng glanced at the people he had to challenge. He knew nobody. All those people are low-level emperors and they've all won 100 battles. Those 12 people are all strong cultivators. Maybe they're as strong as the students of Champion University who are in the top 20. I'm not going to fight against all of them at the same time, anyway, thought Lin Feng. He pointed at one of them and said, Your Excellency, please come and fight. Jean Panguan. The crowd looked at the person Lin Feng had chosen. He was wearing fine clothes and was fat with a round face. Even though he couldn't be compared with Heilao, he really looked too fat to move. He was a gold cultivator, and his gold cosmic energies were powerful. He cut people apart with gold energies. He was unhappy that Lin Feng had challenged him. After all, he had seen how strong Lin Feng was. Everybody had. Being the first one to lose would be annoying. And he could lose only 3 times. Against Lin Feng, he had little chance to win, so he wouldn't have many tries. The two faced each other as the others moved to the edge of the stage. Golden lights cut the air and Jean Panguan suddenly disappeared. Even though he was fat, it didn't have any impact on his speed. Lin Feng had the sensation that a rain of gold had started, and each drop of gold was as sharp as a blade. Whistling sounds filled his ears. The lights moved towards Lin Feng. At the same time, a golden pencil appeared in Jean Panguan's hand. His pencil streaked across the sky, containing a powerful deadly strength. Lin Feng had the impression he was going to be impaled. That guy's golden pencil is like a sword. It's sharp and contains gold and empty space cosmic energies. Lin Feng waved his hand and 9 ancient cauldrons appeared. 9 cauldrons celestial attack, said Lin Feng, waving his hand as the cauldrons emitted whistling sounds. At the same time, wind cosmic energies surrounded him and he suddenly appeared higher up in the sky, following the cauldrons. Imprison, said Lin Feng, and a cage appeared. However, the golden energies pierced through the cage and broke it. Rule, said Lin Feng. His eyes moved as fast as lightning. Devamara Kulpa's rule strength moved towards Guan and bore down on him. Jean Panguan pulled a long face. Lin Feng knew so many different attacks. The strength of the 9 cauldrons was incredible. He couldn't win against Lin Feng. I have lost, shouted Jean Panguan. He knew that would happen from the beginning. It was better to give up now than end up injured, or he wouldn't be able to continue fighting later. However, by the time Lin Feng heard him, the 9 cauldrons were about to crash on his opponent, and actually did. Metallic sounds rang out. The air shook violently for a few seconds. Lin Feng had won the first battle. He won the battle extremely easily. He will easily win 9 battles, thought the audience in the bleachers. Jean Panguan had won 100 battles, but against Lin Feng, he had lost in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng would easily win 9 battles, it seemed, as the crowd had expected. Lin Feng won 2 more battles easily. The fighters didn't use their full strength to fight against him though, as they preferred not to overdo it and keep their energy for the following battles. After winning 3 battles, Lin Feng felt extremely motivated. His blood was boiling. He looked at everyone and said, You're all being too cautious. The battles are pointless. 6 people can come together so that we don't waste time. The crowd was astonished. Even though Lin Feng was really strong, he was also being a bit too overconfident, it seemed. He was saying he was bored. People on the battle stage were astonished. They had won 100 battles too, and Lin Feng was saying it was pointless to fight against them. Even the ministers were astonished. I wouldn't have thought this guy would be so arrogant, thought Wang Zhuo. He looked at Lin Feng and said, There are some powerful cultivators amongst them, for example the Prince of the 6 Abysses. You can't defeat 6 people at the same time. Even a medium-level emperor wouldn't dare fight against 6 of them. He's an ambitious and passionate young man. Let him do what he wants. Besides, he really won the first 3 battles easily. They are geniuses who won 100 battles, and Lin Feng is disappointed. I understand him. Let it be, Minister Uptala said calmly. He didn't sound insistent, and he wasn't trying to humiliate people either. He was just passionate. We'll see if he can be arrogant or not, said Qing, smiling gently. Wang Zhuo was surprised, but he quickly smiled and said, You're right. I should wait and see before criticizing. When people on the battle stage heard Lin Feng and then the ministers, they were unhappy. They had all won 100 battles. Why were they there today? They wanted to earn privileges, and now they had to face a madman. People didn't even pay attention to them anymore. Everybody was only talking about Lin Feng. These battles should be fair, one-on-ones, but since you want to fight against us at the same time, why not? I don't mind. I would love to see how strong you really are since you want to try, said someone at that moment, moving swiftly. That's how a man should be. Real men don't care about what people say. Even if they know they're going to lose, they try anyway. It makes them stronger. All you guys are outstanding fighters, whether you lose or win, said Lin Feng. Many other people agreed. Lin Feng was arrogant, but many people admired him for that. He was arrogant, but passionate. Silhouettes flickered and 6 people surrounded Lin Feng with powerful qi. Let's fight, said Lin Feng as he released his Kulpa strength, which rose to the skies. Powerful demon qi surrounded him. Devamara Kulpa rolled in waves like thunder. He looked like a death god. Many dazzling lights emerged. Prince Mai attacked first, releasing a black strength which blotted out the sky. Lin Feng had the sensation he had fallen into hell as the air around him was sealed. Inescapable net technique. Everybody's eyes were glittering. The 6 attacked one after another. A powerful blade moved towards Lin Feng, while at the same time, small black embers struck out. Lin Feng disappeared inside all those energies. He waved his hands and attacked both fighters. A Kulpa web appeared around him. The atmosphere kept exploding. Energies collided and the air whistled with motion. Lin Feng flashed into the air. He waved his hands and more energies swept out, including Kulpa strength. A dazzling sharp sword streaked across the sky and moved towards that inescapable net technique. Lin Feng continued rising up in the air. Where are you going? Shouted Prince Mai icily. He used both fists and released cosmic energies to attack Lin Feng. His energies formed a cage around Lin Feng. I have to defeat him first. Lin Feng looked like an ancient overlord. The air crackled as powerful earth and demon energies appeared above his head. Lin Feng released a gigantic hand towards the demon and earth hammer. He used physical strength and Devamara Kulpa strength to counterattack. The ground shook violently as the hammer crashed onto Lin Feng's hands with explosive impact. His fists started bleeding. However, Lin Feng continued pressing against the energies with bare hands like an ancient god doing battle. Lin Feng used his hand to attack the earth and demon hammer. A powerful absorbing strength emerged from him. The attacker in the sky was startled as Lin Feng started absorbing his demon and earth strength. Imprison, said Lin Feng. In a flash, a cage appeared around the cultivator in the sky. At the same time, he flashed forwards and his Kulpa strength turned into Devamara Kulpa lightning filling the air. His target sensed the destructive energies surround them, and the millions of threads of Kulpa strength corroding their body. Lin Feng then used his 9 cauldron celestial attack to hurl him off the stage. Lin Feng's moves were fast, but the others kept calm and continued attacking from every direction. Their attacks were all fearsomely strong. Lin Feng's physical body was powerful, but he couldn't ignore their attacks. Death and destructive Kulpa meaning suddenly rose up and Lin Feng shouted out. 9 Kulpa swords appeared and moved in every direction. Lin Feng had studied the indestructible Devamara scriptures. His Kulpa strength was incredible. It turned into a sword and gave birth to sword meaning as it turned into a powerful attack. Lin Feng waved his hands, and 2 dazzling marks appeared and turned into an ancient destructive deployment spell, which shot in every direction as he kept moving. Purple Lake Tank. Lin Feng shot out his right hand and his purple tank descended from the sky and fused together with the destructive deployment spell as he condensed wind cosmic energy. Lin Feng waved his left hand and condensed Devamara Kulpa strength, as well as shattering deployment strength. His fist looked like a powerful destructive Devamara Culpa animal trying to destroy the earth and the sky. His strength was just too astonishing. What an invasive and powerful strength, thought Minister Uptala, leaning forwards in the bleachers. Lin Feng's attacks were majestic and powerful, and his cosmic energies were incredible. Ordinary Hell Emperors couldn't compete with him. He looked like a warlord. Heaven and hell, proclaimed an icy voice. Lin Feng had the sensation that he was falling into hell, and his whole body was suddenly surrounded by flames. He frowned and looked down at Prince Mai. As expected, that guy was incredibly strong. At that moment, 3 people had already been injured, 1 had been forced off the stage. However, the injured had come back already. They didn't care about their injuries. All they wanted to do was to defeat Lin Feng. How could they be scared? They were heroes. They all used their full strength. If Lin Feng won against them even though they were joining hands, that would be humiliating. Lin Feng sensed their energies and motivation. He released more layers of energies, and more Devamara Culpa surrounded him. He also released immortal energies with his Devamara Culpa strength. It looked like black lightning striking Lin Feng. "Fall!" shouted Lin Feng, raising his head to the skies, looking like an immortal demon king with his black eyes. His Devamara Culpa strength started rotating around him, and turned into a destructive Culpa sword, the air ripping everything around him apart. Thunder rang out as a beam of light appeared. The air was seething with power. Lin Feng was in the middle of it in a Culpa world. His Culpa strength turned into a web. Multiple explosions rang out. The crowd was shaken. Black energy swirled and condensed into a black cloud. The Devamara Culpa strength covered everything. Lin Feng could release so much Culpa strength. Was he going to get cleansed by even more Culpa strength? "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng, furiously rising up in the air. 5 fighters were hurled away, all of them injured, some even badly injured. Culpa strength was flowing through their bodies. However, at that moment they looked at the sky. Lin Feng could attract the Culpa strength of the sky? What was going on? Culpa strength condensed above Lin Feng's head. He had almost forgotten that he was fighting. He continued releasing Devamara Culpa. The sky kept erupting with energy. A powerful Culpa strength kept falling from the sky and bombarding Lin Feng's body, and his muscles felt as if they were going to explode. He started shaking. He was going to be cleansed by Culpa strength once more. Each time, it was even more intense. His physical body already had the strength of a medium-level emperor. The ancient Culpa scriptures were extremely complex. Not just any could study them. Most people who started studying them usually gave up shortly after having begun because the Culpa strength could destroy them, and they might die. Culpa strength is falling from the sky to cleanse his body. That's a skill he studied. Noted ministers Uptala and Kalasutra. They were both startled. That guy had surprisingly studied a skill which allowed him to attract Culpa strength and cleanse his body. Such powerful ancient scriptures. The crowd was astonished and shaken by what they were seeing. Another cloud of Devamara Culpa strength fell and bombarded Lin Feng's body again. Lin Feng had the sensation that he was becoming paralyzed. The first round had just bombarded him. He hadn't had a second to recover before the second round of Culpa strength was already bombarding him again. Life cosmic energy. Few people understand life cosmic energy, thought the crowd, sensing the life cosmic energy. In hell, people drank black water. Everything was based on black water. They were good at understanding black energy, and for that reason they didn't understand life energy. However, Lin Feng understood both life and death energies. His Devamara Culpa strength continued descending from the sky and pouring down on him. Lin Feng's clothes were suddenly torn apart. Some women's faces turned red, but Lin Feng condensed Devamara Culpa strength to hide the lower part of his body. It didn't matter much anyway. After that, Lin Feng raised his head and looked up at the sky. He looked solemn and determined. One last Culpa cleansing. The Devamara Culpa strength continued appearing. However, after a long time, Lin Feng rose up in the air, condensed Devamara Culpa strength, and thunder rumbled again. Lin Feng raised his head and more Culpa strength crashed down onto him. His head shook violently as well as his soul. Lin Feng closed his eyes, coughed up blood, and his face became deathly pale. What's going on? The people frowned and stared at Lin Feng. Their expressions changed drastically. What was wrong with Lin Feng? Lin Feng felt dizzy, as if he was going to die. His soul was bombarded out of his body and shook violently. His soul is leaving his body. Could this culpa be a soul or spiritual culpa? Wondered Lin Feng. He tried to make his soul and body fuse back together again as he slowly opened his eyes. They were still pitch black. He had recovered. This time, the cleansing had been incredible. His soul had been pushed out of his body and he had bled. But his willpower was great, so he had persevered. His Devamara Culpa strength was now much more powerful. Kacha! Lin Feng clenched his fists. Culpa strength exploded out and dispersed. Each Culpa strength was divided into 9 tiers, and there were 9 levels of Culpa strength, which meant 81 levels. Lin Feng was a low-level emperor, so at that level, he could be cleansed by 81 layers of Culpa strength. For an ordinary cultivator, after being cleansed 81 times by Culpa strength, their soul changed. Lin Feng was different, though. His physical body already had the strength of a medium-level emperor, and this time his soul had changed. His physical body had become stronger and his demon cosmic energies had changed, too. Now, his cultivation level had advanced to that of a medium-level emperor. What a powerful skill, said Minister Uptala. He was amazed. Everybody looked at him when they heard him and trembled. Lin Feng had broken through while fighting, thanks to the Devamara Culpa strength. He had been cleansed another 9 times by Culpa strength, and his soul and body had changed. Now, he had the chi of a medium-level emperor. However, the strange thing was that he still looked like a Zun cultivator. So now what about the battle? Asked Minister Kalasutra. He was also surprised. Lin Feng had broken through and become a medium-level Hell Emperor during the battle. However, he was still on the battle stage of the low-level Hell Emperors. Lin Feng has won 100 battles, and there isn't much to say about the battle against the 6 others at the same time. He's really strong. Now that he broke through, the battle counts, said Minister Uptala with a smile. The crowd looked at the cultivators around Lin Feng. Prince Mai sighed and said, "He's already done a great job. I think he won." Then he turned around and left the battle stage. While walking away, he said as he left, "Even if you continue the battles, fighting for 9 victories is now pointless." The other people on the battle stage left as well when they heard Prince Mai. They were all determined and passionate people. They were all geniuses who had won 100 battles on the battle stage. They couldn't fight against a strong medium-level Hell Emperor. 6 of them had fought against Lin Feng at the same time, and he had easily defeated them, even injuring some of them. Lin Feng had used Devamara Culpa and broken through. It was all too incredible. Other people rose into the air and left. Those who had fought against Lin Feng decided not to stay on the battle stage and left. Very quickly, Lin Feng was alone on the battle stage. When the crowd saw Lin Feng alone on the battle stage, they sighed. Fighting against someone like that was monstrous. At that moment, the city official landed on the battle stage and smiled at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, we know you're very strong. The great Emperor of Hell loves battles, and you are a heroic fighter. From now on, you can access all the external governmental buildings of the city. You can also go to all the pavilions and governmental halls. You just can't go to people's residences, obviously. The city army is composed of 108 armies. Among them, there are 72 Hell Imperial armies and 36 Great Imperial armies. There are all kinds of armies among the 72 Imperial armies. After you understand the different troops, you can choose one and join them. You don't need to take any more tests." When the crowd heard that, they were amazed. People who managed to win 100 battles were already monstrously strong. Those who could win 9 battles against the other champions were even more powerful, and the city wanted to support such talents. They all had a bright future ahead of them. Many ministers had risen that way, and when they saw Lin Feng, a handsome and strong young man, they could easily imagine what his future would be like. As expected, these are the kinds of privileges you get. I can freely travel within the governmental buildings now, thought Lin Feng. He could also go to all the pavilions and governmental halls, which probably contained incredible treasures, such as ancient and mysterious scriptures. Great Emperor Song really attached great importance to such geniuses. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's cultivation level was still too low. Great Emperor Song couldn't personally attach any importance to him. After all, he was just a medium-level emperor. For Great Emperor Song, one of the 10 Yama court's kings, that was low. However, Great Emperor Song had set up procedures and rules, so his assistants took care of such people. If Lin Feng kept up the good work, he'd be able to meet Great Emperor Song sooner or later. There were many strong cultivators in the Great Imperial Song City. Great Emperor Song couldn't help all of them individually. "Thank you very much, sir." Lin Feng bowed politely. Minister Uptila smiled and said, "I wouldn't have thought that I'd see such a great cultivator today. Wang Zhua, my boy, it seems like you made another mistake today." He fought against 6 people, and even if he hadn't broken through, he would have won. He can be proud, and he can definitely be a bit arrogant. You would be the same. Minister Uptila, you're right. I was wrong. I hadn't thought he'd be so strong. Now, he's a medium-level Hell Emperor. In the future, he'll become like Jian Mang. Agreed Wang Zhua easily. He wasn't offended by what the minister had said, and he even compared Jian Mang to Lin Feng. He looked at the other battle stage. Jian Mang has already won 7 battles. That's the 8th one, said Wang Zhua. Jian Mang is extremely strong, but Lin Feng was much more amazing. He fought against all those low-level Hell Emperors at the same time. Jian Mang also just blinded one of the people among those champions. The others are all injured. Jian Mang is still just as cruel, said Qin Yao calmly. Minister Kalasutra agreed. I wish everybody could be like Lin Feng. Even though Minister Uptila and Minister Kalasutra didn't agree on everything, they both acknowledged Lin Feng. Even if Minister Kalasutra had lost the Hellfire because of Lin Feng, he didn't mind because he hadn't seen such a strong cultivator in many years. He won the 8th battle. The crowd was watching Jian Mang. He had cruelly blinded his opponent again. If Jian Mang did the same to the last one, it would be difficult for them to fight against one another as well. There wouldn't be enough of them able to fight. Lin Feng went back to the pavilion and watched Jian Mang as well. He had the sensation that Jian Mang was doing something mysterious because each time, he saw some sword force which moved really slow. However, his attacks were still surprising and fast. Jian Mang will win the 9th battle, thought Lin Feng, and as expected, Jian Mang did so. On that day, on both the battle stages for low-level Hell Emperors and medium-level Hell Emperors, 2 cultivators had managed to win against 9 other champions, a rare and difficult feat. Someone didn't want to let Lin Feng be the only one, said Wang Zhua, smiling thinly. After Jian Mang won 9 battles, the others didn't continue battling and simply left. The crowd was amazed and pleased. 2 incredible cultivators had appeared today, both winning 100 battles without resting and defeating 9 champions. But Lin Feng's performance had been even more amazing. He had defeated Qin Yao the princess, and he had also defeated 6 people at the same time. However, Jian Mang had fought on the medium-level Hell Emperor's battle stage, and Lin Feng with the low-level Hell Emperors, so Jian Mang was stronger than Lin Feng. Jian Mang would obtain privileges like Lin Feng. He could also choose to join one of the 72 imperial military factions. After winning, Jian Mang didn't say anything and left in the direction of the city. He wanted to benefit from the privileges as soon as possible. The crowd found him amusing and unconventional. Lin Feng also stood up. Minister Uptila looked at him and asked, "Are you going to the city, too?" "Indeed," nodded Lin Feng. He had obtained privileges, and he wanted to see the city, learn more about Hell, the Great Imperial Song City, etc. Let's go together. I'm also going back to the office. You can come to my area and have a look, Minister Uptila offered. Minister, your offices are in the city center too? Asked Lin Feng. Minister Uptila was surprised. Lin Feng didn't know about him? Lin Feng, ministers in this city are under the orders of Great Emperor Song. The same applies to every city. Each city is divided into private districts and external districts. The private district is where Great Emperor Song lives and where we, his ministers, have our offices. The external district is for ordinary activities, explained Minister Kalasutra politely. Lin Feng, my office is also in the private district. I can help you modify your hellfire. Lin Feng was very happy to be invited by the two ministers. It seemed that the city was as big as a country. Ministers, I would like to get familiar with the city first, said Lin Feng, smiling at the two of them. Minister Kalasutra nodded at his words. Very good. You don't know the city, so get familiar with it. Lin Feng, I'll show you around if you want, offered Wang Zhuo pleasantly. Lin Feng glanced at Wang Zhuo. He looked like a prince or other extraordinary person, but he was smiling in a humble way. He could sit with two ministers, which meant he had a high position. All right, thank you, agreed Lin Feng with a quick smile and nod, not refusing Wang Zhuo's invitation. He wanted to get familiar with the city, so having a guide was good. All right, you're all geniuses. Make friends and learn from each other's. Qin Yao, let's go, said Minister Kalasutra. Qin Yao shook her head and said, Dad, I have nothing to do. I'm going with Wang Zhuo. As she looked at Lin Feng coolly, Minister Kalasutra was surprised, but simply smiled and nodded. All right, as you wish. Before he left, Lin Feng, if you have any problems, come to Uptala office to find me, directed Minister Uptala. Then he glanced at Qing Qing. Let's go. She nodded and followed after her father. Brother Lin Feng, please, said Wang Zhuo, showing the way, and the three of them left. When they arrived in the city, Lin Feng had the impression he was in another world. The city was gigantic and very crowded. There were amazing cultivators everywhere, and their qi rose to the skies. The city has existed for a very long time. There are some very powerful clans here. Some of their districts are as big as cities. Wang Zhuo told him. Lin Feng understood that. In the city, just the private district alone was where Great Emperor Song lived. Brother Lin Feng, it's a huge city. Where do you want to go? I can guide you, said Wang Zhuo politely. I want to go to a place where we can see ancient scriptures, spells, skills, and techniques. Lin Feng told him straightforwardly. The city was gigantic, but he wanted to see how different their books were. You already know some powerful skills. Why would you want to study more? Qin Yao asked coldly. Lin Feng's Devamara Culpa skills were incredible. Even though she didn't know what kind of skills Lin Feng knew, she knew they were powerful. This place is extraordinary. There must be some incredible and mysterious skills. Why not go and see them? I like books. Of course, if we can't go, I don't mind, Lin Feng answered calmly. He didn't even glance at Qin Yao while talking. He had defeated her, why couldn't she get over it? There are many libraries in the external district. Disciples study there. Lin Feng, you're free to travel in the external district, so you can also go, of course. Wang Zhuo informed him cheerfully. There were 108 armies in the city. 36 were composed of great emperors. 72 were composed of emperors. Apart from those people, most folk lived in the external district. Those who were under the orders of Great Emperor Song definitely had incredible scriptures and skills. Wang Zhuo and the two others raced along and headed into the depths of the city. After a short time, they arrived in front of a library, designed as a lofty pavilion. Lin Feng and the others entered the building freely. It was very dark inside. That was an attribute of hell, and the libraries were no exception. Otherwise, the difference between the continent of the Nine Clouds and hell wasn't big. Even those who are members of the army can't easily come in here. Brother Lin, because you won against the 9 champions, you are free to come in here. Qin Yao can come in because Minister Kalasutra is her father. Wang Zhuo explained patiently. Humph. I will also deserve it. I will also have privileges thanks to my strength. Even though Minister Kalasutra is my father, apart from a few scriptures and spells, I don't have any other privileges. In this city, only strength matters. Qin Yao said coldly. This girl was annoying and Lin Feng was started to lose patience with her. Jian Mang is here too, Wang Zhuo mentioned, gazing into the distance. The blind swordsman had a talisman in his hand. He was blind, so he could only use talismans to study, since he couldn't read books. Lin Feng looked at him, took out a talisman which contained a book, and projected his godly awareness inside. Netherworld Celestial Fire Scriptures. Lin Feng read the title of a book. It contained skills which used shadowy fire cosmic energies. Lin Feng looked at Qin Yao and smiled. You have hellfire, this skill is good for you. You should study these scriptures, princess. Lin Feng put his talisman away and took another one. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng read some books. He realized that books in hell all involved hell strength. Many of them also involved netherworldly fire. There were also some powerful skills which involved powerful hell strength. There were millions and millions of spells, techniques, and ancient scriptures for all kinds of cultivators. Like in the continent of the Nine Clouds, people in hell could also have different specialties and different techniques. You really like to chill. Qin Yao spoke up. After a long time, Lin Feng was still reading. He was a good cultivator and read books carefully. Qin Yao was losing her patience. I am not very intelligent. I need to broaden my knowledge, replied Lin Feng patiently. If you're bored, you can leave. You don't need to worry about me and spend time with me. Qin Yao looked at Lin Feng icily. Spend time with you? You're ridiculous. I just want to see what the one who defeated me enjoys doing in his spare time. I see. Then please don't disturb me. Lin Feng answered indifferently as he continued reading. He found a powerful skill book. He put his entire godly awareness into it and memorized the whole book. For those who could come in the library, it wasn't a priceless book, but in the outside world, it was. Of course, the people who could come to that library were all incredible. After a long time, Wang Zhua had no time to wait anymore. He smiled at Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng was very patient. After half a day, he still didn't want to leave. However, Qin Yao didn't leave. She stayed with Lin Feng and also read some books. Lin Feng turned his head and noticed a very pale woman. Princess Qing, what are you doing here? Asked Lin Feng. It was Princess Qing, Minister Updala's daughter. I wanted to find some ancient scriptures, said Qing, smiling gently. Lin Feng, how long have you been here? The whole time. Lin Feng answered honestly. Qing was startled and asked, the whole time? You didn't visit other places? Indeed, nodded Lin Feng. Qing smiled and blushed. You've been here long enough then. You should come to my dad's office. He really likes you. He wants to teach you how to use the blue Updala lotus. Princess Qing, have you already found books you needed? Asked Lin Feng. Qing nodded and Lin Feng said, since it's that way, I can't refuse your offer then. Great. My father will be so happy. And also, don't call me Princess Qing. Just call me Qing. That's fine. They both laughed and left. Qin Yao was astonished. She watched them leave and glared at Lin Feng furiously. Those two. When Lin Feng left, he noticed that Jian Mang was still in there. That guy was also a hard worker. Lin Feng, you stayed in the pavilion because you don't like visiting places? Qing asked him. She was very curious. He knew nothing about the city and only appeared to have the strength of a Zun cultivator. Apart from the army buildings and the libraries, what else is interesting here? Asked Lin Feng. There are some interesting places, smiled Qing. But now we're going to see my dad. You won't be disappointed. The two headed towards the private district. It was a place people normally couldn't go freely. Of course, there were some exceptions, as Qing took Lin Feng to a strange place inside it. The Updala office seemed to be an empty field. It was covered by a white layer of energy, and almost invisible. It was also very calm and quiet. When Lin Feng arrived, Minister Updala was seated there cross-legged and his eyes were closed. Lin Feng. Minister Updala suddenly opened his eyes, then smiled and nodded at Lin Feng. Minister, I didn't want to disturb you, Lin Feng said to him. This man was nice and easy to get along with. Qing was the same. I'm happy to see you, said Minister Updala. Come, let's go and see the lotuses. Lin Feng walked with the minister to some lotus fields. They were all beautiful and contained the qi of the 10,000 things of creation. Lin Feng felt extremely good, buoyant and uplifted in soul. What a strange qi, sighed Lin Feng. Minister Uptala smiled. That's thanks to blue Uptala lotuses. Take out your lotus and look at it. Lin Feng nodded and took out his blue Uptala lotus. Release cosmic energies, instructed Minister Uptala. Lin Feng released cosmic energies. In a flash, he sensed an incredible chi surround him, made up of all sorts of cosmic energies, as if the lotuses contained all the cosmic energies of the world. That blue Uptala lotus contains the chi of the 10,000 things of creation. You can control several sorts of cosmic energies. If you practice cultivation using the lotus, your cosmic energies will fuse together even better when you attack, explained Minister Uptala. Lin Feng's heart started racing. He hadn't thought the blue Uptala lotus would be so incredible. In Bahuang, Xianxia, Lin Feng's clone opened his eyes and recalled his chi. Sharp lights glittered in his eyes. Behind Lin Feng, an old man arrived. The old man walked slowly, but had the spirit of a dragon horse. He was old but still full of vitality, with a thick head of hair. Seeing him like that, it was difficult to imagine that a few months before he was about to die. Lin Feng, you became stronger again, said Emperor Wu Tianjian, walking up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's chi and soul were changing, and he was becoming stronger. Emperor Wu Tianjian was surprised, because Lin Feng's chi wasn't as strong as he had thought. He didn't know why he had that impression. Lin Feng stood up and smiled in greeting at Emperor Wu Tianjian. Master, you're glowing with health and radiating vigor. Since you healed, you must have been studying a lot too. Indeed, the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures hold extensive knowledge and profound scholarship. They are incredible. My understanding of the Nihility Sword Scriptures improved as well thanks to the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. Everything is going great. Emperor Wu Tianjian nodded. The Nihility Sword Scriptures used to be a precious treasure of Sword Mountain, and only the leaders of Sword Mountain could obtain them. His fellow disciple had chased him away and tried to kill him. Now, Emperor Wu Tianjian had the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, and he was also a great emperor. He was becoming stronger and stronger. It seems that you'll be able to return to Sword Mountain soon, Lin Feng conjectured. Emperor Wu Tianjian gazed into the distance and stated firmly, I'm definitely going to Sword Mountain. At that moment, they heard some steps. Jianmu was coming. He stopped 2,000 meters away from them and bowed before Lin Feng and Emperor Wu Tianjian. Young master, someone is here for you. Who? Lin Feng inquired. Feng Ling and Feng Xian from Qifeng Mountain, replied Jianmu. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right, I'll go and see them. I will prepare everything next to the lake, Jianmu said, bowing and walking backwards. Emperor Wu Tianjian laughed and said, Jianmu is a good man. Unfortunately, he's not talented. Master Xianxia now rules over the central part of Bahuang. Apart from you and me, nobody has broken through to the Huang Qi layer. If you could help some of them break through to the Huang Qi layer, and I could give them some imperial weapons. That way, Xianxia would thrive for another 10,000 years. All right, Jian Wu Bei is quite strong, and he should be able to break through to the Huang Qi layer soon. I will help him. Regarding Jian Wu Bei and the others, they could possibly become emperors if they used fate seeds. Unless strong people from the outside world come here with your imperial weapons and ancient scriptures, Xianxia should be fine for another 10,000 years, indeed. They control their future, though, said Emperor Wu Tianjian. Even if Xianxia didn't thrive for another 10,000 years, what could he do about it? Lin Feng nodded. He had recreated Tiantai in the former territory of the 9 great celestial castles. Strong cultivators from the outside world wouldn't be very numerous in the small world anymore. If Xianxia didn't manage to rise, then they couldn't do much about it. Lin Feng left Emperor Wu Tianjian and went to a lake. There was a pavilion there with 2 beautiful women inside. Lin Feng had seen many beautiful women in his life, but those 2 women were indeed incredibly beautiful. Feng Xian was wearing a red skirt. She had a great figure and was very sexy. The whole image only helped by her powerful chi. Feng Ling wasn't the same cute little girl anymore. She was wearing a long and slim dress made of phoenix feathers. She looked like a phoenix queen, and her chi was much more powerful than Feng Xian's. Lin Feng, the two girls greeting them. They were smiling widely at him. "Long time no see," answered Lin Feng, looking over these two incredibly beautiful women. "You came back to Ba Huang, and you didn't come see us. You don't like us anymore?" said Feng Ling. Even though she had broken through to the Huang Qi layer, she still sounded cute and pouted. "I have so much to do. Don't be angry at me, little girl." Lin Feng smiling at her. "Who's a little girl?" asked Feng Ling angrily. Lin Feng smiled wryly and poked her. Feng Ling wanted to dodge, but she couldn't move. She turned red and stared at Lin Feng. "Haha, so are you a little girl or not?" challenged Lin Feng. "Bastard, you're bullying me," said Feng Ling, kicking Lin Feng. Lin Feng bit his lips as he took the kick. She was strong. "All right, that's enough, Ling," said Feng Xian, rolling her eyes. "You're an emperor and you're acting like a kid." "Indeed. I'm the Empress of Qi Feng," stated Feng Ling. Lin Feng smiled and conceded. "All right, you're an empress, not a little girl." "Lin Feng, how is the great world?" asked Feng Xian, ignoring Feng Ling. "Right, how is the great world? Does the holy city exist?" asked Feng Ling, abruptly brimming with eager curiosity. "The great world." Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll try to sum it up a little." Then he explained to Feng Ling and Feng Xian some things about the great world. They understood that Ba Huang and Jiuyu were the exits to the great world, that people from the 9 great celestial castles used to control it, and also that the 9 great celestial castles were under the orders of Qingdi Mountain. In the great world, there were many powerful groups like Qingdi. In the continent of the 9 clouds, there were several regions. In the Dark Night region, there were 18 main cities, and the Holy City was one of them. There were many powerful holy clans there. There were also many geniuses and universities which had incredible ancient scriptures. "Are people extremely strong in Champion University?" asked Feng Ling. Her eyes were shining with curiosity. "They are. Low-level emperors there are much more powerful than people like, let's say, Emperor Dong, for example. They are real geniuses," admitted Lin Feng. Feng Ling was amazed. She had broken through to the Huang Qi layer, but she didn't realize how strong those emperors were. "Lin Feng, everybody in Ba Huang now knows that you're extremely strong. Show me how strong you are," giggled Feng Ling. Lin Feng looked at her and released cosmic energies. "Imprison!" In just a flash, a cage appeared around Feng Ling. Feng Ling attacked the cage, but it didn't yield at all. Lin Feng laughed, waved his hand, and the cage disappeared. Feng Ling looked at him and declared, "You're bullying me." "You wanted to try," said Lin Feng speechlessly. "All right, Lin Feng didn't do much. He recreated Tiantai in the Great World, and Tiantai rules over the territory of the 9 great celestial castles. The 1 clan and the palace of the celestial kings of medicine have already disappeared thanks to him. You can't compete with him," laughed Feng Xian. Feng Ling's eyes twinkled. She wanted to learn more about the great world. "Ling," said Feng Xian to Feng Ling solemnly, "I can stay in Qi Feng alone. You can go to the great world with Lin Feng," said Feng Xian. She had come to see Lin Feng because she hoped Lin Feng could take care of her little sister. After all, Feng Ling couldn't go to the great world alone. She was still young. Feng Ling was startled, but she smiled and said, "To the great world? I don't want to go. I want to stay in Qi Feng and be the great empress. In Ba Huang, I feel good." Lin Feng looked at them. He found them cute. They took care of one another. "You're so talented. It would be a waste if you stayed here," replied Feng Xian, shaking her head. "A waste? I am already quite strong. I will have a very long life. I can become stronger and then I can go to the great world. It's all the same," said Feng Ling. Then, she smiled at Lin Feng and said, "All right, Lin Feng, we saw you now so we can leave. Do you have gifts for my sister?" "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Feng Ling was so cute. How could he refuse? He released his godly awareness, which moved straight to Feng Ling's third eye. She knew what he wanted to do. She closed her beautiful eyes and accepted the memories. After a short time, Feng Ling opened her eyes and Lin Feng said, "You can transmit the presents to your sister. You're lucky you're a nice guy," said Feng Ling with a laugh. Then, she took a step forwards and hugged Lin Feng. At the same time, she moved her mouth to Lin Feng's ear and said, Lin Feng, I need to tell you a secret. I think my sister is in love with you. Then, she moved back, grabbed Feng Xian's hand and said, Sister, hug him too and let's go. He will go back to the great world. You will maybe never see him again in this life. Feng Xian felt extremely sad. One of the 4 most beautiful women in Ba Huang back then. She belonged to a powerful imperial clan, and now everything had changed. She felt dispirited. She was standing there, her hair was fluttering in the wind. Her legs felt stiff. Lin Feng smiled, took a step forwards and embraced Feng Xian. Feng Xian shivered. Take care, said Lin Feng. As Feng Ling had said, maybe they would never meet again. Lin Feng had already met many people in life. Among them, who would he keep in touch with forever? Feng Ling and Feng Xian had mixed feelings as they left. Lin Feng sighed, feeling sad too. He sat on the lakeside and lost himself in nostalgia for a time. After Feng Xian and Feng Ling left, Lin Feng left Xianxia and went to the southern part of Ba Huang. Some people important to him were there. After seeing Feng Ling and Feng Xian, Lin Feng felt nostalgic. He had the feeling he had to see someone, one of the former 4 most beautiful women, Xue Bagio. There were many rumors and legends about Xue Bagio in Ba Huang. She had lost her memories. Apparently, she had been attacked by someone to force her to marry Emperor Dong's son. Her life was mysterious, and she wanted to resurrect the celestial place of the alchemists. Lin Feng wanted to see her, and after that, he wouldn't have anything to worry about anymore in the small world. The small world of the celestial place of the alchemists was still filled with fog. There was a celestial building there, where a celestial woman was seated cross-legged. She appeared both calm and serene. Lin Feng hadn't thought he would find her so easily. He directly saw her when he arrived. What an incredible qi. She looks like she's a trance, murmured Lin Feng when he saw Xue Bagio meditating there. Xue Bagio opened her eyes. She looked surprised. Who are you? Lin Feng was startled by her words. He blinked at her. She looked back at him coldly. Have you never seen me? Asked Lin Feng. You look familiar, who are you? Do we know one another? Asked Xue coldly, staring at Lin Feng. She doesn't remember. Lin Feng was very surprised. Last time he had seen her, she had already lost her memory and then they had met again at the ceremony. So she should have remembered him, unless she had become amnesic again. My name is Lin Feng. We met when you were a disciple of the celestial place of the alchemists. I had accidentally ended up in your room. We've also fought and then we became friends. Do you remember? Asked Lin Feng calmly. Xue Bagio shook her head and said, Lin Feng, I think I've seen you before, but I don't remember you. Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand and released a hand attack. Xue Bagio groaned icily. She suddenly rose up in the air and countered with a hand attack which contained both pure celestial and cold qi. The air around her began to freeze. Their 2 hands collided. Lin Feng sensed an ice-cold energy surround him. He was surprised as he flickered out of her view. Xue Bagio had become really strong. She wasn't weaker than low-level emperors in the great world. Humph! Xue Bagio groaned icily. She waved her hand and snowflakes appeared everywhere. She wanted to freeze Lin Feng. That's enough! Lin Feng shouted extremely loudly. Xue Bagio was startled, and stared at Lin Feng's eyes as she sensed something invade her brain. Xue Bagio, you have a memory problem. If you want to follow me, maybe I can find an extremely strong cultivator to help you. If you don't want to, then I can just leave and I will never disturb you again, Lin Feng stated. Xue Bagio shivered. She looked at Lin Feng and found herself shaking. Lin Feng's words had a definite impact on her. She knew that she had a memory problem. Apart from the celestial place of the alchemists, she didn't remember much. She had forgotten everything else. It's not the first time something like this has happened to you. Back then, when you wanted to get married to Emperor Dong's son, you had already forgotten everything. Otherwise, you obviously wouldn't have been willing to get married with Qi Yan, Emperor Dong's son. Now, we haven't seen one another in 10 years, and you have forgotten everything again. I don't know what has happened to you, said Lin Feng slowly, staring at her. Her heart started pounding. She didn't know why she had become amnesic either. Why had she forgotten everything? Did I get married to Emperor Dong's son? She asked Lin Feng. You didn't. I prevented you from getting married to him, replied Lin Feng. My name is Lin Feng. I made people destroy the palace of the celestial kings of medicine. If I wanted to do anything against you, you couldn't resist me. I'm that strong. In the great world, there are many extremely strong cultivators. I can take you to the great world and we can find a solution to cure you. You should decide what you want to do. Shui Bagio stared at Lin Feng. Even though she had forgotten everything, she wasn't stupid. If Lin Feng attacked her, she couldn't do anything. She knew he was telling the truth. Lin Feng didn't continue asking her questions or explaining anything. He just stared at her. After a short time, Shui Bagio nodded and said decisively, All right, I'm coming with you. From now on, when you meet important friends or enemies, use your godly awareness to remember. That way, if you forget, you will still be able to inspect your godly awareness to access memories. You will still know who your friends and enemies are, he told her. She nodded. In the past, she didn't know she was going to become amnesic, so she had never done that. She didn't even know she kept losing memories. According to Lin Feng, she kept forgetting everything. Both of their silhouettes flickered as they left the celestial place of the alchemists. Shui Bagio followed Lin Feng silently, thinking about many things. In hell, Lin Feng was studying the blue Uptala lotus Minister Uptala had given to him. He used his soul strength and blood to study the flower. He had already established a connection to it already. He just had to think about it and he could make the flower become gigantic and open. Above Lin Feng's head, a mysterious qi was swirling. Lin Feng, how many sorts of cosmic energies can you control? Asked Minister Uptala to Lin Feng. My body type allows me to use more than a dozen sorts of cosmic energies, replied Lin Feng with a smile. Minister Uptala's eyes shone. He could control over a dozen different osmic energies? At a certain level, the blue Uptala lotus would grant Lin Feng with incredible powers. The way of Uptala transformation would be an incredible path for him. Blue Uptala lotus way of transformation? Repeated Lin Feng. Minister Uptala said, I've told you. The path of the blue Uptala lotus can help you create the 10,000 things of creation. If you understand it, you can be like me. Minister Uptala punched out. Some Uptala intent appeared. It was ice cold, and the air froze. However, after that, the cold qi turned into death qi. Lin Feng was astonished at the sight and grew very serious. There weren't several sorts of cosmic energies there. There was one cosmic energy which transformed. You understand? Asked Minister Uptala. Master, you've told me that the blue Uptala lotus could contain all cosmic energies, so you just used it for one attack and it did that, right? Asked Lin Feng. That's only blue Uptala lotus intent, explained Qing, smiling thinly. She continued, the blue Uptala lotus contains every cosmic energy in the world. When you achieve the ultimate, your cosmic energies seem to be one only. It's one cosmic energy, but at the same time, it's every cosmic energy in the world. One sort of cosmic energy which is every cosmic energy. Lin Feng frowned. Qing, what you mean is that I need to study one sort of cosmic energy and make it level up, and my other cosmic energies will level up too? When I use it to attack, how many cosmic energies might it include then? Indeed, said Qing, nodding and smiling. Lin Feng shivered in anticipation. The boundless world was full of mysterious things. Minister Uptala in hell had such a mysterious power. The blue Uptala lotus. The way of transformation. I know 10 sorts of cosmic energies. If I want to study all of them and make them rise to the same level, it's impossible. If I controlled the blue Uptala lotus, then I would need to study one kind of cosmic energy to make all my cosmic energies level up, murmured Lin Feng excitedly. That wasn't the only advantage. Another was that he could make the energies fuse together much better. The more cosmic energies you know, the more beneficial the lotus is, Minister Uptala nodded. You probably understand why I like you. On the battle stage, you used many sorts of cosmic energies. I chose the path of the blue Uptala lotus because it's my fate, but you're different, you can understand blue Uptala lotus intent. That's priceless. Thank you, Master. I am very grateful, bowed Lin Feng. He was moved and happy that a Hell Minister would support him. You made it happen, smiled Minister Uptala. Lin Feng, are you interested in joining an army? If not, you can follow me temporarily. Well then, I prefer staying with you, said Lin Feng smiled happily. Minister Uptala was pleased, and Lin Feng was even happier, as staying with Minister Uptala was better than joining an army. In the future, it would also be more convenient for meeting Great Emperor Song. In a lake, Lin Feng was seated cross-legged, surrounded by an illusionary blue Uptala lotus, and was also seated on a real blue Uptala lotus that Lotus Minister Uptala had given to him. There were other blue Uptala lotuses on the lake, growing because of the other lotuses. Lin Feng sensed the blue Uptala lotus intent at that moment. He was in his spirit world, where rose a gigantic ancient tree, the Heavenly Grace ancient tree. The way of the blue Uptala lotus could create the 10,000 things of creation. The Heavenly Grace ancient tree was a tree which also contained all sorts of cosmic energies. There was a connection between all those things. They were similar in that they could both give birth to the 10,000 things of creation. Lin Feng turned around and gazed into the distance, sensing the wind. This is my world. I should be able to do anything in here, thought Lin Feng. If other people couldn't use cosmic energies in his world, how could the people who lived in there break through to the Huangqi layer? He could use a mysterious strength to create and shape his world. Even if the world evolved on its own, he could also be like a god and use the strength of the 10,000 things of creation to modify it as he wished. His spirit allowed him to have a world. He was the god in his world. He had the power to understand any kind of cosmic energy, so why not understand all of them in his world? Lin Feng was thinking, understanding more things. He remained motionless for a very long time. Brother! Someone interrupted Lin Feng. Wuxiang was smiling down at him. Bro, we're not in the same place anymore, are we? Asked Wuxiang. Lin Wuxiang was usually playful, but in front of Lin Feng, he was usually serious. He also had some doubts. Even though the Imperial Palace hadn't changed, Yangzhou City hadn't changed, and nothing seemed to have changed, he still had the impression that Lin Feng had made them move somewhere else. Why are you thinking so much? Asked Lin Feng, tapping his brother's head and smiling. I want to go out and travel, stated Lin Wuxiang, raising his head. Lin Feng had started traveling when he was 15. Now, Lin Wuxiang wanted to travel too. He didn't want his family to protect him forever. He didn't want to live in a cocoon. When you break through to the Huangqi layer, I'll let you go to the great world, smiled Lin Feng. Lin Wuxiang's eyes twinkled. All right, that's a promise. That's a promise, agreed Lin Feng. Lin Wuxiang left, and Xiaoya and Lu Fei also came to see him. Lu Fei leaned against him. Xiaoya pulled on Lin Feng's arm and said, Brother, won't you be worried letting him go and travel? I will take care of him, promised Lin Feng. He couldn't let Wuxiang live in his small world forever. He had to let him choose what he wanted to become. Now is so good. I can stay with you whenever I want, said Lin Feng sighed. He dragged Xiaoya and Lu Fei closer to him and hugged them tightly. He was extremely happy. No matter where he was, he could visit his friends and family whenever he wanted. Lin Feng, you're done studying, Qing Qing said to Lin Feng 3 days later. The hellfire is incredibly powerful. I had to modify it entirely to make it fuse together with my own fire, admitted Lin Feng. Qing Qing's eyes glittered. She opened them wide and stared at him. What's wrong? Asked Lin Feng, not understanding her look. You completely modified the hellfire? Qing Qing asked. Lin Feng was surprised. What was wrong with that? He just nodded, though. Is there a problem? He asked. No, nothing, Qing Qing replied, shaking her head. Lin Feng had the impression something was wrong. Where is the minister? Asked Lin Feng, glancing around. He couldn't see Minister Uptala anywhere around. Here, answered Minister Uptala in the distance. Qing looked at him and asked, Father, why did Great Emperor Song call you and Minister Kalasutra over? A medium-level hell appeared in the Fire Mountain. Great Emperor Song gave Minister Kalasutra and me the order to go and fight the leader, said Minister Uptala. Qing looked surprised and asked, Who will control that place then if you defeat him? Wang Zhen. Great Emperor Song wants his descendant Wang Zhen to take control of it. He asked Minister Kalasutra and me to go and fight him, but Wang Zhen and the army will come too. It's all for him. Wang Zhen was a descendant of Great Emperor Song. Qing understood what her father meant. While he was there, Wang Zhen would be able to gather experience too. Wait for me. I'm going to call people, Minister Uptala told Lin Feng and Qing. After the minister left, Lin Feng looked at Qing and asked, The 10 main cities of hell also compete? Of course. Qing smiled. I don't know much about the history of hell, but there are many strong cultivators here. Some of them have their own small worlds. The strongest ones can modify their worlds better than others. Their small worlds can then become a region in hell. Sometimes, some new regions of hell appear suddenly, and then strong cultivators fight over them. There are many resources in small worlds, and people are also resources. Indeed, when those people become strong, you can use them, agreed Lin Feng. There was a huge difference between hell and the continent of the 9 clouds. In the great world, the ancient clans competed all the time, and people wanted to become stronger using resources. In hell, the 10 Yama courts kings controlled everything. After a short time, Minister Uptala came back, now wearing silver armor. There were many marks carved on it. Behind Minister Uptala, there was a strong cultivator wearing blue Uptala lotus armor. He looked dignified and majestic. Many people rapidly appeared. That's my father's blue Uptala lotus army, said Qing, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, come with us. Minister Uptala nodded at Lin Feng. Let's go. After a short time, 2 other armies joined them. Minister Kalasutra's army and Wang Zhen's army. Humph. Lin Feng heard someone grunt icily. He turned around and saw Xianxia, who was looking at him icily. Brother Lin Feng, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw Wang Zhen, smiling and nodding greetings to him. Everybody is here. Let's go. Wang Zhen waved. The 3 gathered armies started moving together. Lin Feng followed the Uptala army. They all jumped onto a gigantic blue Uptala lotus and started flying at full speed. Lin Feng looked at the world under his feet. He finally understood how vast Great Imperial Song City was now. It was as big as several countries. After they had been flying for a while, Lin Feng saw a gigantic mountain range ahead in the shape of a tortoise. That's the exit of Great Imperial Song City, explained Wang Zhen, pointing in the distance. There was a hole in what looked like the abdomen of the tortoise. The armies were heading towards that hole. People from Chujiang City found out about it, but nobody said anything about it. Then, some rumors spread and Great Emperor Song went there and broke the mountain open to create a passage, sealing it afterwards, said Wang Zhen. The armies walked up to the entrance, crossed over, and suddenly, they were in another world. It was a fiery mountain range. There were flames everywhere. It looked just like purgatory. Let's go, said Wang Zhen, taking the first step. After a short time, the armies arrived in a sinister place. There were burnt corpses on the ground and wrecked buildings everywhere. Wang Zhen was furious. There was a battle? Asked Minister Kalasutra. Indeed. I had already given the order to build a city here. I hadn't thought people would discover it that fast. They even killed our people, said Wang Zhen. Lin Feng was stupefied. The competition between those 10 big cities in hell was fierce and cruel. Lin Feng, the competition in hell is fierce, especially when people compete over territories. Usually, there's lots of blood involved. Qing whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He had heard that there would be 5 powerful groups in this place. There would definitely be lots of bloodshed involved. And the natives will also suffer a lot. They won't be able to keep some of their homes, said Qing. Lin Feng realized that a deadly battle was about to happen. Suddenly, Some people appeared, illusions floating in the sky. Minister Uptala and the others raised their heads. Minister Uptala, Minister Kalasutra? One of them called out, smiling indifferently. People from Great Imperial Song City are here already. Should we determine some rules? Since the ministers are here, what rules do you suggest? Asked Minister Kalasutra. First, Hell Great Emperors can't attack Hell Emperors. It shouldn't be an issue, I guess, proposed one of them. Minister Kalasutra and Minister Uptala nodded agreement. Of course, there was no problem. Even though battles were powerful and cruel, it was also a good way for armies to practice. Some people were going to get killed, some others were going to become even stronger. Therefore, there were rules. Hell Great Emperors couldn't attack Hell Emperors. Otherwise, nobody would benefit from the battle as low-level people wouldn't have the opportunity to practice. Of course, they were going to kill one another. Many people would die. Of course, no problem. What else? Asked Minister Kalasutra. We can set up different fighting areas, suggested one of the illusions. The strong cultivators of Great Imperial Song City understood that the 4 other groups had already agreed on rules. Wang Zhen asked, how to divide them up? 3 areas, 1 for low-level Hell Emperors, 1 for medium-level Hell Emperors, 1 for high-level Hell Emperors. We are 5 groups. We will see who can take over this place. Those who can't will be eliminated directly. And then we can take the Hell Great Emperors of the remaining groups and compare them. What do you think? First, Hell Emperors would battle, and among the 5 groups, at least 2 had to be eliminated. How is a group to be considered as a loser when their people are all dead? What is the time limit as well? And also, can we use weapons? Asked Wang Zhen. We have to seal the 5 entrances. We can't use weapons. 3 months. The remaining people are the winners. If a group doesn't agree, battles to death will make them come to an agreement. I'm sure weak people will quickly give up. Of course, there's something else great emperors can watch, but they can't get involved, no exception. And weapons are forbidden. If anyone violates this rule, everybody must help to kill them, said a 4th person. Nobody wanted to risk their life for nothing. There had to be rules for great emperors they could monitor, but they couldn't get involved. Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra glanced at one another and then looked at Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen, what do you think? Asked Minister Kalasutra. Wang Zhen was the protagonist. They had to listen to him. No problem, agreed Wang Zhen. The other 5 people nodded and said, all right, we can start sealing the place. The areas are already divided, said one of them. He released a thread of godly awareness which moved towards Wang Zhen's 3rd eye. A gigantic map appeared in Wang Zhen's brain. That's the map of this place. We divided it into 3 areas. Can you see everything? Said that person. Great Imperial Song City. You can send 5 people or more to the exits. All right? Nodded Wang Zhen. The 4 other people rose up into the air. The 5 groups were going to compete to become the leaders of the territory. Wang Zhen released his godly awareness and transmitted pieces of information to Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra. He said, Ministers, let's divide our forces. Bring some people with you to the different areas. The area of the high-level Hell Emperors is in the middle, farther away is the area for the medium-level Hell Emperors, and the border area with Great Imperial Song City is for the low-level Emperors. The battlefield for medium-level Hell Emperors is near Chujiang City. People from Chujiang City found the place first. They don't have many people, but they are all heroes, explained Minister Kalasutra. Indeed, we can't fight against people from Chujiang City, agreed Minister Uptala. Chujiang City's people had the advantage. How could we give up? Since you thought about it, why didn't you mention it before? Asked Wang Zhen. He was speechless and sounded unhappy. We were the last ones to arrive. That's not good. Those 4 people had already agreed on the rules. We couldn't change anything about them, Minister Kalasutra said coldly. Wang Zhen was surprised and looked unhappy. You're right. We hadn't thought about everything. However, which battle can we win, and can we bring in more troops? We don't have any more time. They're already ready. They will probably find our exit and seal it. If we force the way in, then we'll be violating the rules, but since Qing Qing and Qin Yao are here, our low-level emperors should have the advantage," said Minister Kalasutra. "Unfortunately, Lin Feng has already become a medium-level Hell Emperor, otherwise, our low-level emperors would have won." Lin Feng's fighting abilities were incredible. However, he had already become a medium-level Hell Emperor. "Lin Feng, your ability to hide your cultivation level is incredible. If you pretend you're a low-level Hell Emperor, nobody will know," Wang Zhuo proposed. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm going to the medium-level Hell Emperor's battlefield." "Let's divide as agreed now, then," said Wang Zhen. He didn't want to waste time arguing. "I will lead the high-level Hell Emperors. Wang Zhuo, you lead the medium-level Hell Emperors. Qing Qing and Qin Yao, you lead the low-level Hell Emperors," Minister Kalasutra proposed, and everyone nodded. The three groups then divided. Minister Uptala took people to the medium-level Hell Emperor's battlefield. Minister Kalasutra took people to the high-level Hell Emperor's battlefield. Wang Zhen took people to the low-level Emperor's battlefield. This small world was really well made, much better than Ba Huang and Jiuyu. The people in this place were extremely strong, and the area was gigantic. Minister Uptala was a Hell Great Emperor. He was extremely fast, but still, it took him a full day to take the group of medium-level Hell Emperors to their battlefield. "Minister Uptala, we are already at the heart of the battlefield. Leave it to me now, go and take some people to the exits," said Wang Zhuo to Minister Uptala. "All right, Wang Zhuo, if you can't grasp how strong the enemy really is, then don't disperse. If you can't win this battle, then give up and leave. And help me take care of Lin Feng," said Minister Uptala. "I understand," Wang Zhuo nodded. "Lin Feng is an amazing fighter, he's very smart. I will try to prevent him from fighting too much." "Don't worry, Minister." "All right," Minister Uptala said, before taking some people away. Wang Zhuo and the others landed on the ground. "Shouldn't we take off our armor?" Lin Feng asked Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo smiled and asked, "Why? It's obvious. We don't know who the enemy is yet. We might not even recognize them when they're next to us," said Lin Feng. "Next to us? I won't let them pose a threat to us." Wang Zhuo smiled. There was a palace in the distance. Wang Zhuo looked at it coldly and said, "Kill all the people inside and let's use it as our base." Lin Feng was surprised and said to Wang Zhuo, "What's that supposed to mean?" "I don't want the enemy to pose a threat to us. Those people could have all of us in their field of vision and kill us," said Wang Zhuo coldly. "Kill them!" "Yes, sir." Silhouettes flickered away. They all went to the palace and killed everyone inside. Lin Feng was astonished. Even though the world of cultivation was cruel indeed, why kill innocent people? Wang Zhuo was really cruel. He could kill so many people with a big smile on his face. Lin Feng was shocked inside. "Lin Feng, you think I'm wrong?" asked Wang Zhuo when he saw Lin Feng's strange expression. Lin Feng remained silent. Wang Zhuo said, "You are very talented, but you're a bit too nice and gentle. The cultivation world is cruel. The lives of people from small worlds don't matter. Killing them doesn't matter. There is no point in people taking counsel together who follow different ways," said Lin Feng coldly after remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he turned around, his silhouette flickered, and he drew back. Wang Zhuo was stupefied and stared after Lin Feng. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'll stay on the battlefield, but I'll fight alone," said Lin Feng indifferently. Wang Zhuo groaned coldly and said, "I promised the minister I'd protect you. If you leave, don't blame me. Even if I die, it has nothing to do with you," replied Lin Feng coldly before heading away. Wang Zhuo was furious. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He gazed into the distance, noting how big the area was. Apart from that palace, there were man villages. Considering the way the palace had been built, it meant it was very important for its people. Wang Zhuo had destroyed it, that was sad, very sad. And many locals would suffer from the war. Lin Feng heard an animal cry in distress. He landed on the ground and looked at a small simple house in the distance. There was a small yellow dog, the most ordinary kind of animal in the world. When it saw Lin Feng, it was scared. "Who's here?" asked someone. Lin Feng saw a 50-year-old man come out of the room. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Little Huang likes to bark when he sees strangers. Sorry." You must be from far away. Come in. I'll sit at the entrance, said Lin Feng, pointing at a chair before the entrance door, and smiled. He sat down and said, Uncle, there's a palace not far from here. What is that palace? Not far? It's hundreds of kilometers away, said the man, coming out of the small house again with another chair which he put next to Lin Feng. We're from the countryside. We're quite weak, unlike people from cities. People like me live 100 years. Most of us are cultivators of the Hell Ling Qi layer. Most of us can never break through to the Hell Xianxia layer. You still look healthy and strong. Lin Feng complimented him. The Hell Ling Qi layer and Hell Xianxia layer were of course the Ling Qi layer and the Xianxia layer. That man was quite weak, especially for a middle-aged man. Without resources from the outside world, it was impossible for them to break through. You're young, you're trying to cheer me up. That's nice. I'm not afraid of death. I just hope my son will have a better life, especially now that he joined the sect of darkness. Oh yes, by the way, the palace you mentioned is the sect of darkness. They are very strong. They have cultivators of the Hell Zun Qi layer. They are as strong as people in the big cities. My boy is only 20. He's already a cultivator of the Hell Xian Qi layer. Soon, he will break through to the Hell Zun Qi layer. The man smiled. His wrinkles kept moving when he smiled. Lin Feng felt extremely sad when he heard the man. You must be quite strong, young man. You must be at least as strong as my boy, said the man happily. Lin Feng looked grave and solemn, and he asked, Uncle, do you have other children? I have a daughter too. She's behind you, said the man while petting his dog. Then, the small dog turned and ran towards the 18-year-old girl behind Lin Feng. She wore her hair in braids and looked pure and innocent. She had a resplendent smile on her face. Your daughter is very beautiful, said Lin Feng to the man. She blushed. Haha, she's not as talented as her brother. Though, I'm looking for someone who would want to marry her, said the man, smiling in a calm, serene, and simple manner. Maybe her talent hasn't awoken yet, smiled Lin Feng. He looked at the small lane next to the house. People were walking on the cobbled lanes of the village. Sometimes people passed next to them and asked the man, Is that your son? No, he's passing through. My son is in the sect of darkness, said the smiling man. When he said that, people looked at him in admiration. To them, the sect of darkness was an incredible place. Lin Feng spent some time in the village, and one day, the man noticed that a beautiful woman had appeared next to Lin Feng. She was incredibly beautiful. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, You must be the young master of some prestigious clan. Lin Feng felt so sad. They had heard nothing from the palace in days. Lin Feng didn't know what to do. The evening sun was shining upon the village. Lu Fei leaned against Lin Feng and smiled. If we could stay this way forever, it would be so nice. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and caressed her face. After Lu Songlan's death, she had stopped caring about cultivation. She dreamt of a peaceful and ordinary life. Fei, how long have you known Lin Feng? Asked a young girl with a ponytail. She was extremely cute and noticed that Lin Feng and Lu Fei looked really in love. Many, many years, Lu Fei told her. How many years? Over 15 years, I guess. Fei, you're lying. You didn't get to know Lin Feng when you were a baby, said the young girl, her eyes twinkling. Lu Fei seemed to be in her early 20s. She was extremely beautiful. How do you know Fei is older than you? Asked the man, coming out of a house and smiling. He pet the girl's head and pinched her cheeks. At that moment, the man turned and looked at some people on the road. An ordinary young man was coming. The man frowned but said nothing. He had a bad premonition. After Lin Feng had appeared, more and more strangers had appeared in the village. Did they know Lin Feng? However, he had no doubts concerning Lin Feng. Lin Feng always smiled easily and looked honest and sincere. Lin Feng looked at those two people. They looked ordinary, but their cultivation level was incredible. Medium-level emperors. People from the other groups have arrived. I wonder where they're from, wondered Lin Feng. He realized that more and more people had appeared in the village. They might be from Great Imperial Song City or not. Uncle, the hotel there is already full, said the two young men to the man politely. If you need space, I have 2 small rooms here, offered the man. Great. We'll stay here for a few evenings, then, said the 2 people, and then the man took them inside. The young girl looked at them and then back at Lin Feng and Lu Fei, and smiled. Are they passing through like you? But I prefer you anyway. Little girl. Lin Feng patted the girl's head and said, You have to be polite to guests. The girl didn't know, but Lin Feng knew how strong those people were. If they didn't offend them, nothing would happen to them. After all, their targets were people from Great Imperial Song City. As expected, the 2 next days were calmer. And living with the man wasn't bad, he was funny. They liked to chat and laugh. His daughter also made soup for them. Lin Feng took his bowl, soup appeared in the air, and Lin Feng drank it in 1 sip. And then he laughed. He said, Fei Fei. Eh? Lu Fei stared at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes. She looked surprised. Lin Feng took her bowl of soup and said, I want to drink more soup. Drink it, smiled Lu Fei. Lin Feng took her bowl and finished the soup. The girl looked at Lin Feng in a cute way. Her uncle came out of the house and suddenly shouted, Don't drink it. You want to die, said someone, groaning icily. The young girl suddenly turned around, her expression changing drastically. Lin Feng was startled and his face turned pale. He saw a gigantic hand move towards the man containing death chi. Life! Shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly, releasing life strength which started flowing throughout the elder's body as he fell. He recovered a little. Father! The young girl started crying. Then, a gigantic destructive hand descended towards the young girl. She couldn't escape. Don't! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He wanted to block the attack, but he had no time. He had just released life energy to help her father. The hand crashed onto the young girl's body and her body exploded into millions of pieces. A life was so easy to take. Lin Feng saw many hands filed with death energies. People started dying one after another before him. Lin Feng rarely felt so sad when he saw people die. A mysterious chi rose up in the air and surrounded Lu Fei, and she disappeared. Lin Feng went next to the older man and released more life energy to heal him. His heart was filled with pain. The man was shaking violently. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He tried to smile, but he had tears in his eyes. They can't die to that kind of poison, said the man to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I shouldn't have given you any of it. Tell me, you didn't help them to kill my son, right? I didn't, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. He felt devastated. The man smiled while crying and said, I think you're a good boy. Can you help me avenge my son's death? Lin Feng remained silent. The man was still smiling and crying. He was about to die, but his eyes remained open. The man wanted to die. He had lost his will to live. He knew that his son had been killed. He had also realized that there were more and more strangers in all the surrounding villages. He also realized that more and more people were dying. He wanted to poison them. He had even tried to poison Lin Feng. Unfortunately, he had failed. His poison was useless against such powerful cultivators. Then they had killed his daughter. His life had become meaningless. Lin Feng was transmitting some life energy to him, but still he had his eyes closed. He wanted to die. Lin Feng didn't blame him. He was a very ordinary man. His children had died. Life had become pointless. Kill everyone in the villages, ordered the young man who had killed the man's daughter icily. Lin Feng was furious. Do you hold a grudge against the villagers? Asked Lin Feng icily. They are just annoying and keep getting in our way. You will die too, though. A gigantic black hand moved towards Lin Feng, containing powerful death energies. He was a medium-level Hell Emperor. Lin Feng had guessed right, those people were here to kill people from Great Imperial Song City. Now, there were invaders everywhere and they all wanted to kill people from Great Imperial Song City. The 4 other groups were also hiding in the villages. Initially, they were calm and composed, but now they started killing the villagers too. The gigantic hand exploded. The young man was stupefied and stared at Lin Feng. Are you a local? Or are you on Great Emperor Song's side? I'm the one who's going to kill you, said Lin Feng icily. Then, he flashed forwards, releasing death chi to surround his enemy. "You can't kill me," sneered the young man when he sensed Lin Feng's death strength. He smiled coldly, punching out in Lin Feng's direction. It was a gigantic black hand, and it made the air tremble. People who came from the outside to the small world were all from incredible armies. This battlefield was the medium-level Hell Emperor's battlefield. They were all extremely strong. When Lin Feng was standing on the low-level Hell Emperor's battle stage in the city, that was already impressive, but now things were different. Lin Feng had seen many things in life, he had battled a lot. But in the end, he was still a human being. Some world strength emerged. It was very strange. His spirit started shaking. A page appeared. Slash! Slash! Sword energies whistled. A 9 Kulpa sword's attack filled the air. His enemy was stupefied. It was as if he had appeared in another world. The beautiful woman was here. Lin Feng was here. "Die!" shouted the young man suddenly at Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei remained motionless and the young man was surprised. What was going on? His death energy couldn't rotate. A strong wind started blowing. That cultivator was stupefied. He waved his hand and a hell hand appeared and streaked across the sky. He tried to release cosmic energies, but it didn't work. He couldn't use his cosmic energies properly in here. He could only use his body's cosmic energies. It was his first time in Lin Feng's world. But while Lin Feng was used to using cosmic energies in the outside world, the young man was not familiar with using cosmic energies in such circumstances. Lin Feng continued filling the air with his attacks. He was getting closer and closer to his opponent. A cage appeared around the cultivator. Lin Feng looked at him icily. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His Devamara Culpa strength blanketed everything. His opponent's expression changed drastically. Energy attacked the cage. At that moment, a sharp dazzling sword light beam appeared. Blood splashed. The opponent was stunned as another silhouette emerged and assaulted him. A destructive strength exploded in his body, and he turned to ashes. After killing him, Lin Feng took Feifei back to Shuiyu in his soul. The small world was his hunting area. Lin Feng left his world and suddenly reappeared in the village. Horrible shrieks kept spreading in the air. Lin Feng looked furious. He moved as fast as lightning, his dazzling Tianji sword appearing above his head. It looked alive and kept whistling furiously. Could sense that Lin Feng was furious. "Eh?" Someone saw Lin Feng and looked at him icily. A hand moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng shouted furiously, "Piss off!" The Tianji sword whistled furiously, pierced through the hand attack. Lightning, fire, and other energies exploded. "Humph!" That cultivator groaned icily, retreating with his hands in front of him. A golden circle appeared. The Tianji sword pierced through it as if it were made of mud. Lin Feng jumped and waved his hand. The cage reappeared. He appeared not far from the cage. A mysterious world strength emerged and surrounded the cage, and suddenly his opponent disappeared. The Tianji sword cut the air with a whistle of speed, moving in another direction. Lin Feng ignored the man he had sent to his small world. His silhouette flickered and he followed his Tianji sword. After a short time, he appeared in front of another strong cultivator. "Who are you?" shouted that person icily. Lin Feng said nothing at all. He released empty space and wind energies which surrounded him, and at the same time his silver wings appeared on his back, flashing towards the cage. He could make his opponent disappear very quickly. Very quickly, people noticed Lin Feng in the villages. As he was up in the sky with his silver wings and Tianji sword, people rose up into the air one after another. However, very quickly they seemed to shake and suddenly only a few people were left. "Where are the others?" thought the astonished crowd. They couldn't see the others. Lin Feng flapped his wings, and his Tianji sword whistled. He glanced around and saw corpses everywhere in the small villages. So many people had died. For these medium-level Hell Emperors, those people's lives didn't matter. "Who are you?" asked the emperors, staring at Lin Feng. So many people had disappeared, it probably had something to do with Lin Feng dash. The one who will destroy you. Lin Feng's Tianji sword lunged at that person as he sensed a powerful energy. Lin Feng punched out in his direction. A cage appeared around him, and then he disappeared. The crowd was astonished. They could sense that Lin Feng wasn't that strong, he couldn't kill them easily, but he could easily make them disappear. Where did he send those people? Even with a powerful treasure, it was impossible to do that. All they sensed was a little bit of qi. Lin Feng took everyone into his own world, and then he also went inside using his world strength. Explosions rang out. The strong cultivators kept attacking everywhere. Lin Feng's spirit was shaking violently. However, he had the same strength as them, he was a medium-level emperor. And the world of his spirit was strange and mysterious. It was very difficult to break. Even though those people had weapons and incredible spells, they still couldn't do much. Lin Feng entered the world, and he glanced around at the crowd with his eyes filled with death energies. "Where are we?" one of them demanded of Lin Feng. He couldn't use cosmic energies properly here. He could only use the cosmic energies of his own body. "Your burial plots," said Lin Feng icily. Then, a great imperial weapon appeared. A sun disk which was dazzling and contained immortal energies. Those people could barely open their eyes because the sun disk was so dazzling. "You are a descendant of Great Emperor Song? You are not allowed to use great imperial weapons when competing for hell territories. You are violating the rules," said one of them icily. Lin Feng surprisingly used a great imperial weapon. He was probably a descendant of Great Emperor Song. Slash! A dazzling light filled with immortal energies streaked across the sky and pierced through the one who had just talked. His body exploded and his soul dispersed. The crowd was stunned and furious. They could see that Lin Feng was a medium-level Hell Emperor and he was using a great imperial weapon. For them, it was a synonym for destruction. "You used a precious item to take us in here, and now we can't use our cosmic energies. I'm going to inform the others that people from Great Imperial Song City have already violated the rules." "Inform? You cannot communicate with the outside world in here," laughed Lin Feng icily. He had already tried with Xianxia. Apart from him, people couldn't communicate with the outside world, including when using their godly awareness. "Die!" Another sun appeared and crushed the one who had just talked. Other people's faces turned deathly pale. They had just killed the people from the villages. They had felt powerful when doing that. Now they didn't dare act recklessly anymore. Lin Feng released fire strength, which started flowing through the sun disk. Lin Feng was standing on the dazzling sun. Back then, when Yang Yan was a cultivator of the very top of the Zunqi layer, he could use the sun disk to kill medium-level emperors. Lin Feng was a now medium-level emperor, much stronger. Everybody squinted, unable to see much. Suns started raining down. Emperors kept falling down from the sky, one after another. Lin Feng was destroying them all. Some people's rings even exploded immediately and their treasures fell down from the sky with them. Finally, Lin Feng was alone. He put his sun disk away. He didn't feel sad at all. He went back to the outside world and saw millions of corpses. He could hear some people crying too. Villagers were innocent people. Villages were lively, filled with life. Now nothing was left. The strong cultivators had killed so many of them. Lin Feng could remember the old man and his daughter dying. It was a tragedy. At that moment, in the distance, black clouds were expanding in dark waves in the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at them. "Who is attacking?" murmured Lin Feng. The different groups wanted to join hands to fight against Great Emperor Song's people. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He turned around and flew back to the old man's house. He used the remains of the house to make a grave, and placed the man's corpse inside, then used earth strength to bury him. Lin Feng wanted the man to rest in peace. After that, Lin Feng left the village. All the rest had nothing to do with him. The rest of those days, Lin Feng stayed in desolate places, in the countryside, in mountains. He also walked in their cities. He met many ordinary people who had ordinary lives. They told Lin Feng about happy and sad moments of their lives, their friends, their enemies. However, Lin Feng found ordinary people touching. A month later, Lin Feng was still thinking about life. He went to the top of a mountain and glanced around. He smiled widely. He stretched his hand out and a bottle of alcohol appeared, and took a swig from it. It was very strong. It reminded him of good times with his friends. I worry about imaginary troubles. I'm a genius? I feel like a mediocre person, thought Lin Feng, smiling bitterly and throwing the bottle away. He wasn't an almighty god. He couldn't solve all the problems of the world. Even of his world, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't control everything. He had to let go of things sometimes. He also had to do things he enjoyed doing. He had to spend time with people he loved. He had killed all those people because he liked the man and his daughter. He was furious when those people had killed the villagers. Lin Feng took out his blue Uptila lotus. Life and death strength were flowing together in the lotus. Suddenly, the green life energy made the flower turn green. It was filled with life chi. Then it was suddenly black and filled with death. The change was subtle. The energies kept changing quickly. The blue Uptila lotus slowly moved away from him. Lin Feng released even more life and death energies. The life and death energies became even denser. Life and death chi. There's no limit in this world, thought Lin Feng calmly. He condensed some death strength which turned into a strong death wind. A vortex appeared in his hand. Life, said Lin Feng. In a flash, the death strength turned into a green life energy which cleansed his body. The air suddenly changed as cosmic strength condensed. It looked like both life and death energy. Two sorts of cosmic energies, only one. Some people far away noticed the energies. A cosmic energy cleansing. They wondered, was someone breaking through to the Huang Qi layer? But those cosmic energies seemed too strong for that. Lin Feng was surprised. He had been cleansed by Kulpa strength, and he understood life and death energies at a very high level. Something strange was happening. There's something wrong. That's not a cosmic energies cleansing. They are too powerful. Back then, when I broke through to the Huang Qi layer, the cosmic energies weren't that powerful. Spoke up someone in the distance. Besides, there were both life and death cosmic energies inside. The source of all things. Initially, I was abandoned by the gods, and now they are acknowledging me. They found a compromise. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. After that, both cosmic energies surrounded him and cleansed his body. He had the strange sensation that he was controlling all cosmic energies. Life, death. In the distance, two gigantic words appeared. A gigantic black word, death, and a gigantic green word, life. Lin Feng sat down at the top of the mountain. Two sorts of cosmic energies surrounded his body. When Zun cultivators broke through to the Huang Qi layer, the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky cleansed their bodies. It was a means of communication created between cultivators and the earth and the sky. They could finally understand cosmic energies properly when they became emperors, and they could also condense them. Cultivators used the cosmic energies inside their body to attract the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky, to condense them and to attack. That way, their attacks were explosive. The cosmic energies in their bodies had limits, however. The more they could use the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky, the more explosive their attacks were. Before, when Lin Feng fought in the outside world, he couldn't attract the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky. He could only rely on his own cosmic energies. Now, he could finally use the cosmic energies of the earth and the sky. He had been cleansed by the dual life and death cosmic energy. The gods now acknowledged him, and he was allowed to borrow their cosmic energies. Minister Uptila considers the blue Uptila lotus as a path, as a way of life. That's why he can use all sorts of cosmic energies. His body is made of almost all cosmic energies. He just has to study one sort of cosmic energy, that's enough. I was an imperial culpa, the gods had abandoned me. Now they have no choice but to acknowledge me. This time, I started walking on the path of life and death, whispered Lin Feng to himself. Lin Feng had heard that, he had never really understood how or why though. Then Minister Uptala had told him about the blue Uptala lotus, and Lin Feng had suddenly understood. Life and death energies were mysterious and incredible. Lin Feng was surrounded by mountains. Some people appeared in the distance and studied him. That guy's comprehensive abilities are really incredible. He was surprisingly cleansed by two sorts of cosmic energies. And they are much more powerful than when ordinary people get cleansed by cosmic energies, thought the people staring at Lin Feng. They would have never thought someone would be getting cleansed by cosmic energies in such a desolate place. After a long time, the wind of empty space cosmic energies dispersed. Lin Feng raised his head and smiled. Congratulations for breaking through to the Huang Qi layer with dual cosmic energies, Your Excellency, said someone at that moment. A few people landed in front of Lin Feng and smiled at him. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have the cultivation level of a low-level emperor. Lin Feng's eyes glittered, rather confused. How come he only had the level of a low-level emperor after having been cleansed by the cosmic energies? I studied the indestructible Devamara scriptures. My skills are demon-type skills. However, I haven't been cleansed by demon cosmic energies yet. My demon cultivation hasn't been acknowledged by the gods yet. So that's maybe the reason why I seem to be a low-level emperor in the outside world, reasoned Lin Feng. After all, cultivators had to practice cultivation according to the type of skills they studied. They had to make their skills and cultivation advance homogeneously and consistently. The three live scriptures and the celestial evolution holy scriptures were mysterious and special scriptures. They helped a cultivator, but they didn't make him level up directly. If people wanted to make their skills level up, they had to make their cosmic energies level up. For example, his indestructible Devamara scriptures were mainly bound to his demon cosmic energies. The same applied to everything else. Heaven scriptures were bound to heaven cosmic energies. Sky-absorbing scriptures were associated with sky-absorbing cosmic energies. As a medium-level emperor, Lin Feng's best cosmic energies were his demon cosmic energies. He had the strength of a medium-level emperor when using them, but they hadn't been acknowledged by the gods yet. However, Lin Feng's life and death cosmic energies had been acknowledged by the gods, so he had broken through. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd. These people were medium-level emperors. Lin Feng guessed that they belonged to other powerful groups. I've just broken through to the Huang Qi layer. You have all broken through to the Huang Qi layer a long time ago. I have nothing to be proud of, said Lin Feng, smiling calmly. Your Excellency, you are in a small part of hell. It's a small world which has been built by strong cultivators. Someone told him at that moment. I am aware, replied Lin Feng with a nod. Since you know, I can tell you something. I am from one of the 10 Yama courts, Chujiang City. King Chujiang is one of the 10 kings of the 10 Yama courts. We are members of Chujiang City's army. If you wish, you can join us temporarily. With your talent, you could rise up in the hierarchy, offered that person peacefully. However, Lin Feng shook his head and smiled. I'm used to living alone in the wild. Your Excellency, maybe that you don't know that we're competing to gain control over this small world. Maybe this territory will end up under the control of Chujiang City soon. From that moment, we will rule over this territory. It's a great opportunity you have before you. You are very lucky, you shouldn't let it slip past you. The man smiled meaningfully. However, Lin Feng just smiled calmly. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. Then, Lin Feng stopped talking to them. They were surprised. He had refused such a great opportunity? If they gained control over this territory, it would be theirs, and everything in it would be theirs, human and natural resources, especially talented people. They wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Hell has some rules, but people are much more straightforward than in the continent of the Nine Clouds, thought Lin Feng. The ministers in Hell wanted to keep everything under their control. Your Excellency, you should cherish this opportunity. Otherwise, you will regret it, said the man coldly. He already started threatening Lin Feng. I've never regretted anything, replied Lin Feng easily. His questioner was furious. You don't know how to differentiate good from bad. Even if you understand two sorts of cosmic energies, death and life, and even if you're talented, so what? You're just a weakling who has just broken through to the Huangqi layer. Maybe we could have done great things together someday. But surprisingly, you don't want to. You want to die. He released death cosmic energies to surround Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng as quickly as possible. Even if you understand death and life cosmic energies, you will still be killed by death cosmic energies, spat his would-be killer. Lin Feng was talented, but he was still weak. He had proposed to help Lin Feng, and surprisingly, he had refused. He had to die. If Lin Feng had been an ordinary cultivator who had just broken through to the Huangqi layer, he could have been killed by death cosmic energies. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Feng understood life and death cosmic energies much better than he did. Besides, from that moment on, Lin Feng's death and life cosmic energies were going to improve very quickly. Lin Feng had already started walking on the path of life and death. When the death cosmic energies of the other crashed into Lin Feng's body, nothing happened. Lin Feng looked like an immortal man. The man realized something was wrong. Lin Feng was just standing in his death cosmic energies and nothing had happened. Interesting, commented the man, smiling coldly. He then jumped towards Lin Feng and raised his hand. A hell hand filled with death energies raced towards him. Maybe this fool would die to this attack? Lin Feng flickered and disappeared. The hell hand crashed onto the mountaintop, which exploded. Wind cosmic energies? Lin Feng's opponent was stupefied. He grunted and released another gigantic hell hand which charged Lin Feng again. These people are medium-level hell emperors. Their skills and speed are incredible. They are strong medium-level hell emperors, thought Lin Feng. His punch appeared and filled the air, demolishing the hell hand. The emperors around stared at Lin Feng, stupefied. How come Lin Feng was so strong? He had used demon strength, which had the power of a medium-level emperor. He had also used wind cosmic energies. Wasn't it the first time that cosmic energies had cleansed his body? They couldn't understand what was going on. They were all too astonished. Dazzling silver wings appeared in Lin Feng's back. He started beating them. He also released wind cosmic energies through his wings as he suddenly disappeared again. The medium-level Hell Emperor stared at Lin Feng and was infuriated when he saw Lin Feng charge at him. A vortex of death strength appeared. It was as if millions of death hands had appeared. Die! The medium-level Hell Emperor hurled the vortex in Lin Feng's direction. Life! Countered Lin Feng furiously. In a flash, life strength crashed onto the death hands. Life and death energies intertwined and dispersed. Lin Feng punched out again. The medium-level Hell Emperor's expression changed drastically. Death and life cosmic energies surrounded him. His death chi was slowly turning into life chi. He had the sensation he was going to collapse. Lin Feng could corrode his life with life cosmic energy. Lin Feng couldn't really win using death strength. That's why using life strength was the best thing he could do. A dragon roared as it appeared behind Lin Feng. It had 9 heads and a ferocious appearance. Imprison, said Lin Feng. His opponent turned into a vortex of death energy. Lin Feng didn't give him any opportunity to react, and immediately attacked. The 9 dragon heads roared furiously, grabbing the man's head with their teeth before they started absorbing his strength. Oh no! The other emperors were astonished. Lin Feng could defeat a medium-level Hell Emperor, and his 9-headed dragon was absorbing the man's strength. Die! The trapped man shouted furiously, and a pitch-black demon appeared. However, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and a destructive black lotus appeared. Lin Feng threw the black lotus at his opponent, and it crashed against him. At the same time, Lin Feng moved back. Destructive black fire strength exploded. The atmosphere suddenly looked like purgatory. A horrible shriek spread in the air as the man turned gray, black, and was then reduced to ashes. The men around were completely astonished. They had come to that place bearing goodwill, and now that guy had died. They realized that Lin Feng hadn't just broken through to the Huangqi layer, he had broken through to the Huangqi layer a long time before. He was extremely strong. Who are you? They asked Lin Feng icily. 5 groups are fighting over this place. Who could I be? Asked Lin Feng, smiling coldly. They glanced at one another and said, We know everyone from the groups. Which group do you belong to? Great Imperial Song City, said Lin Feng calmly. He slowly turned around and moved to the peak of the mountain which had exploded. He released sword intent and waved his hands. Suddenly, the top of the mountain was shorn flat. Lin Feng jumped onto the flat land and looked back at them. I'm waiting for you here. You can come anytime. Their eyes glittered. They glanced at one another. This guy was enigmatic and unfathomable. They didn't know how strong he really was. Maybe Great Imperial Song City had some trump cards. They didn't want to risk their lives. Very quickly, they retreated. Lin Feng was still seated there cross-legged. 3,000 great deployment spells appeared in his brain, and among them one was a life and death deployment spell. He needed to use both death and life strength to cast that deployment spell. Lin Feng started studying it using his Celestial Evolution holy scriptures. He could imitate spells better that way. Lin Feng understood life and death strength extremely well. If he managed to cast the great life and death deployment spell, his attacks would be even more explosive. A few hours later, black patterns appeared around Lin Feng, one of life, and the other of death. The pattern landed on the ground. Lin Feng bombarded it with deployment marks. The marks stuck to the patterns, which seemed to be alive. After a short time, the whole mountain was surrounded by dazzling black and green marks. The birth of the 10,000 things of creation, filled with vitality, whispered Lin Feng. Suddenly, the gigantic pattern disappeared from the mountain. Where there was life energy, trees started growing at visible speed. After a short time, life chi emerged from them. Many people sensed those energies and raised their heads. Everything was green on the mountain and contained incredible life strength. It was a spectacular and beautiful scenery in this fiery land. In the distance, a group of strong cultivators moved in that direction. These people were from one of the 10 cities of Hell, Taishan City. They had heard that someone from Great Imperial Song City was there and that he was quite strong. Those people wanted to kill him. During the last battle, they had ambushed Great Imperial Song City's cultivators. Only Wang Zhua and another strong cultivator had managed to escape. And now here there was another cultivator. If they managed to kill these last few people, then Great Imperial Song City would have no hope anymore. The group of strong cultivators from Taishan City was composed of a dozen medium-level Hell Emperors. They were incredibly strong. "Where is the guy?" asked one of them indifferently. The one who had just left looked back at the mountain and was astonished. When he had left, Lin Feng had decapitated the mountain, and now it was full of trees and life strength. "There," said the man, pointing at the peak Lin Feng was on. "That guy understands life and death cosmic energies. He can kill death cultivators with life strength. Let's go," ordered the leader of the group. They arrived quickly at the mountain. He landed onto the peak and walked up to Lin Feng. "This guy is a low-level emperor, and he killed a medium-level Hell Emperor? Maybe he's using a technique to hide his cultivation level. He is a medium-level emperor already." "All right," the leader acknowledged. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "The leader of the medium-level Hell Emperors of Great Imperial Song City is Wang Zhua. Who are you? You don't seem to be listening to him. You should join Taishan City's army. I will help you. You will become a strong member of the army and you will not die." Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Even though those people were cruel and violent, they were also straightforward. Even though Lin Feng had killed one of their medium-level Hell Emperors, they still wanted to recruit him. "You are dead already?" Lin Feng smiled indifferently. That person was startled, but he smiled coldly and said, "During the last battle, the only ones who managed to escape on the side of Great Imperial Song City were Wang Zhua and another person. With you, that means 3 people. Besides, even if you're strong, you can't defeat all of us together. Do you think Wang Zhua and his friend will come and save you? Dream on." Lin Feng smiled coldly. That person rose up into the air and his energies spread out. In the blink of an eye, all the green trees turned black and died, and then they disappeared. A black pattern appeared, containing an endless amount of death energy. Those people's expressions changed drastically. "Deployment spell," They were shocked as they realized how much danger they were in. "Let's go!" shouted one of them. They rose into the air and started leaving. "Die!" said Lin Feng. Instantly, the atmosphere became pitch black and destructive death energies were everywhere. The life and death deployment spell turned the world into a deadly realm of darkness. The cultivators continued flying away desperately, but death invaded their bodies and their eyes closed. Then they started falling down from the sky one after another. It smelled like death. When Lin Feng was still a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer, he had used cosmic energies to cast deployment spells, and had managed to create shattering deployment spells that could easily kill low-level emperors. He could even pose a threat to medium-level emperors. Now, Lin Feng understood life and death cosmic energies really well. In the blink of an eye, using the life and death deployment spell, he could either give birth to the 10,000 things of creation or destroy them. The two energies were extremely complementary. The destructive death energies disappeared. Lin Feng walked around slowly. He took all the precious items from the corpses. Those people were strong cultivators from Taishan City. They were all heroes. Their treasures were probably incredible. Lin Feng couldn't give them up. At that moment, in the distance, in a palace, someone's face was deathly pale. When coming to that place, his friends and he had exchanged threads of godly awareness in order not to lose one another. Now he realized that many of those people's threads had disappeared, which meant they were dead. Which group did that? He was furious. Did Great Imperial Song City have more strong cultivators? Had they been ambushed? He couldn't imagine that one person had done that. Very quickly, everybody learned about those people's deaths, and were astonished. They had all paid attention to what the others had been doing. They were wondering who had killed the strong cultivators from Taishan City. Everybody started investigating. Who had killed those people? Two people appeared in the mountains where Lin Feng was. One of them was Wang Zhua. The other one was the other survivor who had managed to escape with him. They were astonished when they saw what had happened. Lin Feng. Wang Zhua looked at him strangely. There were green trees everywhere and there was only one person here. Lin Feng. How come it's you? Wang Zhua asked as he landed on the mountain. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at Wang Zhua. I'm here. Do I need to have a reason to be here? Wang Zhua was surprised. Lin Feng was alone there? Have you seen those who killed the strong cultivators from Taishan City? Wang Zhua asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. I haven't. He couldn't have seen them because he had killed them. Are you hiding here? Wang Zhua asked icily. Lin Feng looked back at him coldly. Mind your own business, will you? Wang Zhua had pissed him off those days. Because of his poor tactical skills, everyone from Great Imperial Song City had died. Luckily, Lin Feng had left straight from the beginning. Yes, Lin Feng dared look at him coldly. Wang Zhua didn't smile, he was furious. Lin Feng, you escaped, you abandoned us, the people from Great Imperial Song City, accused Wang Zhua, staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up. He was furious too, and said to Wang Zhua, You want to kill me? How do you know? Shot back Wang Zhua icily. He slowly walked over to Lin Feng and said, I'm just picking up bodies. Minister Uptala won't say anything. Besides, he won't even know you died. The way you think is not bad, said Lin Feng. He looked at the other and said, There's a witness though. Are you going to kill us both? Don't worry about that. He's with me, said Wang Zhua, releasing his qi. Do you want to know who killed the people from Taishan City? Lin Feng asked Wang Zhua mockingly. You know? Asked Wang Zhua, staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Who? Asked Wang Zhua. He was surprised. Lin Feng walked towards him and death marks appeared everywhere. Then a deployment pattern appeared. Life qi turned into death qi. The atmosphere became dark. Wang Zhua's expression changed drastically. He saw the illusion and turned deathly pale. That was a powerful death strength. He looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said grimly, It was me. Then, death energies started converging and surrounded Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua stared at Lin Feng. His body turned black. No! However, it was already too late. Death Qi surrounded him as well as the other man. They both turned into corpses. Lin Feng looked at them emotionlessly. In his hands, 2 black flames appeared. He threw the 2 fireballs at the corpses and burned them to ashes. He also took their weapons. Wang Zhua had an extraordinary social status and had been strong. He had incredible treasures. However, at that moment, Lin Feng raised his head and gazed into the distance. He saw someone, but that person seemed blind, as if he hadn't seen Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng sensed a cold presence. Jian Mang, he's here too, thought Lin Feng. When they had come to the small world, Lin Feng hadn't seen Jian Mang. But now he was there, and it seemed that he had sensed that Wang Zhua and the other man had been killed. Even though Jian Mang couldn't see much with his godly awareness, he could still inspect the area. "You want to kill me so that I don't say anything?" said Jian Mang calmly. Wang Zhua had an incredible social status, and Lin Feng had killed him in 1 strike with his deployment spell. If people in Great Imperial Song City learned about this, Lin Feng would be doomed. "Your deployment spells are powerful, I won't go in. If you come out of the deployment spell, I will kill you," said Jian Mang slowly. "And so?" said Lin Feng. "Of course he wasn't my friend. He died and it has nothing to do with me. I don't care. However, I still want to win the war for Great Imperial Song City," said Jian Mang. Lin Feng recalled his energies. Jian Mang didn't know Wang Zhua and didn't care about him. They weren't friends. And Lin Feng and Jian Mang weren't enemies. "You mean you want us to join hands?" asked Lin Feng. "Indeed. Even though I'm quite strong, our enemies haven't lost many people. I can't kill them on my own. With my strength and your deployment spells, things would be different. Even if we are the last 2 ones, we have hope," said Jian Mang straightforwardly. He wanted to win the war. "What would that bring to us?" said Lin Feng. "It would prove how strong I am," said Jian Mang. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "All right, we can cooperate, but I'm not going to look for them. They can come. If they don't come, then we'll wait until the last day." "I don't mind," agreed Jian Mang calmly. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began studying evolution energy, making his life and death energies evolve. He started moving his hands, and another pattern appeared indistinctly. Lin Feng kept drawing life and death energies. He was casting another deployment spell. However, what he didn't know was that at that moment, in a luxurious building in Great Imperial Song City, someone was furious and their qi was raging to the skies. That was Wang Zhua's father, Wang Xiao. Wang Zhua was talented, and relying on himself, he had won 100 battles for Great Imperial Song City. He was extremely talented, had traveled a lot, and had many precious items. His future was supposed to be bright. However, he was dead now. "Who killed my son?" shouted Wang Xiao furiously. He had done his best to raise Wang Zhua, his only son. His dream in life was to see his son surpass him. Now he was dead. "Wang Zhan, Minister Kalasutra, Minister Uptala, you're really cruel," shouted Wang Xiao furiously. Before leaving his home in a rage, Wang Xiao started flying towards the small world Ling Feng was located in. He immediately broke the seal and entered. People from the 5 influential groups guarded the entrance. When they saw Wang Xiao, they were stupefied. Someone said, "Master, we sealed the area because the battles have already started. You're violating the rules, so Great Imperial Song City is violating the rules." When he said that, the others looked at the guards of Great Imperial Song City. "Minister Wang Xiao, indeed, those are the rules. During the battle, nobody can come here and disturb them," said the strong cultivator from Great Imperial Song City, while bowing respectfully. "I just came to watch. I'm not going to get involved," said Wang Xiao. He suddenly started flying again, ignoring everybody else. Nobody dared to stop him. The other people's eyes glittered. This man from Great Imperial Song City was extremely strong, but they weren't convinced he wasn't going to get involved. Otherwise, the strong cultivators of the other groups would join hands and attack him together. Very quickly, Wang Xiao found a palace. That palace was the place Minister Kalasutra and the others were guarding. Minister Kalasutra sensed a powerful qi approaching and rose up into the air. When he saw Wang Xiao, he was astonished and looked at him strangely. "Wang Xiao, what are you doing here?" he asked. "My son came here with you to conquer this territory, and now he's dead. You're a minister and you're surprisingly asking me what I'm doing here," replied Wang Xiao icily, staring at Minister Kalasutra. He sounded very angry. "Wang Zhua is dead?" Minister Kalasutra was astonished. He couldn't believe it. He knew how strong Wang Zhua was. He was extremely strong and very smart. He also had many precious treasures. Killing him wouldn't be easy. "You didn't even know?" shouted Wang Xiao furiously. Powerful lights glittered in his eyes. When Minister Kalasutra saw Wang Zhao's expression, he frowned and said, "Wang Xiao, I'm very sad and sorry for your loss. Wang Zhua was a real genius. But war is war. We're in a territory that we're trying to conquer. Death is inevitable." "My son!" shouted Wang Xiao, bursting out in anger. His voice carried explosive energies that made the sky churn. "Young men of great imperial Song City will die here. Nobody can be sure they won't die. Your son, Wang Zhua, came here to conquer the territory. Who could guarantee he wasn't going to die? He was just too weak. How can you blame anyone?" said Minister Kalasutra, getting angry now. He wasn't polite anymore, and his tone of speech was ice-cold. Hell was a cruel place. Nobody could guarantee anyone's safety. If you wanted to be sure your son was never going to die, why did you make him practice cultivation? Pressed Minister Kalasutra icily. "Wang Xiao, you're a minister. You're also in charge of wars to conquer territories. Now leave. You cannot get involved here." "Kalasutra." Wang Xiao glared at the minister with murder in his eyes. "Piss off. If you have anything to complain about, go to Great Emperor Song to report me," shot back Minister Kalasutra. He wasn't a weakling. He was strong and aggressive. The atmosphere around him darkened abruptly. "Very good, Kalasutra," said Wang Xiao icily. Then he turned around and left, saying over his shoulder, "When you come out, if you haven't conquered this place, I will come and find you." Minister Kalasutra didn't care about what Wang Xiao said. Even though Wang Xiao was a descendant of Great Emperor Song, there were rules. Great Emperor Song was one of the 10 Yama court's kings. Many ministers were under his orders. He couldn't get angry because some of his family members had died. The cultivation world was about life and death, strength and weakness. Even the strongest cultivators in the world could die sometimes. "Wang Zhua is dead, surprisingly," whispered Minister Kalasutra. He was surprised, too. Wang Zhua was extremely strong and surprisingly, someone had still managed to kill him. No wonder Minister Wang Xiao was furious. Who had killed Wang Zhua? In the distance, a few people arrived. Among them, there were 2 beautiful women, Qing Qing and Qin Yao. "Dad, who dared act that arrogantly?" Qin Yao asked Minister Kalasutra. She had easily heard the 2 extremely loud voices. "Wang Xiao, Wang Zhua has been killed. He came to ask for explanations," said Minister Kalasutra dismissively. Qin Yao and Qing Qing were astonished. Wang Zhua had been killed. "What's wrong with you?" Minister Kalasutra asked the 2 girls. "We lost the low-level Hell Emperor's battle. The enemies made an alliance with the local people. Among them there were a few terrifyingly strong medium-level Hell Emperors. And it doesn't count as a violation of the rules, because those people don't belong to any kind of powerful group. If local people attacked us, they can say they did it willingly. Their own medium-level Hell Emperors haven't gotten involved, obviously," said Qin Yao unhappily. Their opponents had clearly set the rules to suit themselves. "Wang Zhua has been killed too, so the medium-level Hell Emperor's war must be lost as well," said Qing Qing, her eyes glittering. She felt sad too. Wang Zhua had been really strong for a medium-level Hell Emperor. He was one of their strongest assets, a great loss. They had definitely lost the war. She wondered how Lin Feng was doing. Indeed, it's quite possible. The high-level Hell Emperors lost first, so we may have really lost, sighed Minister Kalasutra sadly. He had seen the high-level Hell Emperors battle. They had been destroyed very quickly. Very few people remained alive. Our enemies were ready. Losing isn't a surprise, observed Qin Yao. Right, they all plotted against us and joined hands. Now let's just watch and stop fighting. We can wait for the end of the war. We can see if we can compete again at some point. But if not, we can give up, said someone else. Qing and Qin Yao both nodded, annoyed. It was a tragedy for great Imperial Song City. There were fewer and fewer people on all the battlefields. However, the battles were also more and more deadly. However, all of that seemed to have nothing to do with Lin Feng. During those days, he walked in the mountains, he went to villages and cities. He saw many people, some of them lucky, some of them suffering. Some faced death, some lived. Lin Feng forgot about his own self. He led his life as an ordinary person and watched life go by. A month later, Lin Feng looked like someone who had suffered a lot in life. His clothes were ragged. He looked worn down and quiet, like an ordinary person. He laid down in the grass, put a wisp of straw in his mouth and nibbled it. Time passed slowly as he looked up at the blue sky. After understanding the path of life and death, Lin Feng understood that he couldn't just practice cultivation really hard all the time. He couldn't kill people unceasingly either. Sometimes it was important to relax and get back to nature. The world was beautiful and that in itself was beneficial. However, in the cultivation world, it was impossible to remain calm and serene all the time. At that moment, a powerful thread of qi appeared in the sky and oppressed the whole region. Lin Feng looked up at the energy. Some powerful lights had appeared in the sky, and a white bolt of lightning descended from the sky. A strong wind started blowing as someone landed next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him nonchalantly and said, "You're blind, but you can find people so easily." Jian Mang kept finding him everywhere and easily. "It's starting. Everybody is gathering. Let's go," said Jian Mang. He was efficient and didn't waste time. The forces gathered. The 5 Hell Great Emperors looked at the crowd from the sky. The number of people of the 5 groups wasn't homogeneous, though. For example, it seemed that there was almost nobody left from Great Imperial Song City and Taishan City. Minister Uptala looked calm and serene even though there were very few people left from Great Imperial Song City. War was about death, too. Battles to conquer territories could only be cruel. The strongest ones survived, the weakest ones died. That was their destiny and he couldn't do anything about it. "Who joined hands to kill my people?" demanded the Hell Great Emperor of Taishan City. They had already lost. He wanted to know who had killed their people. "If it was you, just say it," shouted a subordinate of the Taishan Hell Great Emperor. "We didn't do anything," replied the strong cultivator of Chujiang City indifferently. The others remained silent. The strong cultivator of Taishan City frowned. How strange. How could his warriors have disappeared just like that? Many strong cultivators came here. Chujiang City lost the least amount of people. "They've won," said the high-level Hell Emperor of Qingguang City. They had seemingly won the battle of the high-level Hell Emperors. "I agree," said the Hell Great Emperor of Taishan City indifferently. They completely ignored Great Imperial Song City, who had nobody left anymore. Then, they looked at the Hell Great Emperor of Pingdang City. "I agree too," said the Hell Great Emperor of Pingdang City. The strong cultivator of Chujiang City smiled. "So we won. Great." However, at that moment 2 people arrived in a flash of light. The crowd turned around and saw a blind man and a low-level emperor. "Great Imperial Song City refuses to surrender," said the blind man. The crowd was astonished. These 2 people? Minister Uptala looked at Jian Mang and Lin Feng strangely. Some mysterious things happen sometimes. Jian Mang and Lin Feng had both won 100 victories at the same time in the city. They had also defeated 9 other champions, and now they were here together. They were the last survivors of Great Imperial Song City. "Lin Feng, where are the others?" asked Minister Uptala to Lin Feng. "All the other groups had already plotted together against us, so when we arrived, they were attacked. However, I decided to go away before that, so I didn't see them. Then I bumped into Jian Mang." "I don't know about the others," said Lin Feng calmly. Minister Uptala nodded. "Wars were cruel. Great Imperial Song City had lost many people. Minister Uptala, does Great Imperial Song City accept the result or not? Asked the strong cultivator of Chujiang City, smiling coldly. Minister Uptala didn't reply. He looked at Lin Feng and Jian Mang. He knew they were incredible warriors. However, Chujiang City still had so many people and Lin Feng had just become a medium-level Hell Emperor. Only Jian Mang could easily defeat other medium-level Hell Emperors. "We don't," stated Jian Mang. "If you don't, then you have to battle to the death." "Are you sure?" asked the Hell Great Emperor of Chujiang City, smiling coldly. They still had 16 medium-level Hell Emperors. 2 people couldn't do anything against them. They were just acting recklessly. Minister Uptala said, "Jian Mang, Lin Feng, are you sure?" "Minister, we want to fight," said Lin Feng, nodding at Minister Uptala. When he saw how proud and self-confident they looked, he was surprised but smiled. "All right, since you want to fight, I support you too. Great Imperial Song City doesn't accept the result and wants to continue battling." "How brave," said the Hell Great Emperor of Chujiang City, smiling coldly. He waved his hands and said, "Everybody, battle to death." The members of the other groups moved back. Minister Uptala looked at Lin Feng and nodded. Apart from the strong cultivators of Chujiang City and Lin Feng and Jian Mang, nobody was left. Everybody else had moved back and wanted to watch the battle. "You cast deployment spells, I kill," said Jian Mang to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded his agreement. He landed on the ground and marks started appearing everywhere. Lin Feng was carved deployment marks at incredible speed. "Deployment spells?" Minister Uptala was astonished. Lin Feng understood deployment spells? Lin Feng released wind cosmic energies around his body to move even faster. His deployment marks were dazzling. The strong cultivators of Chujiang City were shocked. Those 2 dared fight, they had a reason. Deployment spells. "Kill him first and prevent him from casting a deployment spell," ordered someone icily. "Deployment spells could be terrifying." "Use a death spell and kill him instantly," shouted someone icily, releasing death cosmic energies which surrounded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng merely released life cosmic energies to counter them. Life cosmic energies? Life cosmic energies can oppress death energy, thought the strong cultivators of Chujiang City, who had all started releasing death cosmic energies at the same time. Their death cosmic energies were truly powerful. They could have killed a strong cultivator easily, but when those energies crashed onto Lin Feng's body, they turned into life cosmic energy. Green lights of vitality started appearing around Lin Feng. How is that possible? Thought the amazed Qi Jian combatants. They didn't understand what was going on. Lin Feng didn't stop moving and carving out dazzling marks. Demon and earth cosmic energies rose up into the air. A destructive strength oppressed the whole battlefield. A hellish spear streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng, carrying pure death intent. The air darkened as it sped forwards. Lin Feng smiled icily, as his Tianji sword spat out all sorts of cosmic energies and collided with the spear, shattering it instantly. Dozens and dozens of punches appeared in the air, and death strength rose to the skies. Their goal was simple: destroy Lin Feng and Jian Mang with an endless amount of death strength. "The circle of life," said Lin Feng. His life cosmic energy turned into a vortex and absorbed everything around. The incoming death strength kept turning into life strength. Lin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed all the energy before all their eyes. Jian Mang didn't waste time either. He moved like a lightning sword, his sword energies slashing at someone's eyes. Jian Mang was punched by an opponent and coughed up blood and was forced backwards. Jian Mang's sword attacks were strange. They didn't look powerful, but they were deadly. "Kill the one who's carving the deployment marks," shouted a cultivator furiously. Many people attacked at the same time, using all sorts of other cosmic energies to surround Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped away, and dazzling deployment marks started flashing and rising to the skies, colliding with all the energies. Their interplay blotted out the sky. Lin Feng's life energies had turned into a powerful vortex, forming a giant life and death pattern. His life and death energies have become one. His life energies heal him and he uses his death energies to attack, thought Minister Uptala, pleasantly astonished. Lin Feng understood life and death energies so well already. At the same time, he could even cast deployment spells. Minister Uptala was getting more and more impressed every day. The gigantic pattern dashed to the skies, and suddenly many people fell down from the air. Jian Mang continued moving around at lightning speed. His sword lights were dazzling. Horrible shrieks kept sounding out and many people's eyes started bleeding. What a fast sword! His sword moves like lightning. The crowd was shaken. These two people were terrifying. Who knew there were such cultivators in Great Imperial Song City? Minister Uptala was shocked and amazed by Lin Feng and Jian Mang's strength. He murmured to himself, "It's not a strange kind of cosmic energy. It's light cosmic energy." There was an infinite number of cosmic energies, but the most common ones weren't numerous, and were usually related to the 5 elements. However, some people also used powerful and strange cosmic energies, as was usually the case of some people from animal clans or people who had king body types. They could use strange and mysterious cosmic energies because they had inherited them. Some cosmic energies were related to the elements. For example, a golden crow's fire energy was an ameliorated version of sun energy. Some very talented people understood decay cosmic energy, and when reaching enlightenment, those people could control time. Some incredible people could also control light cosmic energy. Light cosmic energy granted a cultivator speed and could also make people go blind. Coupled with sword techniques, their attacks could be terrifyingly powerful. He didn't even use his full strength on the battle stage. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat 6 people at the same time too, thought Minister Uptala, watching Jian Mang. Life, death, light, and sword cosmic energies had filled the air, and coupled with the shattering deployment spell, half of the strong cultivators of Chujiang City had already been killed. When all the energies dispersed, the crowd noticed that a dozen people had died, and 3 had gone blind. 2 more were severely injured, 1 was lightly injured, and 2 were unharmed. When the crowd saw all this, they were astonished. What a tragedy for the strong cultivators of Chujiang City. The strong cultivator of Chujiang City wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. He was speechless. Jian Mang continued moving. His attacks still looked simple, but they were deadly. The 3 blinded people died at the same time, his sword lights cutting through their souls and flesh. The strong cultivators of Chujiang City were astonished, and had no time to react. Jian Mang's attacks were terrifying, they just realized how dangerous he was. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Imprison! Lin Feng flashed away, waved his hands, and one of the injured cultivators from Chujiang City was caged. The Tianji sword glittered, streaked across the sky towards him, piercing through his body and killing him. "Wake up!" shouted the Hell Great Emperor of Chujiang City furiously. The atmosphere shook. Lin Feng and Jian Mang even trembled. A lotus sword streaked across the sky again, and 3 more people from Chujiang City died. However, this time they were killed by Minister Uptala. "What are you doing?" shouted the Hell Great Emperor from Chujiang City furiously. "You intervened, so I can intervene too," replied Minister Uptala calmly. Then, he waved his hand and strength surrounded a strong cultivator from Chujiang City again. That person died instantly. The crowd looked at the Hell Great Emperor from Chujiang City. He had indeed just violated the rules indeed by getting involved. The medium-level Hell Emperors of Chujiang City were being slaughtered. Lin Feng, Jian Mang, and Minister Uptala killed them all. Those people were all heroes from Chujiang City, and now they had all died. What a tragedy! Taishan City, Taiguang, Pingdeng City, they have all surrendered. Now, Chujiang City decided to fight against Great Imperial Song City, and Great Imperial Song City has won this battle. I don't think anyone has anything to say about this, right? Asked Minister Uptala. The Hell Great Emperors of Taishan City and the other cities nodded. Great Imperial Song City had 2 incredible cultivators. They couldn't say anything against them. They didn't care if all those strong cultivators from Chujiang City had died. It had nothing to do with them. They had just watched the battle happily. The Chu Jian Hell Great Emperor was probably furious at the people from Great Imperial Song City. It was even more amusing that way. "I'm sure we'll meet again," said the Hell Great Emperor of Chujiang City, glaring at Minister Uptala, Lin Feng, and Jian Mang icily. He turned around and left. He didn't need to stay there. They'd had hopes for this battlefield. They had already lost the two others. Now they had nothing. The cultivators of Taishan City left, too. They had also lost the 3 battles. "Let's go," said Minister Uptala quietly. A gigantic blue Uptala lotus appeared. Lin Feng and Jian Mang jumped aboard it, and they all left. Now, the great emperors went to gather where the high-level emperors were fighting. The 3 groups gathered there. Wang Zhen and Minister Kalasutra looked at Minister Uptala. Wang Zhen said, "I thought we'd lost. But why did you come back with 2 people?" Minister Kalasutra stared at Jian Mang and Lin Feng. He only knew that Wang Zhua had died, so he had thought they'd lost that battle. However, Minister Uptala had now told him they had won that battle using telepathy. "Everybody else died fighting," said Minister Uptala. Wang Zhen was stunned. They had all died during the fighting? Wang Zhua is dead too? Wang Zhen was shocked and angry. Wang Zhua and he were related by blood. They were great Emperor Song's descendants. How could he explain this to Wang Xiao? "Everybody died, including Wang Zhua. Then those 2 survivors won?" asked Wang Zhen. He couldn't believe it. Lin Feng had survived, Wang Zhua had died. Had Minister Uptala protected Lin Feng? "He died a long time ago," said Minister Kalasutra. Wang Xiao even came inside to ask what had happened. "I made him go back. It's a war, not a game. Wang Zhua died, that's part of war." "Wang Xiao came here earlier?" Wang Zhen was startled and pulled a long face. He looked at Minister Kalasutra. "Minister, you should have told me earlier." Wang Zhua had died. Even if they conquered the territory, Wang Xiao wouldn't forgive him. Minister Kalasutra frowned. What did Wang Zhen think? That great Emperor Song's descendants were superior to them? Or what? They were ministers, they were stronger than Wang Zhen, how could they report to him? And since Wang Zhua died, how did you win the medium-level Hell Emperor's battle? Asked Wang Zhen. I don't know how Wang Zhua died. However, at the end of the 3 months, Lin Feng and Jian Mang decided to fight alone and defeated all the strong cultivators of Chujiang City. They won. Minister Uptala informed them. Wang Zhen was astonished and stared at Lin Feng and Jian Mang. You defeated all the cultivators of Chujiang City? Wang Zhen couldn't believe his eyes and asked, Minister Uptala, you managed the battle there. And surprisingly, you don't know how Wang Zhua died. Wang Zhen glanced at Lin Feng and asked, How did Wang Zhua die? Wang Zhua did things his own way and died. Why do you need to ask us, Master? Lin Feng asked Wang Zhen. Wang Zhua's death is a big problem. I need to understand, said Wang Zhen. Wang Xiao was really strong, and Wang Zhua was Wang Zhao's only son. They were supposed to help him conquer that territory. They needed to have a clear explanation. Wang Xiao had a bad temper. He would remember them. We risked our lives, and now you just remember Wang Zhua's death? Don't you know that Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra also lost many people? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Wang Zhen looked furious. Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra thought the same way. But Lin Feng had dared say it out loud. Wang Zhen remained silent with difficulty. Your Excellencies, if you agree, you can join Qingguang City's army, said the nearby Hell Great Emperor from Qingguang City to Lin Feng and Jian Mang. They had done so much for Great Imperial Song City, and now Great Imperial Song City's rulers seemed ungrateful. They were more than willing to accept such strong cultivators. Wang Zhen doesn't represent Great Imperial Song City. He just expresses his own opinion, said Minister Uptala at that moment. Wang Zhen was afraid of Wang Xiao. That was why he was acting this way. Kalasutra, I'm not participating anymore, and you? Asked Minister Uptala. Kalasutra turned around and waved dismissively. We're retreating as well. Minister Uptala nodded and looked at Lin Feng and Jian Mang. Let's go, then. A gigantic lotus reappeared. The few remaining people jumped onto it. Ching ching, Lin Feng, and the others jumped onto the lotus and left without even glancing at Wang Jin. Wang Jin pulled a long face. Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra had come to help, and without them, he couldn't do anything anymore. He looked at the cultivators from Qingguang City and Pingdeng City. They looked back at him mockingly. His cheeks felt like they were burning. Surprisingly, everybody had let him down, and now he was the real loser. Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra went back to the city. Many people knew about the war already. Not long before, Wang Zhua had died in battle. Wang Xiao had gone insane and destroyed many buildings. Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra have suffered heavy casualties. Things don't look good for them, said some people when they saw the two ministers come back. Wang Jin had come back too. He was furious. When the crowd saw how furious Wang Jin looked, they understood that the war hadn't gone well at all. Minister Kalasutra and Minister Uptala had gone to war for Wang Jin. They were supposed to help him take over that territory. Wang Jin would have become a minister that way. However, he had lost. After Wang Jin came back, he immediately headed to the private district since he was a descendant of great Emperor Song. Even people with privileges couldn't go there freely. Wang Jin looked glum. He went to a certain palace and waited outside, not daring to enter. After a short time, an old man appeared. His hair was white and he had wrinkles everywhere, but still managed to look fearsome. He glanced at Wang Jin indifferently. "You lost?" said the old man gloomily. Wang Jin lowered his head. "Monsignor, Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra are way too arrogant. They let Wang Zhua die, and in the end we had an opportunity to conquer that place. But they didn't want to let me control it, so they abandoned me. They don't care about us great Emperor Song descendants. In order to be a minister in hell, you need to be a man of virtue and honor. The ministers, and especially great Emperor Uptala, would never try to do anything to harm you. Minister Uptala even controls the strength of the 10,000 things of creation. He doesn't try to harm people on purpose. They would have never harmed Wang Zhua either. If you failed, it means you're not suitable to become a minister. From now on, don't come here anymore," said the man calmly. Wang Jin started trembling violently, and his face turned deathly pale. He was in the central part of Great Imperial Song City. This place was the symbol of the city. From now on, he couldn't go there anymore. He perfectly understood what that meant. "Monsignor," protested Wang Jin, trembling in fear. "Go now," said the man, making a shooing motion nonchalantly. He turned around and headed back into the palace. Wang Jin's heart was pounding violently. That old man was even more powerful than what the legends said about him. He was the only one who could see Great Emperor Song. Seeing Great Emperor Song was extremely difficult even for ministers. Great Emperor Song was one of the 10 Yama Court's kings, one of the 10 great leaders of hell. Even his descendants didn't know how strong he really was. Wang Jin left, and far away, he sensed a cold energy surround him. He turned around and saw Wang Xiao. "Brother Wang Xiao." Wang Jin greeted him politely. "Don't call me that," said Wang Xiao icily. "I'm asking you, who killed my son Wang Zhua?" Wang Jin's expression changed drastically. "How unlucky. What a tragedy. Today was so horrible." He had to give Wang Xiao an explanation, but he didn't know how Wang Zhua had died. "Brother Wang Xiao, after we entered that territory, I asked Minister Uptala to take care of Wang Zhua. However, later they told me that he had been killed. I was furious at Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra. Then, they abandoned me and refused to continue helping me conquer the area. I was forced to leave the small world and came back alone," said Wang Jin coldly. He was trying to blame everyone else for all those problems. "What you mean is that you don't know how my son died?" asked Wang Xiao. An ice-cold chi surrounded Wang Jin. The battlefields were divided into 3, one for low-level Hell Emperors, one for medium-level Hell Emperors, and one for high-level Hell Emperors. Wang Zhua followed Minister Uptala to the medium-level Hell Emperor's battlefield. Only medium-level Hell Emperors could fight, so nothing should have happened to Wang Zhua. "I don't know what Minister Uptala did. You can go and check, Brother Wang Xiao." "A bunch of nonsense," shouted Wang Xiao furiously. "My son had my talisman. He could have made it explode to protect his life. Unless a Hell Great Emperor attacked him, he couldn't have died. How could he die on the medium-level Hell Emperor's battlefield? I also think it's strange, Wang Zhen agreed. He had already thought of that. If Wang Zhua had faced danger, he would have broken the talisman or used a great imperial weapon. However, he had been killed nonetheless. There's another possibility, said Wang Zhen suddenly as if he had thought of something. What possibility? Asked Wang Xiao. One of your people could have assassinated him, proposed Wang Zhen icily. Indeed, Minister Uptala came back alone with Lin Feng and Jian Meng. One of them is blind, the other one has just become a medium-level Hell Emperor. How could they be strong enough to kill all those medium-level Hell Emperors? How come they cooperated? Besides, Minister Uptala and Lin Feng are quite close, he takes care of Lin Feng. Lin Feng even went back to Minister Uptala's headquarters. Wang Xiao frowned. His son had died, and the matter was very strange, so anything was possible. Lin Feng and Jian Meng were the only survivors. Brother Wang Xiao, you have an inspection technique. If you inspect their memories, you'll find out the truth, said Wang Zhen. Wang Xiao seemed pensive. He couldn't do anything against Minister Uptala and Minister Kalasutra. Regarding Lin Feng and Jian Meng, he just needed an opportunity to attack them. After all, they were Minister Uptala's guests. He couldn't attack them openly. However, his son Wang Zhua had died. He had to try anything he could. Lin Feng didn't know what Wang Xiao and Wang Zhan were talking about. He was in Minister Uptala's headquarters. Minister Uptala, we offended Wang Zhen. He's one of great Emperor Song's descendants. Won't they cause trouble? Asked Lin Feng to Minister Uptala. We're in hell. There are 10 Yama courts. If we hold grudges against one another, then great Imperial Song City will disappear. Lin Feng, you have to understand that strength is all that matters here, said Minister Uptala. Great Imperial Song City was one of the 10 cities of hell. Strength was all that mattered. Anyone who was strong enough was respected. Lin Feng was such a person. Minister, do kings inherit their position of 10 Yama Court's king? Asked Lin Feng. Minister Uptala looked at Lin Feng, smiled and shook his head. Of course not. The position of 10 Yama Court's king is obtained thanks to strength. If someone becomes a peerless cultivator and defeats great Emperor Song, then they'll replace him. But nobody has tried to attack great Emperor Song in thousands of years. Lin Feng was stupefied. Great Emperor Song had been one of the 10 Yama Court's kings for thousands of years? How strong? Of course, even though Wang Zhen doesn't attack strong people, maybe he will try and attack you. After all, you offended him too. You have to be careful, warned Minister Uptala. Lin Feng nodded, he knew that. Let's go, Lin Feng. I'm going to show you around the Uptala district, said Minister Uptala, smiling at Lin Feng. He took Lin Feng to several different buildings. After a short time, they arrived in front of a lake and went into the water. There was a door there, it looked like an illusion. They crossed it and ended up in a courtyard. There was a pattern under Lin Feng's feet. Teleportation deployment spell, thought Lin Feng looking at the marks of the pattern. The marks were holy marks. After Minister Uptala conquered a territory, he had created a teleportation deployment spell to go there easily. Let's go! Minister Uptala and Lin Feng rose up into the air. After a short time, they appeared above a beautiful watery world. There were many waterfalls and rivers. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw people wearing Uptala armor. They were seated cross-legged and practicing cultivation. Some of them fought against one another to practice. Some others talked about cultivation. Those people were also extremely strong. Those people are the members of the Uptala army. They work together a lot. They can fight against one another to compare themselves, and they can talk about cultivation. I also make them travel sometimes. Of course, if they want to stay alone, they can too. They help me control this part of hell. People who are talented can join my army, Minister Uptala explained to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. This army controlled a part of hell. Minister, greeted his army, bowing before Minister Uptala. Don't pay attention to me, said Minister Uptala calmly. The crowd then continued with what they were doing. Minister, I can sense blue Uptala lotus intent here, why? Lin Feng asked him. Minister Uptala smiled. Rise higher up in the air and observe the region. You'll understand. Lin Feng was surprised. He rose up into the air, piercing through some clouds, and looked down. That gigantic ice and watery world had the shape of a lotus. The mountains were gigantic petals. Blue Uptala lotus. Lin Feng was stunned. He dropped back down to Minister Uptala. Minister Uptala smiled and said, It was a flatland. So my father planted some blue Uptala lotus seeds here, turned into a water and ice world. Many strong cultivators here practice hellish ice cultivation, as my father did. I practice fire cultivation, so now many people here control fire too. Everybody can practice what they want. Everybody is the master of their own destiny. Everybody chooses different paths. You have already chosen the path of life and death. You understand life and death better than most people. Even though I can't influence people's destinies, at least, I can help them along, Minister Uptala said slowly. Lin Feng nodded. Cultivators understood cosmic energies. Cosmic energies influenced a cultivator's life and what they could understand or study later. But nothing was fixed. Minister Uptala was telling Lin Feng, My path of the Uptala is my own path. I can help you, but I can't decide anything for you. Lin Feng had been helped a great deal by Minister Uptala. Without him, he wouldn't have been cleansed by life-death cosmic energy. Minister, so when I observe the blue Uptala lotus, I can't borrow your ideas to make them turn into my own path? Asked Lin Feng. Of course you can, but you just use it, you don't apply everything. And anyway, powerful families emerge like that. Their ancestors keep passing things on to their descendants, and they become stronger and stronger if they do the right things, explained Minister Uptala. Lin Feng nodded. That was the role of a teacher. Besides, there's a strange rock in this world, called the Mark of the Path. It allows cultivators to understand the strength of enlightenment, Minister Uptala mentioned. Lin Feng had already been cleansed by the life-death dual energy. Even many great emperors weren't capable of achieving that. It wasn't a criterion to become a great emperor at all. However, it was an advantage if a great emperor had undergone the process. Mark of the Path? It was the first time Lin Feng heard about that strange thing. Indeed, the Mark of the Path. There are many sorts of marks of the path. The simplest ones are used by cultivators to mark their path inside. There are also marks of the path used by cultivators before dying. They don't die completely. They put their life in the stone and then it turns into their life path. Then they can be used by their descendants. It's a very precious treasure and they are very rarely used. Some strong cultivators create such stones, but they have to know they're going to die to do that. The power of such a stone depends on the cultivator's comprehensive abilities during his life. There's another strange stone, the stone of fertility of the earth and sky. They are very precious. Different marks of the path have different values, said Minister Uptala slowly. Lin Feng calmly listened. His knowledge of cultivation was becoming deeper and deeper. There were all sorts of strength, matching the different sorts of marks of the path. Those stones could help cultivators practice. Xian has chosen the path of mercilessness. She started by practicing skills, and then she really started walking on the path of mercilessness. Lin Feng mused to himself. He suddenly realized how mysterious the 3 live scriptures were. With the 3 live scriptures, a cultivator could choose different paths. How powerful! With one body, there were many limits, and a cultivator could choose only one path to achieve enlightenment. With several bodies, it was easier to achieve enlightenment. At that moment, someone rose up into the air and greeted Minister Uptala. Minister! Sherchuan, are you done selecting people? Minister Uptala asked Sherchuan. More than 50 people are willing, Sherchuan informed Minister Uptala. Minister Uptala looked surprised and smiled. So many people! Yes, they are all heroes. I wonder how many people can survive. Agreed Sherchuan. Lin Feng was startled. Another dangerous event was going to happen? That's their decision. They can only rely on their own self, said Minister Uptala calmly. Just tell them to be careful. Even if they obtain nothing, the most important thing is to survive, Otherwise being a cultivator is useless. I understand, nodded Szechuan. When Qing heard Minister Uptala and Szechuan's conversation, her beautiful eyes gleamed. Szechuan looked at her and smiled. Qing, you're getting more and more beautiful. Are you not looking for a man? Szechuan, you're making fun of me. Men only think about cultivation. Why say I'm beautiful each time you talk about me? Maybe someday I'll go to the celestial country too, smiled Qing. She knew Szechuan quite well. He was her father's assistant, a vice minister. Every minister in hell had a vice minister. Qing, I would be happy if you did. I don't think your father wants you to leave though, grinned Szechuan. In the cultivation world, women weren't as gifted as men, that was a fact. They didn't despise women, but women weren't as domineering on the path of cultivation. They weren't as cruel as men either. Of course, many women were also stronger than many men. There were just far more strong men than strong women. If she's strong enough, she can go if she wishes, Minister Uptala agreed. Minister, who's this young man? I've never seen him before, asked Szechuan, looking at Lin Feng. Even though Minister Uptala was humble and amiable, not many people could stand next to Minister Uptala like that. Minister Uptala probably liked this young man a great deal. I forgot to introduce you. This is Lin Feng. He's not a low-level Hell Emperor, but he might be able to defeat high-level Hell Emperors, smiled Minister Uptala. Szechuan was surprised and asked, he's not hiding his cultivation level? 3 months ago he was on the battle stage outside of the city, on the battle stage of low-level Hell Emperors. He attained 100 non-stop victories, and then he defeated 9 other champions. He even defeated 6 of them at the same time. And while he was fighting, he became a medium-level Hell Emperor, explained Minister Uptala, smiling as he recounted the past. He's barely been a medium-level Hell Emperor and can already defeat high-level Hell Emperors? Said Szechuan. He couldn't believe it. How incredible. I took them to conquer a territory. The other cultivator who won 100 battles was a medium-level Hell Emperor. Together, they defeated 16 medium-level Hell Emperors from Chujiang City. Szechuan was amazed. 2 people had defeated 16 medium-level Hell Emperors from Chujiang? And where is the other one? He's alone having a walk. All right, said Szechuan with a nod. He looked at Lin Feng and said, little friend, when you become a high-level Hell Emperor, I'll take you to the celestial country. I was thinking the same. There are cultivators of different levels in the celestial country. There are many low-level Hell Emperors and medium-level Hell Emperors there, but it's still too dangerous for people who aren't high-level Hell Emperors. When Lin Feng becomes a high-level Hell Emperor, take him there. He'll benefit from it, agreed Minister Uptala. Lin Feng asked, Minister, what is the celestial country? The celestial country is a world created for geniuses. There are many extremely strong and heroic warriors there who constantly fight to become stronger. When people go there, they call it the challenge of the celestial country, explained Minister Uptala, explained in simple words. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What is the criterion to take the challenge of the celestial country? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious, as he hadn't known there was such a place in hell. There's no criterion. If you have broken through to the Huangqi layer, you can go. However, it is an independent place cut off from the world. You cannot use treasures from outside there. You can't use other people's godly awareness either. That place is filled with a strange strength. It's called the challenge of the celestial country because people go there to practice and challenge themselves, Szechuan told him. Lin Feng was startled. He looked at Szechuan and asked, Master, is it possible to go participate in the challenge of the celestial country anytime? The passage is opened once a year. When you go there, you have to stay for a year. It's very dangerous. You can't use ancestors' godly awareness there. Even if people kill you there, nobody will know about it, Szechuan explained to Lin Feng politely. Lin Feng nodded, he understood. No matter who went there, everybody was the same in there. A person's social status didn't matter there. Nobody could protect them. It was probably a chaotic world, however, people called it a celestial country. When will the next opening happen? Asked Lin Feng. Sherchuan answered. Soon. That's why I'm selecting people in the Uptala army among those who are willing to go. Once every year. Lin Feng's eyes shone. He looked at Minister Uptala and said, Minister, I want to participate in the challenge of the celestial country this time. Minister Uptala was surprised and looked at Lin Feng. The challenge of the celestial country is extremely hard. You have to stay there for 1 year once you're there. There are many powerful people there. Some of them are already at the top of the Huang Qi layer. Wait until you're a high-level Hell Emperor and then you can go. If you don't want to wait that long, you still need to stabilize your cultivation. After all, you'll have the opportunity every year. Danger is part of a cultivator's life. When facing danger, you can surpass others. I have already made my decision. I am going to participate in the challenge of the celestial country, swore Lin Feng insistently. He didn't have much time. He needed to become stronger and then he needed to find the exit to go back to the continent of the Nine Clouds. If he participated in the challenge of the celestial country this year, he'd become much stronger. Minister Uptala remained silent for a few seconds and finally nodded. Since you have already made your decision, I won't prevent you from going. But you have to remember, stay safe. There aren't only strong cultivators from hell there. Eh? Lin Feng was astonished and stared at Minister Uptala. Minister, are you saying that people from other worlds participate in the challenge of the celestial country? Indeed. You need to know about that. You'll understand when you go there, Minister Uptala said mysteriously. However, Lin Feng was astonished. His heart was pounding violently. People from other worlds participated in the challenge of the celestial country. Maybe he would find a solution to go back to the Nine Clouds continent from there. For Lin Feng, that was an extremely important piece of information. After all, he wouldn't be able to meet any of the 10 Yama Courts kings within a short period of time. So for the time being, finding another way to go back was the best thing to do. Lin Feng, since you decided to participate in the challenge of the celestial country, stay here and practice cultivation really hard these days. When the right time comes, Sherchuan will come and take you there, said Minister Uptala. Lin Feng nodded and replied, All right. Thank you, Minister. After that, Lin Feng practiced cultivation calmly. He also had a few walks in the different Uptala territories. He went to the library and read books. Lin Feng didn't study them really hard, but he memorized some things. Reading books was always beneficial anyway. Lin Feng came out of the library and sensed that someone was looking at him. Someone's eyes were glittering, but that person continued walking. Lin Feng didn't say anything, as if nothing had happened. It wasn't the first time someone had looked at him. Lin Feng knew that someone was spying on him. He just didn't know who it was exactly. However, he knew that since Wang Zhuo was dead, Wang Zhen didn't like him, and he had said that Wang Zhuo's father, Wang Xiao, wouldn't accept his son's death. But Wang Xiao and Wang Zhen couldn't do anything against Lin Feng in Uptala. After all, he had been invited by Minister Uptala to come there, and he had also relied on his own self to obtain privileges. If something happened to him in the city, then it could have serious consequences. They couldn't do anything against Lin Feng in the city. Some time passed. Lin Feng went to an ice mountain in the Uptala world. He looked around as life and death lights glittered while he controlled the air around him. It was an incredible display. At that moment, a silhouette came up next to Lin Feng and looked at Lin Feng strangely. This young man controls life and death strength. No wonder that the minister thinks highly of him. He's very talented. Lin Feng opened his eyes and smiled. Master Sherchuan, is the challenge of the celestial country going to start? Indeed. Let's go, nodded Sherchuan. Lin Feng stood up and rose up into the air, following Sherchuan. After a short time, they landed on another mountain range. There were many other strong cultivators present, and they all looked extraordinary. The challenge of the celestial country was extremely difficult. As Minister Uptala had said, heroes participated in the challenge of the celestial country. Ordinary people couldn't go there. They'd die within a few seconds if they did. Even some people from rich and powerful clans didn't dare go there. Minister Uptala looked over the crowd and asked, Is everyone ready? Minister, don't worry. We are a big team. In case of danger, we'll help one another, spoke up someone. Minister Uptila smiled and said, Please be careful. Don't be obsessed with success. You are all heroic army members. I hope you'll come back safe and sound. Even if you don't progress a lot, it doesn't matter. Just come back. We understand, replied everybody, bowing before Minister Uptila. Minister Uptila looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you are very weak. You have to be extremely careful. During the challenge of the celestial country, there will be many extremely strong cultivators. Some of them are abnormally powerful. Lin Feng nodded. Minister, I know about that. Since it's that way, I'm not saying anything else. I'll wait for you to come back like heroes, said Minister Uptila. Everybody looked solemn and respectful. They would very possibly die during the challenge of the celestial country. Let's go, said Sherchuan, waving his hand. Everybody followed him to another location. Very quickly, they arrived in Minister Uptila's headquarters and left. Lin Feng realized that people from everywhere in the city seemed agitated. There was no restriction to participate to the challenge of the celestial country. All emperors could participate. Members of all the armies could, as well. All the ministers sent people to the challenge of the celestial country. The entrance to the celestial country was in Challenge Mountain. It was where the 10 cities of hell had a common border. Sherchuan led the way. It took them a month of travel to get there. Lin Feng was amazed at the size of Great Imperial Song City's territory again. Sherchuan was a great emperor and could travel really fast, but it still took them a month. Outside of Challenge Mountain, there was a seemingly endless number of strong cultivators from all 10 cities of hell. Some of them were soldiers, some of them were individuals, some of them belonged to powerful groups in hell, but in any case they were all emperors. There were many medium-level hell emperors and high-level hell emperors. There were only a few low-level hell emperors. These people seemed so strong, thought Lin Feng, gazing over everyone. These people were terrifying, and all of them were emperors. It was hard to imagine. After arriving in the celestial country, many strong cultivators will be waiting for you there. Those people don't want to leave the celestial country. They are all terrifyingly strong. They want to stay there to continue becoming stronger, Sherchuan said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded his understanding. When will the passage open? Asked Lin Feng, looking around. It was very cloudy here. Today. The passage opens every year once for 3 days. During those 3 days you can enter or leave. I suggest you go in on the last day, Sherchuan advised Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't understand, but then Sherchuan continued. During the first 2 days, some people who entered last year will stay there to hunt more people. Lin Feng understood. On the last day, those hunters would definitely leave the world. Greed is the most dangerous thing during the challenge of the celestial country, because many people want to obtain as many treasures as they can. Other people are precious treasures for you. You hunt people to hunt treasures. Those people are real heroes, and their rings contain priceless treasures. Remember what the minister said. Don't be too greedy. Stay safe, Sherchuan told them all. At that moment, the cloud became dazzling and golden. The golden clouds illuminated everything. Someone came out of the golden clouds and flew away into the distance. How fast, he didn't stay here, even for a second, thought Lin Feng. Then someone else came out and then a third person, and people came out one after another. Nobody stuck around. Those people all had a common point. They didn't stay there at all and left immediately. Those people were chased by others, considered Lin Feng. So many strong cultivators were coming out of the celestial country. Even if they were extremely strong, they didn't want to take risks. In hell it was different, as they couldn't fight as they wished. If they did, they would have to bear the consequences of their actions. They might not know other people's social status, so if they offended a powerful group, their friends might help. Someone is going in. The watchers were startled. Someone had penetrated into the golden clouds and gone into the celestial country. But very few people entered immediately, only 1 or 2 once in a while. However, people kept coming out unceasingly, and the golden lights didn't disappear. That lasted for 3 days. Then Sichuan looked at Lin Feng and the others. It's the last day. You can go in. When you cross the passage, you will end up in different places. Remember to stay safe. Don't worry, Master. We know what to do. Everybody nodded. Then they rose up into the air and dove into the clouds. Lin Feng followed along. While rising up into the air, he looked down at the ground once and took a deep breath. When Lin Feng crossed the clouds, he saw a golden empty space door of empty space. It trembled in front of him, and then Lin Feng was teleported somewhere else. He disappeared from there, and was suddenly falling from the skies. Die! Shouted someone icily. Lin Feng sensed death chi all around him. Life! Said Lin Feng. Life and death energies rotated around him. His life energy became much more powerful. However, Lin Feng was startled and had cold sweats. If he hadn't understood life and death as a dual energy, he would have lost half of his life. His eyes were glittering as he saw a skinny old man. That person was gray-skinned and looked half dead. The only restriction to participate to the challenge of the celestial country was cultivation level. There was no age restriction. That old man was a high-level Hell Emperor. He was waiting idly for opportunities. When he saw new people come out, he naturally tried his luck. During these 3 days, more and more people had come to the celestial country. At that moment, Lin Feng looked like a low-level Hell Emperor. So the old man didn't want to let him off. The old man moved like the wind, and a powerful black wind of death started blowing. The skinny old man's eyes looked like black holes. Lin Feng released wind cosmic energies, but he was still slower than the old man. Dazzling lights appeared. Lin Feng took out an imperial weapon, a sword. He wanted to see if he could use great imperial weapons in there. A destructive strength descended from the sky and crashed onto the sword, turning it to ashes. Lin Feng raised his head. What kind of strength was that? Was it forbidden to use weapons in this world? And therefore a mysterious strength had descended from the sky and destroyed his sword? Had this world been created by a strong cultivator, too? Stay here forever, said the skinny old man icily. Death chi dashed to the skies and moved towards Lin Feng, turning into a hand of death. His opponent's death energy was corroded by his own life energy. It all turned into life energy. At the same time, Lin Feng released sword energies. The death hand crackled as it broke apart. A low-level Hell Emperor can be so strong? The skinny old man looked stupefied. Lin Feng could make death chi turn into life chi. How strange, he was very powerful. However, the old man was determined. He wanted to defeat Lin Feng. Maybe he had incredible treasures. Where are you going, little boy? Said the skinny old man provocatively. The earth and the sky around Lin Feng were filled with death energies. If Lin Feng hadn't been strong enough, he would have been killed outright by those energies. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. In the celestial country, he couldn't use imperial weapons and great imperial weapons. He could only rely on his own strength. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of a mountain, and at the top of the mountain, there was a middle-aged man. His chi was powerful and sharp as he stood there calmly. Lin Feng felt a new pressure. No wonder Minister Uptala had told him to wait before coming to this place. It was extremely dangerous here. There were so many strong cultivators here, and the people staying here used it to hunt newcomers. However, Lin Feng continued flying. The middle-aged man noticed that Lin Feng was looking at him, but he still looked unmoved. Powerful wind and empty space cosmic energies surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng landed on the mountain not far from the middle-aged man and suddenly penetrated into an empty space. At the same time, the middle-aged man also moved, turning into a powerful sword. It was as if there was no strength in the air around anymore. Even the old man's death chi broke apart. The powerful sword's target wasn't Lin Feng. It was the skinny old man. The skinny old man was a high-level Hell Emperor. Lin Feng was a low-level Hell Emperor. The skinny old man's expression changed drastically. He released as much death chi as he could, and it turned into a death chi vortex. If the attacker got closer, he'd die. The middle-aged man turned into a sword and penetrated straight into the vortex, which started bubbling. The old man stared at it. The swordsman had dared go straight in. Was he going to die? However, at that moment a powerful sword chi cut apart everything. The sword came out of the vortex. The atmosphere froze for a moment before the vortex exploded. The skinny old man's body was sliced into two. The middle-aged man's sword attack was extremely swift. A few rings fell from the sky, and the swordsman immediately grabbed them. Then he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't left, he had just watched. People there were extremely powerful. At that moment, the swordsman was still surrounded by death chi. He had still suffered a little from the skinny old man's death chi vortex. The swordsman's body was being corroded by death chi. Even though he looked unaffected, he was still trying to expel the death chi from his body with cosmic energies. "If you give me all your precious items willingly, I won't kill you," declared the swordsman, looking at Lin Feng calmly. He had ambushed the skinny old man for a simple reason. He could kill Lin Feng easily, but not the old man. Lin Feng shook his head. The swordsman's eyes glittered and he said, "You think I can't kill you? Your sword attacks are so fast, of course you can defeat me easily," said Lin Feng indifferently. He had no doubt that that guy could kill him easily. He had seen his sword attacks. His speed cosmic energies were terrifying. When speed abstruse energies turned into cosmic energies, they were fearsome. This guy's speed cosmic energies were terrifying. "Since you understand, that's good," said the swordsman calmly. "You shouldn't have come here. Even if I don't steal your treasures, other people will. You should find a place to hide." "Thank you very much for your help," said Lin Feng, throwing a ring at the swordsman before leaving quickly. The swordsman put his godly awareness inside the ring and turned furious. He transformed into a sword and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't escape. The swordsman was too fast and he was much faster than the skinny old man. Lin Feng opened his third eye. Destructive strength descended from the sky. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned around and opened his bestial consciousness, releasing black water and desolate chi. Lin Feng then disappeared into that black lake. His enemy released sword energies, which streaked across the sky. He opened the black lake and continued charging towards Lin Feng. Lacerate. Dazzling sword lights turned into two light beams, and Lin Feng's body was suddenly cut in two. Both sides fell down from the sky. The swordsman watched Lin Feng icily. That was a strange chi. Earth. Earth strength descended from the sky and crashed down onto him. Lin Feng reappeared. The swordsman was startled. The Lin Feng he had cut apart was a clone. A fake. Lin Feng suddenly took out a destructive black lotus. The swordsman reacted instantly. Another sword appeared and streaked across the sky. Destructive strength filled and made the lotus explode. Fireballs blew in all directions. A powerful strength moved towards the swordsman and crashed onto his transformed sword arm, and it started burning. The fire was very corrosive, and the swordsman's expression changed drastically. Finally, he couldn't remain calm anymore. Suddenly, he cut his right arm off with his left arm. "Die!" said the swordsman. Sword energies whistled out and raced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could die at any time. Lin Feng was prepared. He had already released Devamara Culpa strength. When it collided with the sword strength, the sky exploded. Lin Feng moved back and watched the swordsman icily. He was a high-level Hell Emperor and was extremely strong. He could carry out explosive attacks with the power of his mind. A moment before, Lin Feng had hidden in the small world of his spirit and had released a clone outside. That was how he had tricked the swordsman. Without using the power of his spirit, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to defeat that man. But Lin Feng couldn't use the power of his spirit in such conditions. It was too dangerous. He was surrounded by danger. He couldn't be sure that nobody was watching them here. Therefore, Lin Feng flew away. Lin Feng had destroyed one of his arms. Even though the man could recover, it was still humiliating. "Die!" The swordsman turned into a sword again and continued chasing after Lin Feng. Dazzling sword lights filled the air. Lin Feng was surrounded by sword energies. Lin Feng shivered. This guy was terrifying, and the sword lights were extremely sharp. Lin Feng suddenly stopped and rose up into the air. Life and death energies started twinkling. Lin Feng also released Devamara Culpa strength. "Destroy!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He didn't only use his 9 Culpa swords, millions of swords were whistling. Lin Feng suddenly turned around. His eyes became extremely sharp. When the swordsman saw that Lin Feng had stopped, he opened his third eye and dazzling lights emerged from it. He wanted to destroy Lin Feng's sword attacks, but it wasn't that easy. He couldn't afford to underestimate Lin Feng anyway. If Lin Feng had been at the same cultivation level as him, he would have killed the swordsman easily with such an attack. When Lin Feng stopped, he released endless amounts of death and life energies. The swordsman was shocked to see this, and stopped cold to stare at Lin Feng. A will-destroying sword attack and demon culpa strength descended from the sky. This was the strength of a medium-level Hell Emperor, and 2 life and death deployment spells appeared as well. Medium-level Hell Emperor. The swordsman was startled. He had to kill Lin Feng now. Life and death deployment spell. Even without going inside, "I can still kill you," swore the swordsman. He raised his left arm, he condensing sword intent. It seemed that this intent didn't even contain cosmic strength, like it was a pure sword. However, that was one of his powers. When he made cosmic energies fuse together with his sword attack, his opponents couldn't sense them. "Die!" shouted the man furiously, and then endless amounts of sword energies shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was in the middle of his life and death deployment spell, and there were sword energies everywhere. At the same time, Lin Feng moved and the atmosphere trembled. "If you could kill me with your sword energies, why would I make a deployment spell?" Lin Feng asked icily. He continued rising up in the air, and his life and death deployment spell flashed. Lin Feng did hand seals in the air. Destructive strength invaded the space around him. The swords collided with the destructive strength spectacularly. There were destructive energies everywhere. Lin Feng's deployment spells were excellent. He had a great deal of experience at using them now. He had also studied the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures, so he understood evolution strength really well. He could imitate various deployment spells easily. At this moment, Lin Feng was standing in the deployment spell and was surrounded by destructive strength. He looked quite calm as he faced the swordsman and asked, "Can you kill me now?" The swordsman pulled a long face. In the distance, people were looking at them coldly. Their battle had attracted many people's attention. It was getting dangerous. They could both turn into prey for others. "Can you kill me with a life and death deployment spell?" replied the swordsman after remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he entered the deployment spell. When he entered the deployment spell, he turned into a sharp sword. He wanted to destroy the deployment spell. "I control life and death in my deployment spell. Your attacks are useless in here," said Lin Feng, taking a step. Dazzling lights filled the air as he released life and death strength. Everything became darkness, the arrival of Judgment Day. The swordsman was surrounded by infinite darkness, and being assaulted constantly. His sword energies started fading. The swordsman suddenly released even more dazzling sword lights to resist the death strength. He then rose up again. If he stayed in there for too long, he could die. Die! Lin Feng shouted furiously. More death strength descended from the sky. The swordsman's face turned gray. The death chi corroded his body. He couldn't resist anymore. "Stay here!" shouted Lin Feng. He waved his hands. An earth cage appeared and stopped the swordsman. More death chi penetrated into his body, and he slowly closed his eyes. That death chi didn't look deadly, but could still kill. At that moment, many people were watching Lin Feng and saw him kill the swordsman. They were stupefied. The swordsman wasn't extremely strong, but he was still a high-level Hell Emperor, and Lin Feng had killed him. Lin Feng seemed to have the strength of a low-level Hell Emperor. However, his real level seemed to be that of a medium-level Hell Emperor. However, his life and death deployment spell was terrifying, and could easily kill people. His death strength was terrifying. It didn't look powerful, but it was extremely deadly. Lin Feng picked up the loot from the swordsman's body, and nobody attacked him. He was dangerous. They had to be careful or else they could easily die. After picking up the loot, Lin Feng looked at everyone around watching him. He knew that their battle had attracted many people. However, the watchers still left. Lin Feng was very self-confident. Nobody wanted to take such risks. He didn't seem to be afraid of them. Everybody was like that. Lin Feng was warning them off by being self-confident. After that, Lin Feng descended from the sky. He didn't want to draw too many people's attention. After that, Lin Feng found a mountain range. He went to the highest peak and glanced around. There! Lin Feng glanced around. Then he stopped and started carving deployment marks at the top of the mountain. Life and death deployment lights appeared indistinctly. After a short time, his deployment spell was dazzling. However, Lin Feng waved his hands and the death strength disappeared. Only life strength was left. After that, Lin Feng didn't stop carving deployment spells. Very quickly, more marks appeared everywhere, including illusion marks. Finally, when Lin Feng finished, an illusion energy surrounded the mountain range. It was filled with life and vitality. Lin Feng stopped after casting 2 illusion spells. He sat down cross-legged and another Lin Feng appeared. It was an ordinary clone. He stood up and looked around, protected by the illusion spell. Lin Feng could practice cultivation with his real body and his clone could pay attention. Lin Feng closed his eyes and a chessboard appeared in his mind. The Celestial Evolution chessboard. Lin Feng stood on it. At that moment, he carved 2 deployment spells on the chessboard, a life and death mark as well as an illusion mark. More marks appeared everywhere. Deployment spells exist thanks to evolution energy. You use your mind to cast deployment spells. I already know a few of the 3,000 great deployment spells. I can make them evolve, too. I also need less time to cast them, and they are even more powerful, thought Lin Feng. He had managed to kill the swordsman with a life and death deployment spell, but he still needed some time and effort. He wouldn't be able to kill extremely powerful cultivators that way. He used the strength of the Celestial Evolution Holy Scriptures. A light beam appeared and began to evolve slowly. Lin Feng focused. With his clone outside, he felt safe enough to focus on his task. A few hours later, someone arrived near Lin Feng and looked at the 2 clones. "What a powerful life strength," said that person. He looked at Lin Feng's clone and said, "Your Excellency, your life chi is incredible. You're not really a low-level Hell Emperor, are you? Don't come closer. Stay 1,000 steps away," replied Lin Feng calmly. He looked at that person with his pitch-black eyes emotionlessly. That person stopped his advance and smiled. "Your Excellency, don't misunderstand me. I mean you no harm. The challenge of the celestial country is extremely difficult. We could travel together and help one another." Then he continued coming closer. "I'm practicing cultivation. I don't want to travel. If you really don't harbor evil intentions, then come back in 100 days, said Lin Feng. "Your Excellency, if you take one more step in my direction, I will consider you as an enemy. Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy, isn't it?" said that person. He continued walking forwards. Lin Feng waved his hands and suddenly the atmosphere changed and became dark. Lin Feng's clone and body disappeared. At the same time, death chi started corroding the man's body. The man's face turned gray. He rose up into the air, but he was now stuck in the illusion. When he died, he was still staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even open his eyes with his real body. His clone picked up the enemy's ring. He left the corpse and the life energy came back. People preferred life energy. It made them feel confident. By leaving the corpse there, he was warning people. Time passed slowly. A few corpses had built up, stirred by the blowing wind. The marks at the top of the mountain also started changing. Lin Feng wanted to try what he had worked out mentally. He made the life and death deployment spell fuse together with the illusion one, and they turned into a single gigantic deployment spell. That way, he wouldn't need to carve 2 deployment spells anymore. He'd just cast one. 2 months later, his deployment spell had become even larger. It had turned into a gigantic, dazzling pattern. There was life energy everywhere, and trees had started growing, showing leaves and everything. Lin Feng continued studying. not leaving until the day when his demon culpa strength had become powerful enough. He opened his eyes, now filled with sharp demon culpa strength. Even now that I'm a medium-level emperor, I still need to be cleansed by culpa strength 81 times. But it still hasn't happened, thought Lin Feng, lifting his head to look at the unresponsive sky. He rose and walked over to his clone, who gave him all the precious items from the dead, and then they both fused together again. Lin Feng continued walking to the edge of the mountain. He glanced around and saw someone in white clothes standing on a stone. Their robe was fluttering in the wind like their black hair. The man sensed someone and turned around, noticed Lin Feng, and smiled. "Your Excellency? I'm from Jalakandra Fairyland. I noticed that your deployment spells were amazing. I've been waiting here for a long time. Would you like to come to Jalakandra Fairyland?" That person had come by a few times. Lin Feng's clone had seen him several times. Lin Feng didn't need to offend him. "Jalakandra Fairyland, where is that?" asked Lin Feng. Jalakandra Fairyland is a group in the celestial country. From generation to generation, old people leave and new people join. New people constantly receive the Jalakandra Fairyland's intent, said the person in white clothes with a smile. Lin Feng smiled back and asked, "What is Jalakandra Fairyland's purpose?" "Progressing together," replied the person simply. "The celestial country is a dangerous place. People come here to hunt treasures, but there are many strong cultivators. Many people end up creating groups. It's unavoidable. Some other people who are incredibly strong can also fight on their own and kill anyone. But many people still end up in groups. Jalakandra Fairyland is about intent, and there can't be internal fights. Those who violate the rules are killed by everyone else." Temporary group. Lin Feng was intrigued. "My cultivation level is low. Why choose me? Jalakandra Fairyland's vision is on the long term. We don't care about people's cultivation level, we care about talent. Many people who join Jalakandra Fairyland decide to stay in the celestial country. Those who are weak at the beginning always become strong. You're really talented and you stand out. Your deployment spells are terrifying," said the person in white clothes amiably. "I've come here several times, waiting for you to wake up. I mean, you no harm. If you refuse, then I'll just leave. I don't want to disturb you. I hope you'll accept, though." "I'll come with you," smiled Lin Feng. If the Jalakandra Fairyland had truly existed in the celestial country for many years, they had to be strong, and those people had to understand the country quite well. It was worth trying. The mountain range which Lin Feng had chosen was gigantic. He had chosen the highest mountain because he could see the furthest from it. At that moment, the person in white clothes had led him above a precipice. There was a valley below, and Lin Feng also noticed a waterfall. Lin Feng and that man crossed the waterfall and appeared somewhere else. There was moss, it was humid, it smelled fresh, and the stones were shiny. "What a strange place. It really looks like a fairyland," observed Lin Feng. The person in white clothes smiled. "That place was the entrance to my world. It's a remote place. Few people come here. That way, nothing can happen to Jalakandra Fairyland. Jalakandra Fairyland has become a kind of sect. How come they are worried about safety? The celestial country is a dangerous place. Wait until you see the battlefield. You will understand that our lives are insignificant. Even if you're initially from a powerful family, nobody cares," said the man in white clothes. Lin Feng remained silent. He didn't know much about the celestial country, obviously, but this person said the same things as Minister Abdullah. Besides, apart from people from hell, people from other worlds were also here. In Jalakandra Fairyland, there were many waterfalls. A short time later, Lin Feng saw someone. "Bai Ling, who's that?" asked the new person. "His name is Lin Feng. I found him at the top of a mountain. He's very talented. His deployment spells are terrifying. I'm hoping he can become a member of Jalakandra Fairyland," explained Bai Ling. "All right." That person nodded. Then, he looked to a beautiful woman standing next to him. She looked tall and precious. She was wearing a simple transparent white dress. One could see her breasts. "I'm the current leader of Jalakandra Fairyland, Ji Ro. Lin Feng, would you like to join Jalakandra Fairyland?" asked the woman to Lin Feng. Are there restrictions? Am I free? Can I leave any time? Asked Lin Feng. No restriction. Just one thing. If you leave in times of danger, then you'll be considered a traitor, replied Jiro. People who let their friends down were traitors, of course. I agree. Lin Feng nodded. Since you agree, remember that we all join hands to kill traitors, Jiro told him solemnly. As a leader, she had to be like that. You came at the perfect time. People from hell have already started dispersing everywhere in the celestial country. We are getting ready to go. We have more than 40 people here. We want to divide into 3. Each group can have a little bit more than 10 people. That's enough for us to support one another. We will also keep in touch using Jalakandra signals. We must help one another in case of danger. If someone doesn't help, we kill them, said Jiro. Everybody nodded agreement with her. Lin Feng looked at Bai Ling and said, How many people are there in Jalakandra Fairyland? I'm not sure. It has existed for so many years, and it changes from generation to generation. There are many people I've never seen. However, the celestial country is becoming bigger and bigger, so there are also more and more people. Replied by Lin Feng, your Jalakandra imprint, said Jiro, handing an imprint to Lin Feng. All right, get ready to leave, everyone. When the challenge of the celestial country is over, we come back here, shouted Jiro. Everybody gathered up. Bai Ling looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, come with me. All right, said Lin Feng. He had no problem with that. Very quickly, the 3 groups left. They all had a leader. In Lin Feng's group, Bai Ling was the leader. There were 16 people in his group, 4 medium-level Hell Emperors, and 12 high-level Hell Emperors. Indeed, high-level Hell Emperors were numerous. Bai Ling and the others left Jalakandra Fairyland and landed in the mountain range. Bai Ling looked at the others and said, Since our purpose is to help one another at all times, I need to tell you some things. First, how we share the loot each time. Everyone can choose. You can share according to how much people have contributed, or you can share equally. First one, said someone. We're a team, second one. Second one. Everybody expressed their opinion. Lin Feng said, We'll see how lucky we are. If we obtain several rings, each person can choose a ring. In any case, it will be difficult to share equally. If we find a really precious treasure, the first one to get it can keep it. And nobody can fight over precious treasures. What if we all contribute to steal a treasure from an enemy? Said Bai Ling. Do you think that's unavoidable? Asked Lin Feng. Bai Ling was surprised. If they found a really precious treasure, everybody would want to get it. And even if Lin Feng said nobody was going to argue over treasures, it was rarely the case. Everybody agreed with Lin Feng though, and they continued. They saw many battles along the way. However, when people saw Lin Feng and his group, they always ran away. They looked really strong and nobody wanted to fight against groups. Where are we going? Lin Feng asked Bai Ling. He didn't recognize anything here. We're going to the real battlefield, of course, where the battles are the best. Replied Bai Ling, There are beasts ahead, someone exclaimed. There was a vast forest ahead, and an ancient tree had appeared in their field of vision. Lin Feng and the others noticed some sharp, dazzling eyes within it. A powerful chi rose to the skies, and a strong wind started blowing. Gigantic beasts appeared in front of Lin Feng and the others, all winged with sharp claws. Stupid animals, that's a great rock clan. Be careful, they're extremely fast, said Bai Ling. These great rocks spanned hundreds of meters. Surprisingly, there are animal clans in the celestial country, thought Lin Feng. The great rocks had surrounded them. Great rocks are extremely fast and they have an incredible physical strength. However, they can't use death chi. Let's all release death chi together, said Bai Ling. A death chi vortex appeared and death chi moved towards the rocks. Die! Screeched a great rock. The rocks started flapping their wings and threw themselves at the humans. Ice hell! Shouted Bai Ling grimly. An ice-cold chi filled the air, and Bai Ling punched out. Ice-cold energies moved towards the great rocks. One of them started slashing the ice with his sharp claws, but his claws started freezing. Hell! shouted Bai Ling furiously. Ice-cold energies surrounded the great rock. However, the great rock opened his wings, which were as sharp as blades. A gigantic wind blade appeared. Bai Ling pulled a long face and shouted, "Be careful, great rocks are too fast. Lin Feng, come and cast a deployment spell. I'll protect you." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Death and life marks appeared all around, glittering in the air. At that moment, the ground started shaking from the sound of someone's footsteps. Lin Feng looked around and saw a young man with red hair in the distance. He looked extremely strong. That person charged in and punched a great rock. It was a simple punch, but a massive indent appeared, and the great rock shrieked in terror. His claws broke apart, and the rock was smashed away. Blood splashed everywhere, and the great rock exploded. How explosive! That strength! Lin Feng was stupefied. His physical strength was exceptional, but this guy's physical strength was even scarier. An incredible fighter from the celestial country with a peerless fighting ability. He's never lost. He just keeps killing. Lin Feng remembered what Bai Ling had told him. This person was even more powerful than that swordsman with his sword energies. The great rocks flapped their wings furiously, a daunting sight. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the red-haired young man. The members of Jalakandra Fairyland also paid attention to that young man. He was heroic and incredibly strong. He could easily crush great rocks. The young man's red hair fluttered in the wind as he glanced at the great rocks coldly and shouted, "There's no great oriental greenfinch rock?" Aoshu, a great rock turned into a human being with golden hair. He stared at the red-headed man and said, "If the king of my clan was here, you wouldn't be that arrogant. You dare call your leader a king? Ridiculous," retorted Aoshu disdainfully. The air shook as threw himself at a great rock near him fearlessly. Bestial chi rolled out as the rock's wings turned into sharp blades, and he threw himself at the human. Arg! A gigantic bloody hand appeared and surrounded the great rock. The hand crushed the rock's wings. Thunder built up in rumbles, and the great rock's body exploded in a rain of blood. Someone from the Dragon Clan. Bai Ling looked at the man, amazed and wary. Lin Feng was astonished, too. The Dragon Clan? That was a legendary clan. Surprisingly, he was on a battlefield in the celestial country. "Let's go!" shrieked another great rock furiously. He opened his wings and flew away as quickly as possible. All the other great rocks followed him, rapidly disappearing into the mountains. The arrogant man looked after them coldly. Around him, many bloodthirsty dragons appeared, roaring furiously. Thunder swept out, and the forest below them was flattened. All the trees disappeared. "If you find the great oriental greenfinch rocks, tell them to come and find Aoshu. This guy is a terrifying fighter," thought Lin Feng. He could kill great rocks easily. If he had continued killing them, they would have just died, so he had just humiliated them, hoping the great oriental greenfinch rock would show up. He was provoking the king of the great rocks. The great rocks had all left. Aoshu eyed Lin Feng and the others and said, "Death Chi, you're all from hell." He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes twinkling. Dragon claws suddenly appeared and shot at Lin Feng. "Stop!" shouted Bai Ling, coldly releasing ice-cold energies. Bai Ling punched out and an ice hell cauldron appeared. It contained both ice and hell chi, and froze the dragon claws. "Who dares attack me?" said Aoshu, his eyes all red and sounding furious. More dragon hands appeared again. This time there were 9 of them, and they all attacked the cauldron, shattering it instantly. "Die!" The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland shouted furiously. Suddenly, death energy surrounded Aoshu and started corroding his life. At the same time, Bai Ling released more ice energies. A waterfall of ice energies appeared and turned into a frozen river. People from the Dragon Clan are really aggressive. Aoshu is a high-level emperor. There are so many terrifying cultivators here. Only real geniuses can come here. For animal kings and monstrously strong human cultivators, it's a bit easier, Lin Feng thought as he punched out. A life and death chessboard appeared above Aoshu. Death chi boiled as it surrounded Aoshu. A dragon started chanting. Aoshu was surrounded by red lights as the death chi penetrated into his body. At the same time, he released terrifying and aggressive destructive energies. "Death hell attack!" shouted by Ling coldly. Death chi turned into icicles. The others attacked one after another, all sorts of strength filling the air. However, Aoshu was really strong. He released blood strength and physical strength, filling the sky with his energies. Apart from death strength, other kinds of strength didn't seem very effective against him. Everybody used death strength. Lin Feng hurled out his power. Death and life energies kept glittering together. Death cosmic energy. Condense. Bai Ling and the others all released death cosmic energies. The life cosmic energies disappeared, and the air was filled with death chi as it turned into a pattern. Lin Feng waved his hands and released death chi unceasingly. When Aoshu sensed the gathering death strength, he straightened up, his eyes bloodshot. "Arg arg!" the dragons roared. Aoshu was standing there and started attacking. His punches turned into dragons and shot towards the death pattern. After reaching the pattern, the dragons exploded, shaking the pattern violently. 9 dragons' voices suddenly roared, and as the pattern finally exploded and the death chi dispersed, Aoshu was caught in the eruption. However, Aoshu didn't continue attacking Lin Feng. He stared at Lin Feng and said, "A life and death deployment spell. Not bad. You even managed to take my dragon punches. You can be proud of yourself. Why is there demon dragon blood in you?" Lin Feng was startled. No wonder that Aoshu had attacked him. He had sensed his dragon energy. "I met a dragon before and he transmitted his blood to me," he replied to Aoshu. Aoshu raised his head and roared. The earth and the sky shook violently. The crowd sensed the ground shake. Lin Feng's blood started boiling as dragons roared. Lin Feng also opened his mouth and dragon chi mixed with demon chi dashed to the skies. The chi turned into a body, and after a short time, a black dragon appeared around Lin Feng's body. Its scales were pitch black and as sharp as blades. It looked ferocious. It glared at Aoshu angrily. "Bastard, you always keep him in your body?" demanded Aoshu, angrily staring at Lin Feng. "His ancestors' blood wasn't powerful. I let him grow inside of my body to make him become stronger. It's a good thing for him," replied Lin Feng easily. Aoshu kept staring at the dragon behind Lin Feng. The dragon clan had few dragons colored black. They all had an explosive strength. In the dragon clan, there were 3 sorts of dragons: golden dragons with 5 claws, blood dragons like him who were bloodthirsty, and demon dragons. Those 3 dragon types all had an explosive strength and were extremely powerful. "So you intend to keep him in your body forever?" asked Aoshu. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If you want to take him back to the dragon clan, I don't mind." "You don't mind letting him go?" he asked Aoshu, startled to hear that. Demon dragons were extremely powerful. That dragon had grown inside Lin Feng's blood. Lin Feng was almost like his mother. He could even help Lin Feng fight. He could get a great education in the dragon clan. That would be good for him. Lin Feng smiled. Aoshu remained silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Nah, my clan is for blood dragons. It wouldn't be good for a demon dragon. If I took him back, the members of my clan might attack him. Of course, the 5-clawed golden dragons would accept him." "I see. Then forget about it." The demon dragon didn't go back into Lin Feng's body. He turned into a human being with black eyes and an icy stare. His skin looked like a pitch-black armor. The members of Jalakandra Fairyland were startled to learn Lin Feng had a dragon inside his body. They also noticed Aoshu didn't look as angry as before. The dark dragon had grown up inside Lin Feng's body, and so had a very different childhood than other dragons. Therefore, even though he wasn't old, he could already turn into a human being. He didn't understand the outside world, though. He stayed next to Lin Feng and glared at Aoshu angrily. He could sense that Aoshu was very strong. "You little bastard. We are both dragons," Aoshu said to the demon dragon angrily. "He's just a baby. Why are you angry at him?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. Then, he looked at the demon dragon and told him, Since the family name of people from the dragon clan is Ao, then I'll call you Alma. Alma, repeated the dragon with a nod. He had a name now. You're lucky, little bastard. You surprisingly have a demon dragon, said Aoshu, looking at Alma with a smile. Lin Feng was speechless and said, You like calling everyone bastard, don't you? My name is Lin Feng. All right, Lin Feng, agreed Aoshu. He glanced at the others and said, Come, let's go to the Milky Way battlefield. Milky Way battlefield? Bai Ling frowned in surprise. That was a scary place. What, you don't dare? Asked Aoshu to Bai Ling. You're not weak. If we join hands, nobody can stop us. The Milky Way battlefield is a great place to practice. That's where really strong cultivators go. You've probably never seen really strong cultivators. Ha ha, Aoshu laughed. Bai Ling looked at the others and said, You have no objections, right? Let's go to the Milky Way battlefield. Lin Feng looked surprised and asked, What is the Milky Way battlefield? It's the most chaotic battlefield of the celestial country. People there are absolutely terrifying. There are army members from many different worlds. You'll see some people from hell who can kill others in one strike, said Bai Ling, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded eagerly. I see. Let's go and see. The others nodded. They were all excited and couldn't wait to see the Milky Way battlefield. Don't worry. I'll protect you, Aoshu shouted to them. A moment before they were enemies, and now he said he was going to protect them. The members of Jalakandra Fairyland smiled wryly. Even though Jalakandra Fairyland was a powerful group, the Milky Way battlefield was a terrifying place with terrifying cultivators. There were many people there as strong as Aoshu. Many people there were as close to becoming a great emperor as possible. Many people also died there. They arrived near the chaotic area. Some silhouettes flickered past them, but nobody attacked them. After a short time, Lin Feng sensed a terrifying qi. He raised his head and saw a constellation ahead. It was an incredible sight that made him quiver. The Milky Way, what a strange qi, thought Lin Feng. He didn't know what the Milky Way actually was. That's the Milky Way battlefield. Look at the Milky Way, you can't get close to it, otherwise you will die. That's why the battles happen within a radius of 10 kilometers of it. Look at the crowd. They are all heroes. These people are stronger than most people in your world, said Aoshu. Lin Feng and the others glanced around. Indeed, many silhouettes were moving around and their qi was incredible. Qi was pulsing ahead of them, and many energies whistled around them. However, the Milky Way didn't move at all, it was just a mysterious qi. Lin Feng gazed into the distance and saw many broken bridges, with people fighting on them. Finally, Lin Feng and the others arrived on a bridge and could clearly see everything. The area was gigantic. Under the bridges, there was water and the boundless yellow springs of the underworld. Some people sometimes fell down into the yellow waters, already dead. Above, the heroic warriors searched the green void, below the yellow springs. The Milky Way is the green void, the yellow springs are the underworld. Fighting here is extremely dangerous, Bai Ling told them after glancing around. There were many bridges on which strong cultivators were fighting on. Some people are extremely strong, said one of the members of Jalakandra Fairyland. Aoshu said, Even though they're strong, how many people can reach the Milky Way and get to the other side? What's on the other side? These people understood the celestial country quite well, but few people knew what it meant to go on the other side. Don't you know? On the other side, it's not hell and it's not the celestial country. It's another battlefield. If you can go to the other side, it means that you've become incredibly strong. Besides, if you manage to cross the Milky Way, while crossing, you will be cleansed by the hell world imprints. You will become much stronger. Another world? Bai Ling frowned. He had heard that there were people from other worlds in the celestial country. Surprisingly, there were also people who could reach the other side of the Milky Way. Lin Feng shivered. Another world? Was it the continent of the 9 clouds? Aoshu, where do you come from? Bai Ling asked Aoshu. Aoshu smiled. The dragon clan has ways to come to the celestial country, of course. Where do those bridges lead? Lin Feng pressed. How many worlds are connected to this place? Haha, there are billions of worlds, but there's only one real world. The Hell world is independent. Opposite the Milky Way, there's the continent of the 9 clouds. Aoshu smiled. Lin Feng was delighted. Sharp lights glittered. As expected, the continent of the 9 clouds. Was the continent of the 9 clouds the main world, then? Some people from Jalakandra Fairyland are there too. Bai Ling pointed at a group of people. Those strong cultivators were on bridges and wearing white clothes. Their group was bigger than Lin Feng's, a total of 34 people. That's a descendant of King Qingguang, leader Qin Yu. He's extremely strong. No wonder he took people to the Milky Way battlefield, said Bai Ling. Everybody was shocked. Qin Yu was very strong indeed, and very famous in Qingguang City. Few people could compete with him. Let's gather and walk around? Lin Feng glanced at Bai Ling. All right, let's go, said Aoshu. Everybody followed. Very quickly, they landed on that broken bridge. Qin Yu, said Bai Ling. All the members of Jalakandra Fairyland turned around and saw Bai Ling and his group. Bai Ling said to Qin Yu, "We're all from Jalakandra Fairyland. Let's stay together. Since we're all from Jalakandra Fairyland, we should do that indeed. We have to help one another." Qin Yu nodded. The Milky Way battlefield was dangerous, the more people the better. If we find good things, you'll get things after us, Qin Yu told them. Everybody looked at Bai Ling. Even though they were all from Jalakandra Fairyland, there were so many people they had to find some compromise. Those who find great things keep them for themselves, declared Aoshu. That person smiled at Aoshu and said, "That's the best solution." Qin Yu looked at the crowd and said, "If you find an item, keep it for yourself then. But remember that we're all friends. There can't be internal conflicts. Otherwise, I'll get angry." "All right?" Everyone agreed. They started walking along the bridge. People were fighting all around them. Precious items kept falling from the sky. Lin Feng was astonished. "What are those precious items falling from the Milky Way?" asked Lin Feng. "There are techniques, ancient scriptures, imperial weapons, great imperial weapons, marks of the path, all sorts of items." Bai Ling answered him. Lin Feng was stupefied. Marks of the path. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. The bridges were floating in the air, and blood kept falling from the sky. It was an astonishing sight. Is that meteor rain made of precious items? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. He didn't understand. "Haha, we're in the celestial country. It's a mysterious place. We can't know where there are items. Here is the most dangerous place, though. There are the scary battles here. Of course, that meteor rain isn't solely made up of precious items. There are real meteors too, and some meteors are empty," said Aoshu. Qin Yu nodded agreement with the dragon. Even Hell great emperors go insane for marks of the path. After all, even great emperors want to raise their comprehension. Marks of the path are more likely to appear here than anywhere else. The other places of the celestial country aren't as good. Let's stop talking and wasting time. Let's go further and see, proclaimed Aoshu, leading the way ahead. The group of people from Jalakandra Fairyland continued along. They were a larger force, and it was safer for them like that. The broken bridges in the air were extremely strange. They appeared out of nowhere, then they were broken, and started again farther away. They also seemed indestructible. Strong cultivators' attacks reached them, but they didn't break. Many people noticed Lin Feng and his group. Some people sped up because they wanted to avoid them. Some others didn't mind and walked confidently near to them. Milky Way rain. Suddenly, a thick rain appeared. Lin Feng and the others sped up immediately, moving like lightning towards the rain. Lin Feng stretched out his hands and touched the water. A gigantic drop of water appeared on his hand and vanished. "Haha, you're lucky," Aoshu laughed. After that drop of water dispersed, an ancient imprint appeared. It contained ancient qi. Aoshu laughed loudly when he saw it. The others all rolled their eyes at how loud he was. The others also obtained treasures and smiled happily. A gigantic hand suddenly moved towards Aoshu. "That person sure is unlucky," thought other people who knew Aoshu. Aoshu looked at the hand coldly. before claws appeared and destroyed the hand. At the same time, Aoshu flashed away and threw himself at the man attacking him furiously. A red dragon's claw moved towards the attacker. Dragon roars filled the air. That person's face turned deathly pale in shock. Dragon Clan! He retreated exceedingly quickly. At the same time, two other people attacked Aoshu at the same time. Die! Shouted Qin Yu coldly. Aoshu had stayed with them, they couldn't let people bully him. The strong cultivators of Jalakandar Fairyland all released death chi at the same time, and it surrounded those two people, who turned gray. So many people attacked at the same time, it was terrifying. The two people didn't have time to do anything. The death chi crashed down on them and their bodies fell down into the yellow springs. How terrifying, thought Lin Feng. Almost all those people were high-level Hell Emperors and all of them controlled death chi, a terrifying kind of strength. There weren't only 16 of them anymore, they were more of them, and they were very powerful. After those two people died, two people grabbed the items from the corpses. They couldn't give them up. Those who hadn't obtained treasures were annoyed. But those were the rules. They couldn't steal treasures from their friends. They couldn't violate the rules either. Everybody respected them. Aoshu also killed his first attacker, laughing and saying, "Not bad. That small army is useful. You're from the Dragon Clan?" Qin Yu asked Aoshu. He was surprised after seeing Aoshu use dragon energies. "Indeed. Let's keep going." Aoshu smiled. Strong cultivators kept moving forwards or returning all about them. "There's a powerful army there. They've killed many strong cultivators," said Bai Ling, pointing at a group of people fighting together. They were all wearing black Taoist robes made of feathers. The wind swirled about them. They looked imposing and awe-inspiring. People didn't dare get too close to them. "That's the Black Shark Army. They are superstars on the Milky Way battlefield, very strong. They have hundreds of fighters," said Qin Yu. "The Milky Way battlefield is gigantic. There are many armies. The Black Shark Army is only one of them. There's nothing exceptional about them," sniffed Aoshu. Many people understood that fighting there alone was dangerous. Only a few people like Aoshu dared fight against entire armies on their own. "The Milky Way battlefield is gigantic. If we could kill an entire army, that would be incredible," said Lin Feng. Even with his strength, Aoshu couldn't kill an entire army on his own. Suddenly, more meteorites fell from the sky. The group of people from Jalakandar Fairyland rose up into the air again. "Those who steal treasures from the rain of meteorites will die," shouted someone arrogantly. The group of people from Jalakandar Fairyland suddenly stopped. They saw the people from the Black Shark Army rise up in the air and taking treasures. "How arrogant," said Aoshu coldly. 100 people looked at Aoshu. His dragon blood started boiling. "Look over there," said someone at that moment. People turned their heads and saw a mountain descending from the Milky Way. It looked like a celestial mountain. Its chi was incredible. "That celestial mountain seems alive. Does it contain marks of the path?" People's eyes started shining with greed. "Take them all," shouted the leader of the Black Shark Army. The strong cultivators of Jalakandar Fairyland all released death chi. Everybody was ready to fight. Celestial Mountain. In the distance, more and more people arrived and stared at the mountain. Suddenly, explosions and rumbling filled the air. The celestial mountain descended and crashed onto a bridge. A terrifying chi surged out over them. "Marks of the path. There might be marks of the path inside," thought the crowd. Finally, someone flew towards the mountain. "Die!" Millions of threads of chi crashed onto that person and they died instantly. The whole crowd went silent. Nobody dared move recklessly anymore. Nobody went to take that person's treasures either. "If anyone touches the celestial mountain, they die." "Let's fight first," said the leader of the Black Shark Army coldly. Everybody looked solemn and respectful. Death strength surrounded the Black Shark Army. It was like the battle could start any time. "Die!" shouted someone furiously. They were already prepared. All the members of Jalakandar Fairyland started running towards their enemies. Death chi dashed to the skies. The Jalakandar Fairyland's army was powerful, but the Black Shark Army was dangerous. They had to deal with them first. Life, said Lin Feng, flashing ahead. Life and death lights rose to the skies. 5 or 6 people were killed on the way and fell down from the sky. The circle of life. A gigantic life and death pattern surrounded the people from Jalakandra Fairyland. Get ready to use death strength. I'll attack, shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly when he saw that all the members of the Black Shark Army were running towards them. Life and death lights dashed to the skies and surrounded them. Condense death strength, shouted Lin Feng explosively. Bai Ling and the others knew how strong Lin Feng was. They kept releasing death strength into the life and death pattern. Then, the life and death pattern surrounded the crowd from the Black Shark Army and turned into a vortex. Die! The life and death energies kept rotating. Life energy turned into death energy turned into life energy, both attacking the Black Shark Army. Instantly, many corpses started falling from the sky. It was a spectacular scene. The crowd in the distance didn't get involved. They were just astonished as they watched this. The two armies, the Black Sharks and Jalakandra Fairyland, fought. Their energies blotted out the sky. It was the first time Lin Feng had participated in such a terrifying war. The weakest cultivators there were medium-level Hell Emperors. His eyes were pure black and he kept releasing immortal and death energies, looking like a warlord. A terrifying life and death strength rotated around him. Kill him! People from the Black Shark Army saw that Lin Feng controlled 2 sorts of strength. He had killed many people with his death energies already. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying qi surging towards him. His life and death strength rotated defensively. Someone surrounded by death and fire energies appeared and threw themselves at Lin Feng, running towards Lin Feng's vortex. Humph! Aoshu groaned coldly. A blood dragon punch stuck out, churning the air. Behind his opponent, a terrifying silhouette appeared, a king of hell and fire. The area turned into a small purgatory. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. That person moved towards his life and death pattern, and death strength moved towards them. A black flame appeared behind that person and surrounded them. What a powerful qi, thought Lin Feng. He didn't continue attacking the man. Aoshu could take care of him and he could kill other people. Explosions kept shaking everything, and cultivators kept falling from the sky. Apart from Aoshu, Qin Yu was also a terrifying cultivator. He had a mysterious spirit, a life and death cloth. People couldn't get near him, and he was displaying exceptional strength. However, the cultivators of the Black Shark Army were terrifying too. The battle was fierce, and people from Jalakandra Fairyland kept dying one after another. One of the warrior from the Black Shark Army was terrifying. He had netherworld ghostly claws and could cut people apart. More and more people gathered, but they didn't dare get involved. The two armies were fighting, but if any outsider tried to steal treasures from the Celestial Mountain, then some extremely strong cultivators would definitely kill them. What a terrifying battle. Dozens and dozens of people died every second, thought the crowd. They were stupefied. The two armies were terrifying. Nobody was in front of Lin Feng anymore. He kept evading. A netherworld silhouette moved towards him like dark lightning. Ghostly claws cut apart everything in their path. However, Alma attacked the ghostly claws with a chant, and a demon punch lashed out, destroying the claws. Alma looked at that silhouette coldly. Lin Feng didn't know how strong Alma was. The dragon had grown up inside his body. They were very close, as Lin Feng had raised him. Now Alma was fighting, and Lin Feng had the impression he was terrifyingly strong. The atmosphere kept exploding from conflicting energies. More claws appeared and turned into 5 black lights striking at Alma. Alma blocked them, but wounds appeared on his body and he started bleeding. Lin Feng dragged him backwards. Freeze! When Bai Ling saw that strike, he released ice energy. The one with the scary claws moved away. That person was dangerously strong, a high-level Hell Emperor. Lin Feng had just become a medium-level Hell Emperor, and there were many high-level Hell Emperors there. Some of them had even reached the top of the Huang Qi layer. They were all incredible combatants. Lin Feng shouted furiously, sword energies whistled. His opponent was surprised at the sudden shift. At that moment, Lin Feng moved both hands. Another life and death pattern appeared and rotated. All sorts of energies penetrated into the life and death pattern. His spirit appeared. Lin Feng turned into a shadow as he jumped into the deployment spell. His pattern was dazzling and life and death energies pulsed out. "Life and death destructive illusion," shouted a voice. The atmosphere was suddenly sealed. However, the life and death pattern was an illusion, drawing in the cultivator. "An illusion? A life and death deployment spell?" shouted someone furiously, retreating. But Xianxia arrived behind him. His life and death cloth turned into a gigantic hand and imprisoned that cultivator. The deployment spell bombarded his head and he turned gray. His life energy even turned into death energy. "Fire!" shouted Xianxia coldly. A terrifying hellfire appeared and surrounded that person. He started burning. "Lin Feng is casting deployment spells. Help him!" shouted by Ling extremely loudly. Some people landed around Lin Feng to protect him, all of them powerful and skilled. They saw that Lin Feng's life and death deployment spells were extremely powerful. If they could help him, then it would be beneficial for everyone. Lin Feng kept performing hand seals, the life and death pattern became gigantic and people from the Black Shark army pulled back. "Someone is stealing the Celestial Mountain." At that moment, someone ran towards the Celestial Mountain. Everybody looked at him and Qi dashed to the skies. "Idiot," thought Lin Feng. At that moment, many people were staring greedily at the Celestial Mountain. Even if that person could steal the Celestial Mountain, they would die in any event. As expected, everybody started moving when they saw that that person was trying to steal the mountain. The Black Shark army and Jalakandra Fairyland stopped fighting and everyone moved towards that person. They were fighting over the Celestial Mountain, so they couldn't let anyone else take it. Energies rose to the skies and surrounded him. At the same time, people attacked the Celestial Mountain. They also wanted to know what was inside it. The Celestial Mountain was extremely hard and seemed indestructible. However, when the energies crashed onto it, a crack appeared. People's hearts were filled with ardor. Did that Celestial Mountain contain marks of the path? Immortal energy and demon energy. Lin Feng frowned. He could sense the incredible energies emerging from the mountain. "Break!" shouted someone explosively. The mountain finally broke apart and turned into a million pieces. People twitched in astonishment. There weren't marks of the path inside. There was a person. The person looked like an ancient god as he suddenly opened his eyes. His king energies dashed to the skies as he released heaven, earth, and demonic energies. He looked like a demon king. "It's him." Lin Feng was astonished and froze for a moment. He had already seen that face. Back then, in Juyu, he had gone to the shrines. He had already seen that proud young man there in the central area of the 12 shrines. He looked like a god, and all the shrines wanted to recruit him. It was the young man with the king body. Back then, everybody wanted to recruit him, and in the end, the young man had chosen the demon shrine. Now he looked like a demon king. "I'm a very fast learner. I'm already a medium-level emperor. But that guy is already a high-level emperor and he has an immortal king body type. No wonder the people all wanted to recruit him. He was already gifted, but with the help of the shrine, he practiced cultivation even faster," thought Lin Feng. That guy practiced cultivation even faster than him. Lin Feng was shocked, finding the celestial country even more mysterious. That guy was from one of the shrines, and now he had descended from the Milky Way. "Who are you? Why were you in the mountain? Why did you come down from the Milky Way?" asked the leader of the Black Shark army. People who touched the Yellow Springs or the Milky Way could die. Now that young man had descended from the sky. People were obviously astonished. People fought over that mountain and in the end, there was someone inside. Amusing, thought the people staring at the young man with a king body. He had to be the descendant of an ancient king, a noteworthy person. The young man glanced at the strong cultivators of the Black Shark army indifferently. He didn't say anything. He glanced around as if he didn't know where he was. "I asked you something?" said the leader of the Black Shark army when he saw that the young man didn't reply to him. He looked furious. The young man turned to him, and suddenly, demon chi emerged from his eyes, and thunder echoed out. The eyes of the cultivator from the Black Shark army suddenly felt extremely sore. His will was being attacked. Immortal king and demon strength! The strong cultivator of the Black Shark army blurted out as he shook violently. Then, the young man jumped and a trail of immortal chi appeared behind him and turned into a vortex. That person has killed countless people. His king body is incredible. He's a dangerous person, Aoshu declared cautiously. Even though he was from the Dragon Clan, he also found people who had king bodies incredible. They were always extremely strong. Let's go. That guy is here to kill. He will kill all of us to practice, said Aoshu. That young man had already started killing cultivators from the Black Shark army. Demon lights kept emerging from his eyes and killing people. He was a real murderer. The members of Jalakandra Fairyland started dispersing. After a short time, the young man slaughtered the strong cultivator of the Black Shark army. He didn't stop releasing immortal and demon energies at all. His silhouette flickered and he continued butchering the people from the Black Shark army. Die! Many people from the Black Shark army and Jalakandra Fairyland were injured. However, there were still many people who released energies and attacked the young man. However, at that moment the young man looked like a death god. He proudly stood in the sky and absorbed the death chi his opponents released. The young man flashed ahead, and the strong cultivators were shaking. He was too terrifying. The young man pointed a finger at a strong cultivator. Chi emerged and pierced through his head. His corpse fell down from the sky, a one-shot kill. Corpses kept falling down from the sky and into the yellow springs. The crowd looking on was astonished. The strong cultivators from the Black Shark army died one after another. What a tragedy for all those valiant fighters. They were insignificant in front of that young man, and he was slaughtering them. That guy is killing people but not taking their treasures. He lets them and their treasures fall into the yellow springs. The treasures are lost forever. Qin Yu was astonished. That guy was a true slayer. He's just practicing. This place is just somewhere to become stronger for him. The crowd was astonished when they saw what the young man was doing. He didn't even care about precious treasures anymore. Only Lin Feng understood that the demon shrine had sent him there, so he didn't lack skills and ancient scriptures. He didn't need more treasures. I feel ashamed of being inferior in front of such people. Is he from hell? He came from the Milky Way, so where does he actually come from? Asked Qin Yu. He didn't understand. Most people in the celestial country thought of the territory as two territories, one for terrifying battles and one for easier battles. But when facing such a terrifying cultivator, they could only question themselves. Some mysterious people understood that hell wasn't the only place next to the celestial country. However, they didn't understand the details. Lin Feng was staring at the young man in astonishment. The cultivation world was a cruel place, and so was this person. Lin Feng stared at the young man and wondered how he could improve his life and death cultivation. Let's go, said Bai Ling. Everybody nodded. That guy was just a butcher. He was going to kill them if they stayed. Taking such a risk was useless. On the side of the cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland, more than 20 cultivators were still left. They had suffered great losses. Lin Feng understood how those geniuses thought now. When they became high-level emperors, they chose their own path. In the Holy City at University there are champions. Ji Chong is the champion of Champion University. He could become the champion of the city. Such cultivators also choose their own path and what they want to do in life, thought Lin Feng. He felt intense pressure and had the sensation he wasn't progressing quickly enough. He hadn't been back to the Holy City for a long time. He was wondering how strong Ji Chong had become. Lin Feng and the others left. Meteorites continued falling from the sky, but there were only 20-some people left in Lin Feng's group. They had also obtained many great items anyway. Everybody felt dispirited though. Even Aoshu felt dispirited. The young man was too strong. There are many strong cultivators in the world. Perseverance and determination are mandatory. Cultivators have to focus on cultivation to become extremely strong, said Lin Feng. walking next to Aoshu. Aoshu frowned and looked at Lin Feng warmly. You look like a low-level emperor, but you're a medium-level emperor. Your life and death deployment spells are deadly. You're a very talented person. Were you amazed by the strong cultivators of the Milky Way battlefield? I can't control other people's strength. I can only control my own life. Lin Feng smiled. Aoshu smiled back and said, Indeed, in normal conditions I would have tried to fight against him. However, when I saw how he killed people, I gave up. I felt like trash. I see. Lin Feng nodded. Someday you'll achieve enlightenment, and you'll fight against him. Indeed, people from the Dragon Clan are incredibly talented. I'll definitely try to fight against him someday, said Aoshu, smiling happily as he thought about that day. He gazed into the distance, where there was a bridge above Yellow Springs. There was a peak sitting there, and many people were floating around it. They looked hesitant and maintained a distance between themselves and the peak. Within the Milky Way battlefield and the Yellow Springs, there is an ancient peak there, said the startled Lin Feng. The peak was even moving. How strange. Eh? Aoshu was surprised and stared at the peak with him. Apart from treasures, there's also such a place in the Milky Way battlefield? It looks dangerous. It might be worth it, though. Let's go and see. Their band sped up, chasing the moving hill. The peak was so strange, looking like a mirage. There were some big words on it, but they looked indistinct and blurry. Pathfinder Peak, read Lin Feng. He was astonished. The expressions of Aoshu and the others changed drastically. I've heard about the Pathfinder Peak, but I've never seen it, the dragon admitted. What is that place? Asked Lin Feng. Qianyu said, according to legends, the Pathfinder Peak is a place where you can find celestial Pathfinder plates. They are very helpful for cultivators. I see. Why are those people hesitating and not moving closer? Asked Lin Feng. Many people have never come back from the Pathfinder Peak. It's like you go in and can't come back, explained Qianyu calmly. Lin Feng was astonished. What a mysterious place. Aoshu, is the Pathfinder Peak a forbidden area? Lin Feng asked Aoshu. Aoshu smiled and shook his head. It's not. Even though it's the first time I've seen the Pathfinder Peak. I've heard about it many times. Some people from the Dragon Clan have been there. After coming back, their comprehension had increased a lot. They had also become much stronger. However, they held their tongues regarding what they saw and found there. They've always told me that if I found it, I had to go though. Aoshu then spoke up and said, Let's go and see the Pathfinder Peak. We can't miss such an opportunity. Before rushing towards the peak, he disappeared among the crowd. Indeed, we have to go since we've found it, said Lin Feng, smiling and following after him. Alma followed him, and they both disappeared into the crowd. Lin Feng headed straight to the Pathfinder Peak, and felt the atmosphere change drastically around him. There was a special chi here, rising from the grass. It looked like another world without an exit. There were many people seated cross-legged with their eyes closed. There were also many skeletons lying on the ground. This place is really dangerous, thought Lin Feng when he saw the skeletons. Many skeletons were not complete, with some of their body parts were missing. Others were surrounded by a terrifying strength which had not dispersed. People who dare come to the Pathfinder Peak are at least medium-level emperors, but most of them are high-level emperors. At such a cultivation level, flesh doesn't rot, which means that those skeletons lost their flesh because of an external strength, muttered Lin Feng. Qianyu and Bai Ling also arrived and came up next to Lin Feng. When they saw that place, they were as astonished as he had been. The celestial Pathfinder plates can be found here. Aoshu was gazing into the distance. There were some dazzling lights dancing about a gigantic stone there. According to legends, it's easy to come here, but difficult to leave, as if this place is sealed. There is a passage somewhere in that valley, I think, said Qianyu, walking slowly towards the celestial Pathfinder plates. A light shot down out of nowhere, spotlighting Qianwu. Qianwu looked calm and serene. He slowly walked towards the stone. Suddenly, the celestial Pathfinder plates became even more dazzling and Qianyu disappeared inside them. Kowtow before the celestial plate, said a mysterious voice coming from the stone. Qin Yu attacked the stone with his energies and jumped towards it. In return, a terrifying strength emerged from the stone and smashed into him. Qin Yu waved his hands and a stone hurled out from it. He barely managed to scratch the gigantic stone with it. As he hadn't used much power, why would someone who doesn't follow the way ask for his path? Asked an ancient voice from the stone. Lin Feng and the others were astonished. The people around who were meditating looked calm and unsurprised. They obviously knew that there was such a thing already. Unruly people couldn't ask for their path. Qin Yu's eyes twinkled. Someone who didn't follow the way. Even though he was really strong and famous in hell, Qin Wu wasn't that strong compared to the Celestial Pathfinder plate. Qin Wu released more energies and attacked the stone again. However, the stone counterattacked even more brutally. The attack crashed onto Qin Wu and he groaned with pain as he was forced back and started bleeding. "What an aggressive celestial plate," murmured Aoshu. He looked excited. Opening the door of that stone was going to be difficult. "Aoma," Lin Feng said. Aoma turned into smoke and went back into Lin Feng's body. He had grown up in there, he could go back inside as he wished. Lin Feng walked up to the Celestial Pathfinder plate, took a deep breath as he calmed himself and stood before it. "Kowtow before the Celestial plate," demanded the voice. Lin Feng released life and death lights and said, "I ask for my path regarding the path of life and death." The life and death lights penetrated into the stone. A strange light appeared around the stone. The whole stone turned into a death stone, like a mirror. Suddenly, death lights emerged from the stone and moved towards Lin Feng. He frowned. That was death chi, but life chi had appeared. Life energy flew throughout his body. His body was suddenly filled with incredible life energies. How dangerous. I understand why there are so many corpses, thought Lin Feng. The Celestial Pathfinder plate had a life, could counterattack, and if Lin Feng didn't understand life and death energies, he would have died. Dazzling lights appeared and the Celestial Pathfinder plate turned into a mirror. Lin Feng could see himself and strength surrounding him. He was astonished. "Come in," said someone. Someone who was seated with their eyes closed appeared before him and spoke to Lin Feng. "All right," said Lin Feng before entering the Celestial Pathfinder plate. He disappeared inside. Surprisingly, "You can go inside the Celestial Pathfinder plate." Aoshu and the others were shocked. They wouldn't be stuck inside this world that way. Lin Feng entered the Celestial Pathfinder plate and appeared somewhere else. There were people seated cross-legged all around him, and there were more corpses, too. There was one exit, and it was also a Celestial Pathfinder plate. There are 2 levels to the Celestial Pathfinder plate, thought Lin Feng, glancing around. There were so many people there. What was this strange place? No wonder it was easy to go inside and difficult to come out. Some people were stuck, but not dead. "Kowtow before the Celestial plate," said a voice again. Lin Feng frowned and stared at the Celestial Pathfinder plate. He released life and death lights again, and presented them to the second Celestial Pathfinder plate. The lights penetrated into the Celestial Pathfinder plate. Once again, the stone lit up, energies emerged, and penetrated into Lin Feng's body. This time, he started shaking violently and had the sensation he was going to faint. "You want to bring about your own destruction. You overestimated yourself," spoke up a black-haired person coldly after opening his eyes. However, Lin Feng just looked around again. He had the sensation he had died once. "If you don't use your mind to follow the way, how can you ask for your path?" said the ancient voice resonating in Lin Feng's brain. Lin Feng was astonished and looked dizzy. Lin Feng finally understood the purpose of that stone. He might be able to find his path with it. Lin Feng had used life and death strength to pass the first challenge of the Celestial Pathfinder plate. He had been bombarded by death energy and his godly awareness had been shaken violently. "I walk on the path of life and death and you threaten my life with my own path. If you don't use your mind to follow the way, how can you ask for your path? Getting in is easy, but getting out isn't. My life and death cultivation is extremely aggressive. Therefore, the Celestial Pathfinder plate's counterattacks are equally brutal and aggressive. able to kill me, thought Lin Feng. The more aggressive his attacks were, the more aggressive the counterattacks were. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and multicolored lights emerged from his third eye as he focused. Time passed as he visualized the Sky Palace. My godly awareness palace has stopped improving. I need to make it evolve, Lin Feng said to himself. His godly awareness was powerful, and the Sky Palace had even started appearing. He needed to harmonize his cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng also had the 9 Netherworld's demoniac song. Killing him wasn't easy. Lin Feng looked at the celestial pathfinder plate from where he was seated cross-legged. The black-haired cultivator walked up to Lin Feng and stated coldly, "You are not allowed to go to the celestial pathfinder plate again before I leave." Lin Feng frowned. He looked at the celestial pathfinder plate again and released life and death lights at it. The celestial pathfinder plate started fading. Then, a gigantic wave of death energy rolled and crashed against Lin Feng. His soul shook violently. The circle of life. Lin Feng had already prepared and had released his life strength. However, the death energies were incredible and still made his soul shake violently. It was as if he had died once again. The death energies left an imprint on his soul. He suddenly opened his eyes and his life energy kept turning into death energy, which turned into life energy again, and repeated the cycle. "You really want to die?" shouted the black-haired cultivator coldly. When Lin Feng attacked the celestial plate, the counterattacks also struck the others. Many people looked at Lin Feng coldly. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He released life and death lights and his life and death pattern appeared on the ground. Life and death energies condensed around him. Lin Feng bombarded the ground with punches. The life and death lights kept rotating around him. "If I don't come here to ask for my path, how could I achieve enlightenment?" said Lin Feng. His life and death lights then bombarded the celestial pathfinder plate again. A terrifying strength emerged. People suddenly opened their eyes and looked furious. The death energies kept pulsing out and bombarding people's souls. The path of death can unlock the door. Lin Feng sensed the death energies and continued releasing life energy at the same time. When he was bombarded by death energy, his death energy turned into green life energy. However, the death energy was too powerful and made his soul shake violently. He started chanting the song of the 9 Netherworlds. Lin Feng was suddenly surrounded by deadly death energies. The others were bombarded by aggressive death strength and looked at him coldly. The black-haired cultivator said coldly, "You'll die. Kill that guy," shouted people. Lin Feng sensed energies surrounding him. "If you don't use your mind to follow the way, die and ask." Lin Feng stood up, his eyes ice-cold. Life and death lights rose to the skies. He continued singing the song of the 9 Netherworlds and released his dazzling godly awareness. His energies enveloped him, before raging out at the celestial pathfinder plate. The crowd was astonished and staring at Lin Feng. He was insane. A sound spread in the air. Death intent reached a high level. Everybody sensed the death energy penetrating into their soul. They all had the impression they were going to die. Lin Feng raised his head. Death chi whistled around him, and he had the sensation he was going to die. "Life and death. My death is my life. How could my path kill me?" thought Lin Feng. Suddenly, he was filled with an endless amount of life energy. He was dead and alive at the same time. Sharp lights filled the air. Lin Feng's life and death pattern kept rotating, and at that moment, his life energy entirely turned into death energy. The life and death pattern was filled with death chi which rose to the skies. "This guy is brave," thought the astonished black-haired man. At that moment, deadly energies moved towards Lin Feng. However, his godly awareness was blocked because of the death strength. He couldn't release it too much because he would die otherwise. Lin Feng remained focused, ignoring the others. In his eyes, there were only life and death lights. He waved his hands. People's expressions changed drastically. Lin Feng closed his eyes and released all his soul strength towards the door. "He's insane," thought the crowd. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Usually, they were very careful when knocking on the stone plate. However, Lin Feng was using his full strength. He didn't care about them. Life strength invaded the whole space, which turned gray. Death swelled a moment later. A strong cultivator's face turned gray. He fell down and stopped moving. He was dead. If they had known Lin Feng would try to force the way, they would have killed him first. Lin Feng closed his eyes. His body was filled with life and death energies. My life is my death is my life and death are my path. How could I fear death? Said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul had been cleansed by life and death energies many times. Lin Feng raised his arms and condensed life and death strength. He had to accept both life and death to achieve enlightenment. The celestial pathfinder plate shook violently. Death strength surged everywhere. More and more people collapsed and died in the room. They were all stronger than Lin Feng, but the counterattack of the celestial pathfinder plate was much more powerful than them. At that moment, an even more terrifying death strength penetrated into Lin Feng's soul. However, Lin Feng just said, "Life." The death energy turned into life energy. Lin Feng turned into a halo of life and death lights. His body shone brightly. "Enlighten me on the path of life and death." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with dazzling life and death lights which moved towards the celestial pathfinder plate. The energies intertwined. You have already achieved rudimentary accomplishments on the path of life and death. Now you need to ask yourself about your mind. The celestial pathfinder plate turned into a mirror. Lin Feng stared at it. He had already passed this challenge. Lin Feng turned around. There were corpses everywhere. But there were still some people who were still alive. They hadn't been killed by the death energy. However, they didn't look at Lin Feng angrily. Only one person glanced at Lin Feng. "Never let fears invade your heart. The only path is the path of enlightenment," said that person bowing before Lin Feng. "Thank you very much for what you've shown us today." Lin Feng was surprised and smiled calmly. "Don't mention it. It was not on purpose. And they all died because of me." Then, Lin Feng crossed the door and went to the next place. What would happen in the next room? Lin Feng crossed the door and arrived in another room. As before, there was a celestial pathfinder plate. However, there was nobody else in that room. He was completely alone with the celestial doorway. Lin Feng walked up to the celestial pathfinder plate and sat down cross-legged before it. Strange lights surrounded him. A voice emerged from the celestial pathfinder plate. "Use your heart to knock on the door and ask for your path." Lin Feng looked calm as sharp lights emerged from his eyes. They turned into life and death lights and penetrated into the celestial pathfinder plate. However, the celestial pathfinder plate didn't react. "Use your heart to knock on the door and ask for your path," repeated the voice. Lin Feng frowned. "What heart?" Lin Feng was seated there and looked pensive. On the path of cultivation, you had to do things wholeheartedly. Back then, he had started studying the path of life and death. He had to do it wholeheartedly. Just wanting to do it wasn't sufficient. The heart was the most important thing. Lin Feng closed his eyes and started meditating and thinking about the path of life and death. In his mind, life and death stamps appeared and moved to the celestial pathfinder plate. The celestial pathfinder plate started shaking. Lin Feng sensed his godly awareness shake violently. He suddenly started feeling a bit sad and grieving. It was the grief of life and death. He remembered Lu Zhonglan, who had died for his country. He felt grief for Yan Yu Pingsheng, his wonderful teacher. He also felt sad for Wen Aoshui, an incredible woman who had ended up dead because of her family. He also felt sad for the man and his daughter in the village in hell. They were ordinary people, but in that world they had no freedom. Cultivators didn't care about those people's lives. In that world, nobody could escape from death. It was omnipresent. "That's my way of walking on the path of death and life," thought Lin Feng serenely. He released his godly awareness again. It sparkled, and life and death lights continued raining on the celestial pathfinder plate. The air whistled in reaction. Lin Feng continued feeling grief, but in that grief he also sensed vitality. Life and death were indivisible. Lin Feng felt very weak before the plate now. He felt tiny and scared. He was afraid. His strength allowed him to control other people's lives, either by letting them live or by killing them, or by protecting his loved ones as well. He had created a small world and had put his loved ones inside because he was afraid to let them stay in the outside world. What was he afraid of? He was afraid that Meng Qing would turn into an animal again. He was afraid that his family members could be killed. He was afraid that Qiu Xian had lost control over herself. He was afraid because Lei had dumped him like that. He wanted to control everything in his life. Therefore, he needed to become stronger. You're asking me how I feel deep inside? Lin Feng sighed. He looked at the celestial pathfinder plate and tried to understand how he really felt. Lin Feng stood up and took a step forward. Dazzling lights appeared before him. He calmed down as he infused the door with life and death energies again. He forced himself to have a heart as calm as still water. I chose the path of life and death. Are you asking me to use my heart or to stop using it? Lin Feng stared at the door. Sharp lights emerged from his eyes. Who can reject the world of mortals on the path of cultivation? Nobody can escape from life and death, declared that voice in Lin Feng's brain. Dazzling lights emerged from Lin Feng's body. I've already started walking on that path. There is nothing I can't do. I can reject the world of mortals if I wish. Destroy. After that, Lin Feng released terrifying energies and bombarded the celestial pathfinder plate. However, at that moment a silhouette appeared there. It was his own silhouette. Lin Feng walked forwards and realized he was now at the top of the mountain. He could sense the breeze brush against his body. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. He had just arrived, but it felt as if he had spent an entire life there. Lin Feng walked to a gigantic stone and sat down on it cross-legged. He closed his eyes and forgot about the outside world. 3 days later, at the top of the Pathfinder Peak, life and death intent were intertwining and appearing in Lin Feng's brain. He was also releasing life and death energies. 1 month later, Lin Feng was still surrounded by life and death lights. He looked calm and serene. Sharp lights were emerging from his third eye. At that moment, in the outside world, people around the Pathfinder Peak looked surprised. Their eyes were twinkling. They could see life and death energies emerging from the Pathfinder Peak. 3 months passed. On that day, the meditating Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. They were filled with demonic will. There were 2 life and death discs in his eyes. One could sense life and death strength just looking at his eyes. In the air, terrifying demon energies pulsed. It was as if the Milky Way had appeared above Lin Feng's body. There was demon culpa strength there, too. Lin Feng flashed forwards and left the Pathfinder Peak. There's someone outside of the Pathfinder Peak. Some people saw Lin Feng come out and were astonished. It was said that most people never came back out. The Pathfinder Peak was easy to go to, but difficult to leave. The Milky Way is shaking. What kind of strength is that? Some people came out of the Milky Way and moved towards Lin Feng. They wanted to ask him questions about the Pathfinder Peak. What did you see on the Pathfinder Peak? Asked someone. People surrounded Lin Feng and stared at him. People who had never been there were curious. You can ask for guidance about your cultivation, obviously, replied Lin Feng. That person was cold and impolite. The Milky Way continued shaking. Some sounds spread in the air. It was as if the Milky Way had been broken. Something strange was happening. Someone demanded, "What did you find there?" Lin Feng glanced at them in a cold way. His eyes contained life and death intent. "If you don't dare go there, why do you ask me?" said Lin Feng. That person shouted coldly, "You want to die," as he attacked. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with life and death energies. Suddenly, lights emerged from his eyes and moved straight into that person's. Encounter. A gigantic hand appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng flashed away and released life and death sword energies. The man had the sensation that his soul was going to explode. Death sword energies pierced through his head. He gave a horrible shriek as his face turned gray. He looked dead. "Die," said Lin Feng. Sword energies continued piercing through his brain. Then, his body slowly fell from the sky and down into the yellow springs. Lin Feng glanced at the others coldly and said, "If you don't dare go there, why do you ask me?" Demon Culpa strength pulsed. It was as if the Milky Way had been broken. Lin Feng was surprised at the feeling. "I'm going to get cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength. How strong will they be since I'm a medium-level emperor?" Lin Feng's eyes looked ice-cold. The crowd around moved further away from him. Thunderclaps boomed. Culpa strength fell from the sky and rained down on Lin Feng's body furiously with its first wave. His clothes completely disappeared, and his silhouette had become blurry. 2. Demon Culpa strength flowed throughout his body. How terrifying. The Culpa strength is much scarier than when I had the strength of a low-level emperor. If my physical body didn't have the strength of a medium-level emperor, my flesh would have been crushed, thought Lin Feng grimly. When the Culpa strength cleansed his body a sixth time, he started bleeding as wounds appeared on his body. However, when this demon Culpa cleansing finally ended, Lin Feng's body was already all shiny and unmarred. He had recovered in the blink of an eye, as if he had been reborn. When the seventh wave of Culpa strength pounded down on him, Lin Feng had the sensation his soul was going to get kicked out of his body. He fell down on his knees and his face was deathly pale. Life! Suddenly, life strength flowed through Lin Feng's body. He raised his head and stared at the sky. The Culpa strength kept coming down. Just like the previous time, the last waves of Culpa strength were the most powerful ones. However, Lin Feng didn't look like he was suffering, he looked excited. He stood up again like a powerful mountain. He was defying the heavens. Kacha! When the eighth wave of Culpa strength bombarded his body, his muscles shook violently, and he burst out bleeding again. His soul kept shaking violently. The Culpa strength felt like millions of snakes inside his muscles. The crowd was staring at him in amazement. Surprisingly, a medium-level Hell Emperor was being cleansed by Devamara Culpa strength, and the Milky Way even started breaking. That was an incredible skill. When the last wave of Devamara Culpa strength appeared in the sky, he was still surrounded by powerful life and death lights. Thunder kept rolling, and the Milky Way had turned into a dark demon cloud. People felt like they were suffocating around him. Finally, the ninth wave attacked his body violently, like a million snakes trying to enter his skin. "Destroy," said Lin Feng coldly. Death meaning rose to the skies. Sword lights cut everything and countered the wave of Culpa strength. It was as if everything were collapsing around him. Life! Lin Feng released life energies. The mighty Devamara Culpa strength kept tempering his body. He had the impression he was going to die. Blood splashed out of his mouth. Lin Feng slowly sat down and released even more life chi to surround every corner of his body. "Is he hurt?" thought the crowd staring at Lin Feng. The demon cloud slowly dispersed. However, the terrifying strength was still pressing down. He had to be injured. At that moment, some people's silhouettes flickered. Lin Feng's skill was incredible. He probably had some incredible ancient scriptures. "I'm a demon cultivator. I broke through to the Huang Qi layer using my physical body. If I had his skill, I would become extremely powerful," thought a demon emperor, staring at Lin Feng. Demon lights appeared. He looked at Lin Feng greedily with his black eyes. Silhouettes flickered. A group of strong cultivators had surrounded Lin Feng and looked at him coldly. "Give me your skill and I'll help you get rid of these people," said one person coldly. His long black hair looked as sharp as blades, like a scary ancient demon. "Kill him, that's all," said someone coldly. Many people looked at that demon emperor coldly. Lin Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the people around him coldly. "If you want my skill, come and get it." Eyes glittered with greed. One of them shouted furiously and released death strength to surround Lin Feng, who was still seated. He looked unperturbed. He absorbed the death energies and a life and death pattern appeared. He waved his hands, and life and death lights appeared. One of the people flashed to attack. The earth and sky shook violently. It was like endless ferocious animals had been unleashed to attack him. Lin Feng moved forwards. Lights shone. A purple tank appeared and explosions detonated around him. That cultivator raised his hands and a powerful earth spear appeared. also containing deadly empty space cosmic energies. Die! Shouted that cultivator coldly. His spear shot at Lin Feng. Illusion destruction, retorted Lin Feng, throwing his life and death pattern. The life and death pattern started spinning as an illusion swept over the area. Lin Feng flashed away as more marks appeared, and a great deployment spell materialized. Contained a terrifying strength. Besides, the golden deployment spell kept spreading more and more. If you don't kill me, I guarantee you won't survive, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He didn't stop moving, staying in motion. The deployment spell turned into a dangerous illusion. Humph! The cultivator who had just talked groaned coldly. He moved in a blur of speed. In front of him, 8 spears appeared and shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hands, and the life and death pattern became lit up brightly, collided with the spears. At the same time, death intent emerged from his eyes. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He suddenly disappeared. A void sword appeared and pierced through his opponent's head with death intent. After Lin Feng's brain had been imprinted, he had managed to stamp his Nihility sword scriptures with death strength. His Nihility sword attacks were now much more powerful. Therefore, even before Lin Feng was cleansed by the Devamarakalpa strength, he had killed someone like this. That person still shouted furiously. Millions of spears reappeared and collided against Lin Feng's sword. However, at that moment, Lin Feng landed in front of him and another life and death stamp appeared and crashed onto his body. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with death energies. The soul of Lin Feng's enemy shook violently. Lin Feng raised his fist and there was explosion. His enemy's head directly blew apart. At the same time, sword chi emerged, and he cut apart his opponent's soul. More bright lights suddenly moved towards Lin Feng, gleaming and sharp. His soul suddenly started shaking. Cut! An ancient mountain moved towards Lin Feng. As the second strong cultivator attacked, some other people also attacked Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng released his bestial consciousness, and a lake of black water appeared everywhere, shocking everyone. Lin Feng released all his wind cosmic energies into his legs and retreated. The earth and sky were shaking violently as multiple energies crashed together. Lin Feng descended on his deployment spell. Golden lights glittered and strobed. At the same time, destructive illusion energies surrounded those strong cultivators. The onlookers were all staring at the Milky Way. It was pulsing furiously, and its strength was pressing down on everyone. Lin Feng released all his desolate cosmic energy. People's faces changed drastically as they saw the results. He had just been cleansed by Devamarakalpa. Why were the skies furious again? What kind of strength is that? Even though they were all well-taught and knowledgeable, they didn't recognize that kind of strength. Why were the skies furious? Lin Feng raised his head as some explosive strength condensed in the Milky Way. It was extremely oppressive and descending from the sky. Come, said Lin Feng coldly. The skies were furious. Explosions erupted. Lin Feng's deployment spell kept undulating. Some splits appeared on the deployment spell, and drove Lin Feng down onto his knees. He was bleeding severely. However, he looked indestructible. He stood up again and said, "Destroy!" Lin Feng's physical body was being attacked. The strong cultivators were still stuck in the deployment spell, and his face was deathly pale as he stared at the energies in the sky. Then, a second wave of strength bombarded him. "No!" shouted someone. However, explosions and rumbling sounds erupted again, and Lin Feng was struck down to his knees again. Back then, when the skies had attacked him, he had used the celestial evolution chessboard to protect himself. Now, he just endured the attacks with his physical strength. Phew! Lin Feng took a deep breath. His physical body was being destroyed by that strength, but he kept recovering. He coldly glanced at the crowd. Those people were high-level emperors, but their physical strength couldn't be compared with Lin Feng's. What kind of physical strength is that? How come he attracts the fury of the skies? Thought the demon cultivator who had wisely retreated. A third wave of energies crashed down onto Lin Feng. He had just recovered, and now he was being repeatedly assaulted again. He fell down on his knees once again, and finally just sat down on the illusion spell again and closed his eyes. Terrifying life energy appeared all around him. The chi finally dispersed. The Watchers didn't dare attack Lin Feng anymore. Even though he was just a medium-level Hell Emperor, he was really terrifying. The demon cultivator was determined to learn what Lin Feng's secret was. Lin Feng was seated cross-legged and ignored the people around him. His eyes were closed. His bones and flesh were emitting crackling and spluttering sounds. Devamara culpa and desolate energies kept bombarding him. If he hadn't been strong enough, he would have died. Surprisingly, nobody dared go and disturb him again. The demon cultivator in the distance did some hand seals and a pitch-black imprint appeared, racing towards Lin Feng. The pitch-black imprint stamped Lin Feng's body. It looked like nothing had happened, but Lin Feng's eyes went ice-cold. Strength started flowing inside his body and chased after the imprint. However, Lin Feng realized he couldn't destroy it. It acted like it didn't even exist. That's a special imprint from my clan, the ancient demon clan. It's an illusion. You can't destroy it, said a voice. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the gigantic demon cultivator. Sharp death chi instantly struck out at the man. The demon cultivator frowned and released demon strength. Ancient demons appeared in the air and crackling sounds spread in the air. Your Nihility sword has a death stamp, said the gigantic demon cultivator before adding, give me your skills. I set some ancient demon clans imprints everywhere in the Milky Way battlefield. You can't survive. Ancient demon clans people. The crowd was staring at the gigantic demon cultivator and frowned. The ancient demon clan was very powerful. Nobody knew where their headquarters were, but they had a faction on the Milky Way battlefield. They were in the Milky Way battlefield at all times. The ancient demon clan had special powers. They were extremely strong, powerful, and aggressive. People didn't dare offend them. Ancient demon clan? Life and death energies rotated in Lin Feng's eyes. He suddenly jumped and ran towards the gigantic demon cultivator. Death imprints appeared as well as Nihility sword strength. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His gigantic life and death pattern rained down. The gigantic demon cultivator's soul shook. Another demon shadow appeared and collided with Lin Feng's death sword. At the same time, he raised his fists, and a gigantic demon hand blotted out the sky. Thunder cracked in the air. How strong, thought Lin Feng. He suddenly rose up into the air. A terrifying sword intent started spinning around him. He condensed cosmic energies in his fists and punched out. Lights flared around him. Lin Feng sensed his bones crackle and pulled back. The gigantic demon cultivator wasn't enjoying himself either. As Lin Feng's sword energies were powerful, he had to protect himself. He's been a medium-level emperor for a short time. His cultivation isn't that stabilized. However, he can resist my ancient demon fist imprint. His physical body is incredible, which means his mysterious skills are powerful, thought the gigantic demon cultivator. He wanted Lin Feng's skills even more now. He stared at Lin Feng and said, you're quite strong, but your cultivation level is too low. Give me your skills and techniques, and I won't kill you. Humph! Lin Feng grunted and flashed forwards, energies pulsing around him. He ignored the gigantic demon cultivator. He didn't know what the ancient demon clan was, but they were extremely strong. Lin Feng's physical body was already incredible. He had even broken through to the Huang Qi layer thanks to his physical body. However, that gigantic demon cultivator's physical strength was incredible too, and he had the strength of the top of the Huang Qi layer. He couldn't defeat him with death sword attacks. He didn't have the advantage in this battle. Do you think you can escape? Said the gigantic demon cultivator coldly, and chased after Lin Feng. Their battle attracted people's attention on the Milky Way battlefield. A terrifying golden spear shot at Lin Feng. That golden spear contained stamped fire lights. A rainbow of energies appeared in the sky and lashed at Lin Feng. Humph! The gigantic demon cultivator chased after Lin Feng and accelerated, his strength rising quickly. A gigantic hand appeared and moved towards Lin Feng even more quickly. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with flames of fury. The spear moved even faster. His enemy wanted to stab Lin Feng no matter what. At that moment, Lin Feng stumbled and the golden spear pierced through his chest. However, it didn't kill him. It just softly pierced through his body. The attacker was stupefied. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would fail to dodge. He suddenly looked scared. But it was already too late. Both of them were incredibly fast. His spear hadn't killed Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his fist and crashed a fist onto the man's skull. His head crackled at the blow. Lin Feng grabbed him and threw him away. The golden energies were still in Lin Feng's body. People's hairs bristled when they saw Lin Feng's ice-cold gaze. Life energy started flowing in his body. He yanked the spear out of himself and threw it behind him. He didn't even look at his attacker again, and continued walking. Some strange marks appeared behind him as he wielded empty space and wind cosmic energies. Humph! The gigantic demon cultivator grabbed his golden spear and chased after Lin Feng again. Many people looked after them. They were surprised, but they didn't try to attack them. These two people were too strong. What a strange agility technique, he's also using empty space strength, thought the gigantic demon cultivator. He was furious, he couldn't seem to catch up with Lin Feng. At that moment, a talisman appeared in his hand. He put his godly awareness in it and didn't stop chasing. Lin Feng flew for a long time. Suddenly, the atmosphere shook in front of him as more people arrived. Their strength was incredible. One of them had a chi similar to the gigantic demon cultivator and was flying towards him. Each time he took a step, the ground shook. Strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan. Lin Feng turned around, but someone was coming from that direction, too. He was being surrounded on the Milky Way battlefield. "Don't offend me or I'll kill you," said Lin Feng, suddenly turning around to confront the gigantic demon cultivator and releasing terrifying energies. However, the gigantic demon cultivator didn't care about what Lin Feng said. He was also an amazing cultivator. In response, a demon appeared behind him. "Die!" shouted the gigantic demon cultivator. The demon charged Lin Feng. He was using his soul to carry out the attack. A gigantic ancient demon hand appeared above Lin Feng's head. He felt the pressure. The hand wasn't an illusion. Lin Feng raised his fists. Terrifying energies continued pressing down on him. He was being pushed down and was going to be pushed into the yellow springs under his feet. The gigantic demon cultivator frowned. He didn't want to push Lin Feng into the yellow springs. He wanted his mysterious physical body skills and techniques. However, Lin Feng released death intent and a cage appeared around the gigantic demon cultivator. The gigantic demon cultivator was startled. Lin Feng suddenly rose up into the air, grabbed one of the gigantic demon cultivator's legs and pulled him down. The gigantic demon cultivator and the cage containing him fell. "Break!" shouted the gigantic demon cultivator furiously. The cage broke apart, but Lin Feng continued putting pressure on him. Silver wings appeared on Lin Feng's back and he forced the demon cultivator down further. His purple tank appeared and pressured the gigantic demon cultivator even more. Lin Feng wanted to throw him into the yellow springs. The gigantic demon cultivator's expression changed drastically. He shouted furiously and gained some altitude, performing a knife hand strike in the air and making a fissure in the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the two other cultivators also arrived. Lin Feng flapped his wings quickly and flew away. If the ancient demon clan's strong cultivators caught him, they'd definitely kill him. Lin Feng wrapped his silver wings around himself, and his shadow spirit appeared. Lin Feng turned into a shadow and sped away. He had to get rid of the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan. "Jumo, why are you chasing this person?" asked one of the strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan to the gigantic demon cultivator, who was called Jumo. The three of them continued chasing Lin Feng. His physical strength is incredible. He has a marvelous skill which allows him to cleanse his body. If I and some others could obtain it, we could possibly become great emperors using just our physical bodies. Jumo told them eagerly. The other two lit up with greed. Indeed, Jumo was right. If Lin Feng had such a thing, then they could benefit from it. "Let's tell our people and let's capture him," said that guy coldly, and took out a talisman. He used his godly awareness to contact his people. Lin Feng was farther and farther from the people tracking him. However, Jumo continued chasing him. He couldn't see Lin Feng anymore, but he couldn't lose track of him since he had put an imprint in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng couldn't escape. Sometimes, it rained above the Milky Way battlefield, but Lin Feng didn't try to get any precious items. A palace appeared in front of him above the yellow springs. It was spectacular. Lin Feng flashed aside and entered the palace. At that moment, Jumo looked extremely happy. He smiled in a strange way and said, "We're so lucky. That guy surprisingly went to the ancient demon island. He's going to bring about his own destruction." Ancient demon island? The two others continued using talismans to communicate with their colleagues, but they looked surprised. Lin Feng didn't know where he had gone. However, he could sense demon chi everywhere. That place seemed to be a paradise for demon cultivators. Lin Feng liked these energies. However, at that moment, more people rose up in the air and said nothing. They just threw themselves at him and surrounded him. Lin Feng realized he had ended up in the wrong place. Those people had the same chi as Jumo. Ancient demon clan. Lin Feng was speechless. What a bad coincidence. However, Lin Feng was fearless. In the celestial country, there was no great emperor, there were only normal emperors. Lin Feng wasn't afraid to fight against emperors. Lin Feng suddenly charged ahead lightning fast, and a powerful demon lotus appeared in his left hand. It contained a powerful and destructive fire energy. Humph! One of the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan grunted coldly. He didn't know how strong Lin Feng was. That fire was powerful, but it didn't pose a threat to him. People from the ancient demon clan were terrifyingly strong. They had incredible ancient demon techniques, and their physical bodies had all been cleansed by demon strength. Their physical strength was usually amazing. Few people could compete with them in terms of physical strength. Lin Feng threw the fireball in his left hand. His enemy smiled coldly. He waved his hand and an ancient demon imprint moved towards Lin Feng. His enemy looked like a demon. Boom! Lin Feng's fire and the demon hand collided. The demon hand broke apart, but Lin Feng continued punching the atmosphere in his enemy's direction. Lin Feng was strong. Another demon imprint appeared and shot towards Lin Feng. He had to suppress Lin Feng. At that moment, the two cultivators were getting closer. Lin Feng didn't look perturbed at all. His eyes were just gray. He actually looked dead. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. Death energy penetrated into his enemy's brain. At the same time, Lin Feng released sword energies in a blur of motion. The attack seemed indestructible. Those watching had no time to react. They saw the death sword shoot towards the strong cultivator's head. Lin Feng blurred into motion, and a gigantic hand came down on the man's head, with fatal results. The other strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan were astonished. They had just been watching the battle. They thought their colleague could fight alone against Lin Feng. He should have been enough. But even if he wasn't enough, they had thought Lin Feng couldn't kill him. They hadn't thought Lin Feng would kill a cultivator of the ancient demon clan so easily. Of course, they didn't know how strong Lin Feng was. Lin Feng had already started on the path of life and death, and he had already started practicing life and death cultivation with his heart and mind. He used death strength stamps, his nihility sword attacks, and his mind to attack. He could now kill people even more easily than before. Lin Feng didn't flinch, and boldly attacked the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan. In the central area of the palace, there was a demon pond with demon water inside. It contained powerful demonic energies which dashed to the skies. The whole pond was filled with demon strength. There were two strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan bathing in the pond and practicing cultivation. Powerful demon strength kept flowing throughout their bodies, making them stronger and stronger. Crackling and shattering sounds were audible, and the water around them seemed to be boiling. "Oh no!" thought some of the strong cultivators when they saw that Lin Feng was flying towards the demon pond. They were stupefied and shouted furiously, "Be careful!" The extremely loud shout woke everyone up on the whole ancient demon island. Black lights moved towards Lin Feng. Someone was causing trouble in their world, and now he was going to their demon pond. How audacious? They hadn't imagined such a thing was possible, so the two cultivators in the pond couldn't possibly think of such a thing, either. Even if they could sense the powerful energies, they couldn't imagine what was happening while they peacefully practiced cultivation. Sometimes, the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan released such powerful energies, so it was no surprise to them. A death sword streaked across the sky and pierced through the head of the first one cultivating. Lin Feng then punched the other one, wasting no time. When those people realized they were being attacked, they had no time to react. The second one's head just exploded. Lin Feng killed those two people, but he still looked emotionless. His eyes were still filled with death intent. He entered the demon pond and started absorbing the water. This pond's demon intent is strange. I can use it to cleanse my body, thought Lin Feng, surprised he had found such a place. He did a knife hand strike, and gigantic waves appeared on the pond. Lin Feng then released Culpa strength as the whole world seemed to tremble. The powerful Devamara Culpa strength fused together with the water, before sending it shooting up into the air. He's using the demon strength of the demon pond. Some strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan arrived and saw that Lin Feng was in the pond. They could hear crackling and shattering sounds coming from it. They were astonished and looked down at Lin Feng coldly. Die! Explosions filled the air, and death strength surrounded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued swimming in the demon pond and his powerful Devamara Culpa strength became stronger. Suddenly, Lin Feng waved his hand and the water rose higher up in the air. Die! Said Lin Feng, raising a finger and pointing at someone. In a flash, the water started boiling. An endless amount of Devamara Culpa energy shot towards the person Lin Feng was pointing at, and that person immediately exploded into chunks of flesh and bone. Such powerful attacks scared the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan to death. The whole demon pond was in the air. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with death intent and made them shiver. Jumo and the others wanted to kill him, but even though he only looked like a low-level emperor, he was terrifyingly strong. The air kept trembling. Jumo and the others shouted furiously when they saw that Lin Feng was in the pond. How could you let him go into the water? Everybody pulled a long face. Lin Feng could easily kill their strong cultivators now that he was taking the water from their pond. Their ancestors had created that pond for them and had brought it to the Milky Way battlefield. It was a holy cultivation place for them. However, at that moment Lin Feng was using it. Let's attack him together. Don't waste your energies. This guy has mysterious skills, Jumo said loudly. Quickly, the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan threw themselves at Lin Feng at the same time. If they joined hands, they should have no trouble killing this outsider. Lin Feng raised his hands and condensed Culpa strength. Two dazzling light beams of destructive strength appeared. Bastard! Shouted Jumo furiously. When he saw the two light beams, he noticed that it contained the pond's strength. The two light beams dashed to the heavens, and demonic lights blotted out the sky. Devamara Culpa strength twisted, and the Devamara Culpa strength turned into an illusion, many powerful stars appearing around them. The people from the ancient demon clan were stupefied at the display. Die! Jumo knew that he couldn't wait at all. Ancient demon imprints struck out like a meteor shower. All of the people of the ancient demon clan attacked at the same time. If all those energies crashed onto Lin Feng's body, he would definitely die. Go! Lin Feng condensed Culpa strength in his left hand, as well as wind cosmic energies. He reacted extremely quickly as his energies collided with the energies in the sky. The Culpa strength kept exploding. With all the destructive energies flying around, it was like the world was going to collapse. Destroy! A light beam of destruction emerged from Lin Feng's right hand. At the same time, many Culpa lights appeared. Lin Feng swam down to the depths of the demon pond and released life energy to form an armor around his body. At the surface, the Devamara Culpa strength was bombarding the earth and sky. Lin Feng's Devamara Culpa strength obviously couldn't be that powerful, but coupled with the demon strength of the pond, his skills, and his Devamara Culpa strength, His attack was just too terrifying. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan were going insane and trying to escape, but it was difficult to find a place without Devamara Culpa lights. Many people were being crushed to death. When the clouds dispersed, the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan looked terrified. Lin Feng reappeared at the surface of the pond. He raised his hands again and condensed Culpa strength again. The cultivators of the ancient demon clan were trembling at the sight. "Has Juxiao come back already?" asked Jumo, staring at the others. Juxiao was the strongest cultivator of the ancient demon clan's faction on the Milky Way battlefield. He had reached the very top of the Huang Qi layer and was extremely strong. "Not yet. Juxiao wants to fight on the other side of the Milky Way," replied a clansman. Jumo's eyes glittered. Juxiao really wanted to go the other side. Even if he encountered a terrifyingly strong cultivator, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. "Let's activate the great ancient demon deployment spell and gather together to kill him," ordered Jumo coldly. People frowned. Activate the great ancient demon deployment spell to kill an emperor? They were so many strong cultivators, and now he wanted them to use the great ancient demon deployment spell? How sad. But Lin Feng really was too terrifying. And if they didn't activate it, who would dare go in and fight against Lin Feng? "All right," said the ancient demon clansman. 18 people's silhouettes flickered and landed in 18 different positions. After only a short time, 18 lights beams rose up in the air. Demon clouds rolled in and covered the sky. Lin Feng raised his head and watched everything. Those people surprisingly understood deployment spells as well. In the air, demon patterns appeared, appearing like demon silhouettes. Demonic energies emerged from the 18 locations. Demon shadows. Lin Feng was startled. Those demon patterns looked like demon kings, very realistic. They were extremely powerful. A demon silhouette condensed in the middle of the deployment spell. The energy it gave off was astonishing. The demon flickered and threw himself at Lin Feng. His demon chi was ancient and terrible. Lin Feng waved his hands and condensed Culpa's strength, which moved towards the demon shadow. Thunder boomed as the demon shadow broke apart. Another one appeared and charged him. This demon was holding a gigantic blade and looked powerful and imposing. More demon shadows were condensing, and it seemed that they could emerge any time. "What kind of deployment spell is that?" shouted Lin Feng coldly. "This is a deployment spell which we inherited from our ancestors in the ancient demon clan. It's an evolved version of the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. An all-conquering demon emperor will appear and kill you. You still have time to give us your mysterious skills and techniques." Jumo shouted back. Lin Feng frowned. The Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony? It was the second time he heard that word. Back when the Netherworld Demon Emperor had battled against another Demon Emperor, the Netherworld Demon Emperor had used the 9 Netherworld's demonic song and the other one had used the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony, which called 18 demons. Had the ancient demon clan's ancestor also obtained the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony? Unfortunately, I'm too weak. I can't use the 9 Netherworld's song properly. Otherwise, I would be able to steal people's willpower and use it for the benefit of my demon cultivation, thought Lin Feng. The 9 Netherworld's demoniac song was extremely powerful. With the 9 Netherworld's demoniac song, a cultivator could control other people and make them turn into possessed slaves. They could also influence people's state of mind. Back then, when the Netherworld Demon Emperor had used the 9 Netherworld song, the many people had all turned into demons, including Emperor Peng. Now that clan had an evolved version of the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony, it was probably incredible. Lin Feng had already absorbed the entirety of the demon pond. Jumo wasn't willing to let him leave with it. He didn't want Lin Feng to use it all either. "You have a deployment spell? I can also use deployment spells," replied Lin Feng coldly. He descended into the demon pond, Culpa lights glittering around him as a path appeared in the water. It was a spectacular sight. Lin Feng went to the bottom of the pond, surrounded by walls of water. He started carving marks and a life and death pattern appeared. Lin Feng released immortal and earth energies in a billowing storm. The demon pond became his deployment spell territory. While carving marks, Lin Feng continued releasing Culpa strength, which rose up and slaughtered the demons descending from the sky to kill him. Lin Feng finished his life and death deployment spell. Death Chi began to gather. However, Lin Feng didn't stop moving. He continued making shattering deployment spells. After all that, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and let the water of the demon pond flow throughout the deployment spells and over his body. He quickly disappeared from the clansmen's field of view. Each time their demons penetrated into the water, they did not come back out, and were destroyed immediately. However, the clansmen continued attacking Lin Feng's deployment spells and breaking them down slowly. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan were worried. Lin Feng just enjoyed being in the demon pond. At the same time, he started studying new spells. He had many sorts of strength, and had the celestial evolution holy scriptures which allowed him to evolve his spells. He had his rule technique, the rule of life and death, the strength of life and death. His attacks were becoming more and more explosive. He also had his nihility sword and his 9 culpa swords. Basically, on the path of life and death, he could mix anything with life and death energies, and with his incredible speed thanks to his wind cosmic energies, he was becoming monstrously strong. Out on the vast Milky Way battlefield, there was a kind of natural protective screen that looked like an illusion. It looked like cliffs, but it was transparent. Could usually prevent cultivators from passing through, but if they did, an imprint appeared on their third eye and they couldn't delete it. At that moment, Zhu Xiao had come to that place from the ancient demon clan. He couldn't see anyone in front of him, as few people came to that place because it was very dangerous. When people did, they could sense some powerful energies. People who came from hell knew that the Milky Way battlefield was very dangerous, but people who came from powerful groups could go there if they took precautions. However, crossing over completely was extremely dangerous, because on the other side there were many extremely strong cultivators. At that moment, Zhu Xiao gazed into the distance sharply, his demon energies pulsing. He already had an imprint on his third eye. He continued flying ahead, as he wanted to see how hard it was to completely cross the area. "People who come here will die," said someone in the distance, the air quaking. A silhouette appeared and charged at him. Zhu Xiao just grunted, and sharp lights emerged from his eyes. His enemy shivered and stared at Zhu Xiao, petrified. Zhu Xiao looked like a celestial demon. He punched out explosively. Endless numbers of golden sun swords appeared, but were immediately destroyed by Zhu Xiao's Devamara punch. Break! After that, the enemy continued attacking crazily. His golden energies became dazzling and assaulting the Devamara punch. Zhu Xiao continued running towards him. A gigantic Devamara hand appeared as Zhu Xiao's body became gigantic. The strong cultivator turned into a golden body. Zhu Xiao grabbed him with his gigantic hand as easily if he had grabbed an ant. "Destroy!" snarled Zhu Xiao. He squeezed the golden cultivator with his gigantic hand and crushed him. He said coldly, "According to legends, on the other side you can find the continent of the 9 clouds. I'm curious to see how strong people there are. I follow the path of ancient demons and I have a Devamara body. Who can compete with me in this world?" His body turned into a light beam. Along the way he killed a dozen people. However, after a short time, Zhu Xiao stopped upon on a bridge. His body was pitch black and gigantic, but at that moment, he seemed to feel dizzy and was gazing into the distance. He started trembling. The Milky Way's Great War. Zhu Xiao heard that voice in his head. A boundless army was coming his way. That army sealed the entire sky. There were people spread out over hundreds of kilometers, and they all had a killer chi. The atmosphere became very oppressive. "It's going to be a tragedy for the people from hell on the Milky Way battlefield," said a voice in Zhu Xiao's head. He quickly turned around and started running away. He was very confident and he knew he was strong. He could kill people easily. He could also fight against a small army. However, the army he was facing wasn't any ordinary army. They were an elite force. According to the old legends, each time this army appeared, many people died. Ji Chong calmly watched Zhu Xiao escape, not bothering to chase him. They were there for a real war, not to kill 1 or 2 people. They wanted to invade and conquer the Milky Way battlefield. According to legends, on the other side of the Milky Way battlefield, there were people from Hell. Hell was isolated from the rest of the world. People who wanted to go to Hell said that you needed to find the forbidden area of Juyu. Few people knew where it was. The ancestor often said that going to the celestial country was a way to go to Hell too. But these were only legends. People from Hell controlled death strength, and they had explosive powers. In the past, people from Hell usually took the initiative to attack first, but this time people from the continent of the Nine Clouds made the decision to attack. The troops were composed of people from many different academies. They all had incredible spells and techniques, and came from everywhere in the continent of the Nine Clouds. There were hundreds of them here now, a fearsome force. Ji Chong was in charge of leading the army of Champion University. People who were from the Celestial Champion ranking list and above were the core troops, and constituted a powerful army. They wanted to get on the other side of the Milky Way battlefield. Ji Chong, we should go to the other side of the celestial country and kill everyone. Someone next to him spoke excitedly. It was a young man with a golden face. This time we came here to practice. Our purpose is show that in the future, people from the continent can fight together. Our allies today will be our enemies tomorrow. Our main goal is to become stronger anyway, said Ji Chong. The whole army had already crossed the protective screen, so they all had an imprint in their third eye and were considered intruders. They couldn't hide themselves. Some strong cultivators from Hell were on the edge of that vast area. When they saw the army arrive, they were stunned and their faces turned deathly pale as they started running away, trying to escape. Die! Shouted Ji Chong furiously. Now they were going to start attacking. Die! Shouted the whole army furiously. Their voices made everyone shake. A powerful chi rolled out and some people immediately started coughing up blood. Their faces all turned pale and desperate. Destructive strength filled the heavens. People's faces were as white as sheets of paper as they started drowning in the destructive strength. In the distance, some people raised their heads and shook when they saw what was happening. They couldn't keep calm and all looked terrified. They gazed into the distance, their hearts pounding. A great war over the Milky Way battlefield was going to start. Powerful wind started blowing. People on the Milky Way battlefield were shaken. People started running away to tell everyone about what was happening. Some people didn't believe that there could be a war on the Milky Way battlefield. Of course, some people wanted to go and see to make sure, but after going there, they never came back. The continent of the Nine Clouds army was terrifying. They slaughtered their way forward relentlessly. Some strong cultivators started gathering on the side of Hell and forming an army. However, Lin Feng didn't know about what was happening. At that moment, he was still in the ancient demon clan's great deployment spell. The people from the ancient demon clan also found it difficult to resist him. On that day, Zhu Xiao suddenly came back. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan quickly went up to him. What's going on? Zhu Xiao asked the ancient demon clansman when he saw that they had activated the great ancient demon deployment spell. Astonished, Jumo pointed to Lin Feng down in the demon pond and said, "That guy has a mysterious technique and he's very dangerous. He used the strength of the demon pond to attack us. We couldn't do anything against him, so we had to activate the deployment spell. But his deployment spells are extremely powerful, too." Zhu Xiao looked at Lin Feng and flew towards him. He appeared in the sky above the demon pond, sharp demon lights emerging from his eyes and descending from the sky. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked up at Zhu Xiao. Zhu Xiao shot down towards Lin Feng in the demon pond, his body swelling immensely in size. He looked like a Devamara demon. "Die!" shouted Zhu Xiao furiously. He waved his hand and a powerful celestial hand descended from the sky. Devamara Kulpa strength condensed. Lin Feng released a powerful and explosive Devamara Kulpa attack. The two hands collided, but Zhu Xiao's hand didn't break. Humph! Zhu Xiao is walking on the path of enlightenment. He's an incredible demon cultivator and has the Devamara body. He is invincible, sneered the ancient demon clansman coldly. This time, Zhu Xiao had to kill Lin Feng. Dao power. Lin Feng was stupefied. He sensed some Dao power in the demon hand attack. That level of strength was terrifying. Even some great emperors didn't know how to use Dao power yet. Lin Feng understood basic things on the path of life and death. He could already adapt his Nihility sword scriptures to his life and death cultivation, and he could easily kill high-level emperors with his powers. With life and death stamps, his attacks were even more fearsome. But without Dao power, killing those heroic and talented high-level emperors was difficult. And now a demon silhouette had appeared. He had his own path, and his attacks contained threads of Dao power. Lin Feng released a Kulpa sword which whistled as it pierced through the air. The demon hand was cut apart by the Kulpa sword, shocking Zhu Xiao. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would be strong enough to destroy his Dao power attack. He was also even more infuriated. Many more demons continued descending from the sky to suppress Lin Feng. Even his soul started shaking. Soul attack. Lin Feng was grim. That soul attack was almost physical, as it contained Dao power strength. His enemy was very powerful. He also had very advanced knowledge and understanding of his own path. Lin Feng understood what kind of body his enemy had. It gave him the power to make things almost indestructible. His offense and defense were both amazing. With that kind of body and that kind of Dao, Lin Feng understood that his path and his enemy's path were completely different. Sword strength appeared in the sky and pierced through the demons' heads, dispersing them. Zhu Xiao grunted and advanced. Lin Feng could feel Zhu Xiao's powerful soul approach him and weighing down on him. Lin Feng advanced as well. Lights glittered, and demon strength condensed and dashed skywards before whipping at his enemy's gigantic feet. Water splashed and rolled, but the Colossus had an indestructible body, and his defensive abilities were incredible. Lin Feng sighed. He understood the difference between people who had understood the Tao and those who hadn't. They belonged to different worlds. Even Lin Feng only understood rudimentary notions of the Tao, and yet that was enough for him to kill high-level emperors with life and death strength. Now Zhu Xiao was using Tao power attacks to attack him, and Lin Feng was countering with destructive demon strength, but he couldn't even break the enemy's feet. Huge waves of dazzling Kulpa strength began condensing around Lin Feng. Go! The Kulpa strength raged up and moved towards the condensing lights. A dazzling light flew above the demon pond, delivering an explosion that actually blew a hole in his enemy's feet. Demon Kulpa strength? Zhu Xiu was surprised. This guy could use the strength of the demon pond. He could take it and make it turn into Kulpa strength. He had probably obtained some mysterious ancient scriptures. You're quite strong. However, you will never be able to run away from me. Zhu Xiao swore coldly. Lin Feng looked back at him with murder in his eyes. Even though Zhu Xiao was strong, Lin Feng wasn't worried because he could also imprison this guy in his small world, and he was probably not strong enough to break free from it. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure whether Zhu Xiao had great imperial weapons or not. If he did have one, then Lin Feng wasn't sure if that weapon would allow him to break free from his inner world. He knew his small world wasn't indestructible. Back then, he had seen how Emperor Yu's small world had been destroyed in the world he came from. Emperor Tianlong and Emperor Qi had managed to break it. Lin Feng's small world wasn't very stable. Really strong cultivators could definitely destroy his small world in one shot. Try then. Lin Feng answered coldly. Zhu Xiao descended from the sky. Surprisingly, he didn't fear Lin Feng's deployment spell. The empty space in the deployment spell was very oppressive. The water of the pond moved aside. Zhu Xiao didn't want Lin Feng to use the water of the pond. Zhu Xiao stopped and moved sharply away after he saw the marks at the bottom of the pond. Now he understood that there weren't many possibilities. One was to fight in a great battle against Lin Feng, but Zhu Xiao also understood that a great war had started outside, and they wouldn't be able to protect this place much longer, in which case the demon pond wouldn't be that important anymore. A loud booming started. Zhu Xiao tried to attack again, descending and trying to use his feet to crush Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes glittered, and the marks under his feet interwove. The life and death strength they contained was incredible as the deployment spell was activated. At the same time, Lin Feng suddenly disappeared, turning into a shadow. He wanted to attack Zhu Xiao from a different angle. Empty space teleportation deployment spell. Zhu Xiao was impressed. He saw a silhouette moving towards him. The silhouette turned into 2 and then 3 and then even more clones. They all looked real. Arg! Zhu Xiao shouted furiously. A powerful and oppressive soul wave attack surged out, and the clones started breaking apart one after another. However, at that moment, one of the silhouettes was extremely fast and had dazzling marks under it. Holy marks! Curse! Die! Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a dreadful energy. Cursing strength moved towards the Tao power, and at the same time, a Nihility sword whistled and sliced towards Zhu Xiao's head. At that moment, Zhu Xiao's soul shook. His will had been affected, and his fury rose. He continued releasing more soul strength while at the same time punching out with what looked like mountains streaking across the sky. Die, die, die! Lin Feng shouted and used the power of his Nihility sword scriptures, releasing death energies and immortal will. Zhu Xiao was going to pay the price for attacking him. A powerful hand moved towards Lin Feng, who released his purple tank in retaliation. Lin Feng continued releasing sword energies which rose to the skies, countering the thunderous rumblings in the air. Zhu Xiao's energies did finally reach Lin Feng and force him back, but Lin Feng had already started releasing life energy to recover. This was precisely the reason why he dared offend those people, and now they had to pay the price. Zhu Xiao pulled a long face. Immortal energy and a death sword had penetrated into his body, as well as death-cursing strength. His body was almost indestructible, but Lin Feng had managed to wound him. He wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he was obviously facing an insane cultivator. Lin Feng turned into an illusion and moved towards the outside world. When the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan saw that, they were all furious. If they chased him, he would probably kill them. This insane cultivator had already injured Zhu Xiao. "If you try to stop me again, I'll kill you," shouted Lin Feng explosively, his voice carrying death energy to corrode them. Suddenly, the ancient demon clansmen opened the way. Lin Feng passed between them, creating a sonic boom with his speed. At the same time, they heard a loud voice, "A bunch of trash." The ancient demon clansmen were all furious. What a humiliation. When Lin Feng left the ancient demon clan, he appeared on a bridge and placed an imprint there. A light beam leapt into the sky. Lin Feng remained waiting there on the bridge. After a short time, some people came flying over to Lin Feng. A few of them took out a Jalakandra talisman and asked Lin Feng, "You're from Jalakandra Fairyland?" "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded. He also took out his talisman. People from Jalakandra Fairyland were like brothers and sisters there. Surprisingly, they had found one another. At that moment, someone came up to them. He also had a Jalakandra talisman, but he didn't look happy. "What's wrong?" asked everybody. "Some people are coming from the other side of the Milky Way to kill us. A great war over the celestial country is going to happen. Nobody can block them. Everybody has to escape or will die. If they weren't tired, they would already be here." "They're so fast," said that person slowly. Everybody was stunned. A great war in the celestial country? Over the celestial country? Lin Feng was perplexed. According to legends, they come from another world. And now they have sent a great army to conquer the place and we can't stop them. We have to find a solution. Otherwise they'll invade the Milky Way battlefield. People from the continent of the 9 clouds are here to kill us? Lin Feng was stunned. His heart was pounding. He had never thought he'd meet such incredible fighters. The Dark Knight region, Holy City, Champion University, Ho Ching Lin and the others had left their small homeworld a long time ago. After that, they had been to the 9 great celestial castles. These days, the headquarters of Tiantai were already incredible, both spectacular and famous. Nobody could challenge their position. Ho Ching Lin and the others were convinced that their teachers would find them soon, or that Tiantai would hear about them someday. 2 people were fighting in one of Champion University's main buildings. A man and woman. The man was extremely young, and obviously struggling. "Sister Qing Yan, your cosmic energies can kill me. So before fighting against emperors, you need to understand force to the extent your force is multiplied by 1,000. Only then will you understand how to control the world around you. Yun Qingyan smiled. Xiao Chen, our teacher told me to take care of you. Don't blame me. How could I? Sister Qingyan, you're amazing. Xiao Chen knows how to differentiate good from bad, replied Yishui with a smile. Yun Qingyan looked at Yishui and smiled. You're helping that little boy. Next time, Huang Fulong will deal with him or Tan Tai. No, protested Xiao Chen, pulling a long face. Little boy, we're like uncles for you, you should be happy, said Tan Tai, walking up to him. Yichun smiled angrily. Tan Tai walked over to Yichun and clapped his shoulders. Yichun smiled wryly. Each time Tan Tai tried to teach him cultivation, it wasn't fun. What about our second brother? Tan Tai asked Yun Qingyan cheerfully. He's meditating in seclusion. He's a cultivaholic, huffed Yun Qingyan. Tan Tai smiled and said, Lin Feng is also like that. Thanks to them, Tian Tai will become great again. Have you seen how arrogant the members of the Ji Chang's club are? Even the Star Group. I want to destroy all of them. Be patient. The Star Group is not a problem. Ji Wuyo, who used to be difficult to defeat, is now in the Moon Group. With our strength, we can easily defeat the Star Group, but the Moon Group is different. But 2 years is enough, Yun Qingyan said solemnly. Indeed, I just saw Ji Wuyo. After that guy became a medium-level emperor, they started being arrogant again. Not so long ago, he went to the battle stage for those of the higher ranking list and challenged the 5th one. Then, he became a medium-level emperor and went back to the Ji clan to meditate in seclusion. I wonder how strong he's become. Ho Qinglin and the others will go and see. We'll be able to get ready, said Tan Tai slowly. Yun Qingyan nodded. Tan Tai was right. They had to be ready. Ji Wuyo had dared challenge the 5th of the higher ranking list, which meant he was strong enough. At that moment, Ho Qinglin was looking pensive. He released reincarnation strength, which swelled around him. A reincarnation hole appeared in the skies above. Ho Qinglin stared at it and whispered, On the path of cultivation, what is the destiny of my reincarnation strength? How will it evolve? He looked thoughtful as he came out of the cultivation room. Tan Tai and Yun Qingyan were both standing there. They knew that Ji Wuyo might defeat the 5th student of the higher ranking list. So Ho Qinglin had gathered some people to go and watch the battle. They were enemies, but seeing how strong he was a good thing. At that moment, Ji Wuyo was standing on the battle stage of the higher ranking list. Many people were around to watch him. Back then, Ling Tian had defeated Ji Wuyo. Ji Wuyo wouldn't forget that, he was too proud. Kailan is here. He's the 5th student of the higher ranking list and extremely strong. He's a highly skilled medium emperor who knows ancient techniques that can attack people's souls. Even people who are higher than him in the ranking list don't want to fight against him. Ji Chong has been meditating in seclusion and has become much stronger, so he dares to challenge Kailan. The crowd commented as they saw someone in fine clothes arrive. That man landed on the battle stage. Ji Wuyo, even though you're Ji Chang's brother, on the battle stage, I will be merciless. Ji Wuyo smiled coldly. He rose up into the air, King's chi gathering and pulsing around him. A dragon pattern appeared behind him amid dazzling lights. This time, there were 3 dragon totems of astonishing strength. The dragon chants were making the earth and sky shake, filled with power. Let's fight. If you can endure my first attack, we'll consider it my loss, said Ji Wuyo proudly. Kailan replied coldly. Back then, you lost like a nobody, and today you dare act this arrogantly? When Ji Wuyo heard Kailan, he looked at him with murder in his eyes. His dragons roared furiously, reacting to his emotion. Trails appeared behind the dragons in the sky. Kailan grunted coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. He started forwards as a gigantic bell appeared, its ringing shaking people's eardrums violently and painfully. At the same time, imprint shot out everywhere and collided with Ji Wuyo's dragons. Destroy! Snarled Ji Wuyo. There was a flash of thunder, and Kailan's imprints broke apart, chi flowing in every direction. Kailan's facial expression changed drastically. How could that happen? He was clearly stronger than Ji Wuyo, Why had his energies broken? Kalon performed some hand seals and more bells filled the air with their ringing. People's eardrums were shaking unceasingly. Ji Wuyo looked at him coldly and just shouted out angrily again. More rumbles of thunder spread out, and the bells were shattered again. Suddenly, a destructive strength pressed down on Kalon. He groaned with pain as his face turned deathly pale. Felt like his soul was about to explode. Thunder rumbled as Wuyo's dragons crashed onto his body and hurled him away. Blood splashed out of his mouth as he collapsed, his face deathly pale. He had lost. The crowd was astonished. Ji Wuyo had become so terrifying. How? The fifth student of the higher ranking list hadn't withstood a single attack from him. He can use Dao power, a young man spoke up. His eyes were twinkling. Dao! The crowd was astonished and frowned thoughtfully. This was too astonishing. Even some great emperors didn't understand Dao's strength. Only extremely talented high-level emperors started understanding the power of the Dao. Ji Wuyo was just a medium-level emperor, and he already understood Dao power. It was an amazing accomplishment. He was determined to surpass his brother. Ji Wuyo's robe was fluttering in the wind. He looked like a proud king. He glanced at Kalon coldly and said, "There is no cultivator in the world who is undefeated. I lost against Lin Feng and I was humiliated. Next time I fight against Lin Feng, I'll definitely defeat him." "Empty words," said someone in the crowd. Everybody gazed into the distance and saw Tiantai. The crowd was startled to see them. Tiantai's people, Ho Qing Lin, Tianqi, they're here. Last time, they defeated the members of the Star Group. They seem much stronger than before, too, thought the watchers. When Ji Wuyo heard Tiantai, he flashed forwards and stopped above Tiantai. He said coldly, "Where's Lin Feng? We can fight right now. You lost last time. Why would he fight against you again?" said Tiantai, staring at Ji Wuyo. Lin Feng was very proud. He had beat Ji Wuyo once. Why would Lin Feng fight against him again? Ji Wuyo looked down at Tiantai disdainfully. Suddenly, he shouted furiously and his dragons reappeared. Tiantai had the sensation his soul was going to explode. He groaned with pain and his face turned deathly pale as he almost collapsed. Dragons continued roaring furiously. Ji Wuyo looked down upon him and sneered. "Since you don't dare fight, it means you're totally unqualified to talk. Wait until the day of the agreement. Tiantai will be crushed." "You?" said Huang Fulong, starting forwards. However, Ho Qing Lin prevented him from going. He calmly looked at Ji Wuyo and said indifferently, "I've read books about Dao power in the Champion Hall. If you had achieved enlightenment, you would have killed Tiantai in one strike. Maybe you're just borrowing someone else's Dao." Ho Qing Lin waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Ji Wuyo was frozen. What a humiliation again. He didn't understand Dao indeed. A strong cultivator of the Ji clan had made him study the Dao and had made him use marks of the path. However, he hadn't understood precisely how to use them. He could still use some Dao power, however. "Wuyo, no need to explain anything to those people. They challenged the Moon Group, they will be destroyed. You'll get your revenge then," said some strong cultivators from the Moon Group as they landed next to Ji Wuyo. Ji Wuyo nodded. He didn't need to explain anything to them. His brother was in the celestial country. He had to make efforts to become stronger and surpass his brother, otherwise, everybody would only talk about his brother his entire life. In the future, people would consider Ji Chang's brother as the stronger one. The army of the continent was surrounded by corpses. The strong cultivators from Hell who were on the Milky Way battlefield were terrified. They couldn't fight against such a powerful army. Lin Feng and the others continued running away. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland gathered together because Lin Feng had a demon imprint, and the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan hadn't given up after Lin Feng had left. However, when Lin Feng and the others gathered again, the strong cultivators didn't get any closer. "They're chasing me?" Lin Feng stared at the strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan who had continued chasing him. "Strong cultivators from the ancient demon clan, why are they chasing you?" Someone from Jalakandra Fairyland asked Lin Feng. "They pissed me off. I have to kill them, said Lin Feng coldly. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland were surprised. The cultivators of the ancient demon clan are terrifyingly strong. We can't kill them easily. Continue calling our people. We have to destroy the ancient demon clan, said Lin Feng. He looked furious. His eyes were filled with death energy. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland shivered when they saw him like that. After seeing what there was coming on the hell side of the Milky Way battlefield, many people stopped doubting and gathered together. They stopped traveling alone and fighting against one another. However, they were still running away. They needed to wait for their combined forces to be gigantic. Juxiao, he dares say he wants to kill us? Jumo and the others noticed Lin Feng. They were all furious. The opposite of before was happening now. Lin Feng wanted to kill and chase them? Let him dream. He can talk. It doesn't mean it'll happen, snorted Juxiao scornfully. He had fought against Lin Feng. He had seen how strong he was. Juxiao didn't care about Lin Feng's friends. He had become strong, and high-level Hell Emperors couldn't even pose a threat to him. He could easily defeat most of them by himself. The members of Jalakandra Fairyland continued calling their friends. Very quickly, there were more than 50 people of Jalakandra Fairyland gathered. That was a fairly big force already. Lin Feng said, I control life and death Dao intent. When we attack, don't worry about death attacks. Just condense death strength and then we'll attack together. I want to choke them to death. Lin Feng released life energy to cover the group. They frowned together. Dao intent. Lin Feng looked like a low-level Hell Emperor and controlled Dao intent. Lin Feng, those people are really strong, are you sure? Someone asked Lin Feng. We must kill them, answered Lin Feng, starting forwards. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland sped up and started towards the strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan. They're attacking us, shouted one of the ancient demon clansmen. Juxiao looked at them with murder in his eyes as he suddenly grew to gigantic size, looking like a giant demon as he shouted, Fight! The ancient demon clansmen turned around and threw themselves at the strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland. Juxiao's hand descended from the sky. In a flash, the indestructible demon hand pressed down on the strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland. Attack! Lend me some death strength! Shouted Lin Feng from the middle of the group, bathing them in life and death lights. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland bombarded the life and death lights with death strength. The life and death lights became broader and broader. A powerful death chi filled the air and began to turn it black. The cultivators forgot about time and released death strength unceasingly. At the same time, they also used spells. Die! Death swords appeared. 2 life and death light beams appeared and moved towards Juxiao's head. At the same time, Lin Feng waved his hands and life and death lights turned into death strength, that then formed a Culpa sword. Lin Feng was moving lightning fast as energies transformed around him. Be careful! Shouted the ancient demon clansman. The Culpa sword had dreadful death stamps all over it. Kill the 6 on the side! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland listened to him and released death cosmic energies at the same time, immediately attacking those people. Lin Feng was yelling like a madman, his voice turning into a river of death strength. Those 6 clansmen's faces turned deathly pale. The Culpa sword pierced through their heads and they collapsed, dead. Move away from them! Shouted Juxiao, furiously moving backwards. Lin Feng and his friends were extremely strong and had amazing spells. The ancient demon clansmen couldn't kill them using death strength. It didn't work against them. Lin Feng could use those attacks for his own benefit. The ancient demon clan realized that, too. They all released chi at the same time. Even though Lin Feng and his friends had killed 6 of them, they were still more than 30 of the clan left. Retreat and fight at the same time. Those reached by the death strength will die first, shouted Lin Feng furiously when he saw that the clansmen were all attacking at the same time. The whole army pulled back. At the same time, some hell-death energy enveloped some clansmen. A Culpa sword streaked across the sky and the ancient demon clansmen who were in front died instantly. Life and death lights glowed everywhere, surrounding the cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland. Fighting against them with death strength was now impossible. When Wuxia saw more of his people fall from the sky, his face paled. Lin Feng controlled life and death strength extremely well. He even used their strength for his own. "Retreat!" shouted Wuxia when he understood what was going on. However, Lin Feng smiled coldly. He wouldn't let them leave that easily. Sharp energies whistled. The life and death lights turned into a powerful destructive light beam which rose to the skies. Death strength condensed and turned into a powerful Kulpa sword. Lin Feng said coldly, "Everybody, anyone who controls wind and/or empty space cosmic energies, help me." The cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland who could release wind and empty space energies, which then surrounded Lin Feng's death sword. The whistling sounds were strident. The ancient demon clansmen kept running wildly. "Kill!" shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. In a flash, the sword lights shone everywhere. They smelled like death. Cultivators' heads flew away. The ancient demon clan was extremely strong and proud, like death gods. But at that moment, they looked scared and moved chaotically. "Let's use more wind cosmic energies and chase them," shouted a member of Jalakandra Fairyland. They picked up the corpse's treasures and continued chasing the members of the ancient demon clan and killed them whenever they could. The strong cultivators of the ancient demon clan couldn't fight back against them at all. Lin Feng was merciless. He wanted to kill all of them. He was also chasing Wuxia. Wuxia turned around and met Lin Feng's eyes, which were filled with demonic and death strength. A new sense of terror began to fill him. He was now the last one left. All his friends and family had died on the Milky Way battlefield. Returning the ancient demon clan to life in the celestial country would now be very, very difficult. Besides, Lin Feng wasn't going to let him off. He and his friends from Jalakandra Fairyland continued chasing the demon cultivator. "Even if I die, you'll die too," swore Wuxia. He turned suddenly and shot towards Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Sword energies filled the sky. At the same time, a dozen threads of death strength penetrated into Wuxiao's body. His body turned gray, but continued punching out in Lin Feng's direction. "Die!" Lin Feng released life strength. He didn't flinch. His life and death pattern appeared, and at the same time he also released energies to make himself an armored shell. Lin Feng was bombarded backwards with a bone-crunching impact. However, Wuxiao's skull was now filled with sword and death strength. There was a final shiver and shake before his skull finally gave way, exploding in a dark eruption. All the cultivators of the ancient demon clan were dead. Cough? Lin Feng coughed up blood. His body felt sore everywhere. However, he still looked determined. He moved quickly and picked up Wuxiao's treasures. The others didn't mind. Lin Feng was the one who had defeated the most people. For the strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland, this was a great battle. They hadn't lost anybody, and they had killed famous cultivators from the ancient demon clan. They were all amazed by Lin Feng. His understanding of life and death was deep and advanced. Joining hands with Lin Feng was something great. He could even transform their energies. They had also obtained great things when defeating their enemies. Now, they could defeat more enemies, so they could also obtain more things. "We should gather together with the other cultivators from Hell. Jalakandra Fairyland can't win alone. We have to join hands with other people," said someone at that moment gravely. They couldn't flinch. They had to move back, form an army and fight for power. The outsiders wanted to invade the celestial country. "Indeed," many people replied positively. "Let's go." Their silhouettes flickered. They retreated and began to gather. Everybody realized that a powerful army was going to attack them. That kind of battlefield was too terrifying. Two armies from two different worlds were going to fight, and nobody could do anything to stop it. People were running back and forth. Everyone was on edge. Lin Feng and the others gathered together somewhere. Each time people saw them, they shivered. Someone said to the crowd, "People who don't have an imprint in their third eye must be destroyed, without any exception. There will only be this one battle. He's the descendant of one of the 10 Yama Court's kings. His name is Yang Mian. He understands Dao power and is at the top of the Huang Qi layer. He is terrifyingly strong. He sounds like a real leader, said someone next to Lin Feng. Everybody nodded. In hell, leaders were all obstinate and unruly. Everybody, you all know that those people probably come from the other world. We control death energy, we have the advantage and can win. Therefore, let's all release death strength and then move together. If they fight in our sea of death strength, we'll have the advantage, said Yang Mian loudly. Everybody heard him clearly. They had to agree on some things before fighting and be strategically efficient. Yang Mian, we don't know how strong the outsiders are. We should wait for them here. If the difference between them and us is too big, then we can escape, said someone in the crowd. Many people agreed. Everybody, don't worry. I've already sent some extremely strong cultivators to the front to check them out. They will soon tell us about the outsiders, replied Yang Mian. Everybody felt relieved. At that moment, everybody was getting ready to protect themselves. The atmosphere on the Milky Way battlefield suddenly became chaotic. However, people remained silent, although it was rather suffocating to endure. A strong wind started blowing. Yang Mian and the others gazed into the distance. They saw a silhouette surrounded by a whirlwind, closing on them quickly. The scout said to Yang Mian, "We have about the same number of people, and they're not far away. They will arrive soon." "All right," said Yang Mian solemnly. Then he said to everybody, "Everybody, let's form 9 vertical lines and leave some space in between for people to move freely when attacking." Silhouettes flickered, turning into a gigantic wall. It was a spectacular thing to watch as death chi began to gather and pulse thickly all over the sky. Everybody, remember, after attacking, everybody move back. Don't move chaotically. Let the death strength do its job. Even those who can kill within a short time, do so when they rush over to us. Don't underestimate them. Be careful. We'll have the advantage if we fight smart, said Yang Mian. Everybody agreed and nodded along. At that moment, in the distance, a powerful and gigantic army appeared, preceded by sonic booms. Lin Feng was in the crowd too. At that moment, he looked determined. This battle wasn't going to be as easy as Yang Mian thought it was. Cultivators didn't like being humiliated. That was the reason why they joined hands to fight. It had to do with life and death. Lin Feng was going to fight because the other army could pose a threat to all of them, otherwise why would he fight? The battle between hell and the other world had nothing to do with him. A light beam suddenly shot across the sky and lit up everything, and the wind picked up. The people from hell frowned. In the distance, a gigantic fire dragon appeared. Space even started burning around it. Yang Mian looked glum and said coldly, "Let's release ice hell strength to stop their fire." After that, the people who controlled ice energy released some. The temperature fell as it moved forwards. The very air started freezing. The fire and the ice collided. A strong wind brushed against people's skin. Gigantic whirlwinds appeared, as sharp as blades. The enemies also had a strategy. "Earth and gold strength," shouted Yang Mian extremely loudly. In a flash, a shield made of gold and earth strength appeared before them. The outsiders couldn't see clearly anymore. The earth and gold chi had also blotted out the sky. "Destroy!" shouted someone extremely loudly. The gigantic shield broke apart. Yang Mian made seals with his gigantic hands. An imprint appeared and grew to colossal size. The blade-sharp wind crashed against the gigantic imprint, forcing it back. "Break!" Powerful strength pulsed out. The atmosphere seemed like it was going to collapse. Dazzling lights appeared everywhere. People could barely see the sky and the air seemed to be squeezing them. "Release hell death strength!" shouted Yang Mian extremely loudly. The crowd all released death strength. However, that death strength couldn't pierce through the enemy's attacks. The crowd felt desperate and their hearts started pounding. "Back," said Lin Feng. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland looked glum, but they trusted Lin Feng and all of them pulled back. "Disperse, everybody move in every direction chaotically. Like this, we can't fight, we're just easy targets," shouted Lin Feng explosively. People released strength in every direction. However, the next waves of attacks continued filling the air in their direction. The enemies were getting closer and closer. The air seemed like it was going to collapse. Another powerful whirlwind appeared, and many people were destroyed. That tactic was deadly. Ji Chong. Lin Feng was astonished. He looked at the outsiders and noticed one of the leaders. It was Ji Chong. Ji Chong was using Cyan Dragon Totem attacks with 9 Cyan Dragon Totems on display. He looked like a king. When I joined Champion University, he was already an incredible cultivator. Now so much time has passed. He has even obtained the Heavenly Grace Ancient Tree. He must be at the top of the Huang Qi layer. He probably knows about Tao intent. Among the people of the Huang Qi layer, he must have no enemy at all, thought Lin Feng. In Champion University, the Celestial Country was known, and as expected, there was a passage between the continent of the 9 clouds and the Celestial Country. The problem was that back when Lin Feng had joined Champion University, he was still a new student, and only strong cultivators in Champion University knew about the Celestial Country. On Hell's side, the army was moving chaotically. They were being oppressed by the strong cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds. Ji Chong stopped attacking. He proudly stood in the sky like a king and watched. Lin Feng and the others moved back. They saw many people die and fall from the sky. Their hearts were pounding violently. Don't try to protect yourself. Just keep bombarding the atmosphere at the same time, shouted Yang Mian furiously. If they didn't join hands and attacked chaotically, their power was limited. They had to join hands. They were losing too many people, and many of them were also being injured. We're going to lose the battle, said Lin Feng. The strong cultivators from Jalakandra Fairyland had underestimated the enemy. They were much weaker. On Hell's side, the losses were too important. The strong cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds were slaughtering them. Yang Mian looked furious. He moved his fists and a gigantic rotating imprint appeared, containing the vitality of the earth and sky. He shot forwards. At the same time, Yang Mian continued attacking. Dazzling imprints appeared and attacked another group. Die! Shouted Yang Mian explosively. He felt like an ant fighting against an army of lions. We'll lose if we move that chaotically. We have to make them disperse too then. Fighting chaotically can be good too, shouted Yang Mian furiously and releasing death strength. Lin Feng waved his hands and a powerful life and death pattern appeared. He didn't need to say anything. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland understood. They started releasing and condensing death strength at the same time. At the same time, Lin Feng moved his hands back and the life and death pattern grew to massive size and rained down. Condense the death strength in the lights, shouted a strong cultivator of Jalakandra Fairyland explosively. Many people on Hell's side noticed the gigantic life and death pattern. They also started condensing death strength, which moved into the life and death pattern. It was more and more magnificent and spectacular. Then it rolled out like a flying rug in the wind. The strong cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds were taken aback. Who controlled that life and death pattern? He could surprisingly absorb death strength. Die, said Lin Feng. The life and death pattern turned into a deadly ocean of energies. The death strength was destroying the earth and sky. People from Hell were astonished and continued adding more and more death strength. The gigantic life and death pattern streaked across the sky and enveloped a group of strong cultivators. The death strength started corroding their bodies, and they almost instantly collapsed and died. Instantly, the other army started moving chaotically as well, trying to get away from the pattern. Opportunity! Hell's cultivators immediately understood there was an opportunity, so they released more death energy. The whole army of the continent of the 9 clouds was forced to disperse. If they didn't do that, they could die all at once. Ji Chong frowned as he looked over at Lin Feng. He was surprised and blurted out, "It's him!" Ji Chong had already seen Lin Feng once, when he had gone to the Godly Wood Valley and obtained the Heavenly Grace Godly Wood. Lin Feng had said he wanted the Heavenly Grace Godly Wood as well, and everybody had made fun of him. He had never thought back then that the next time he'd meet Lin Feng would be here, Ji Chong was convinced that Lin Feng couldn't have become too strong. However, he didn't understand why Lin Feng was here. Lin Feng's third eye didn't have an imprint, which meant that he was on the side of the people from the Milky Way battlefield, from hell. How had he ended up in hell? Even for him, a strong cultivator of the Ji clan, there was only one other way to go to hell. The legendary forbidden area of Jiuyu. Few people knew about it. There was another possibility that the person wasn't Lin Feng, he just looked like him a lot. Lin Feng sensed something and looked back at Ji Chong. When Lin Feng looked at Ji Chong, his soul started shaking, and he had the sensation his soul was going to collapse. It started shaking violently. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. Life energy started flowing throughout his body. "Break!" shouted Ji Chong from the other side of the battlefield. The whole atmosphere shook violently. More energies surrounded Lin Feng, and his blood started boiling even as he shivered. Ji Chang's Tao is much more powerful than Zhu Xiao's Tao. He is even stronger than the one with the immortal king body, muttered Lin Feng, gritting his teeth. His life energies pulsed around him. Lin Feng and Ji Chong were now calmly staring at one another. It was the first time Lin Feng was facing Ji Chong, Champion University's strongest disciple. Someday he'd definitely become a champion. Lin Feng had to surpass him. As they were staring at one another, the two armies moved even more wildly around them. Finally, Ji Chong stopped looking at Lin Feng and back at his troops. Even though he was wondering why Lin Feng was there, he had to pay attention and remain vigilant. He needed to lead his army, or he wouldn't be able to win. More cyan dragon totems appeared. Ji Chong threw himself at Yang Mian, his dragon totems trailing streams of light. Someone tried to stop the dragons and died instantly. Nobody could stop Ji Chong. Yang Mian noticed Ji Chong coming and glared at him furiously. This was going to be his main enemy. Yang Mian did a knife hand strike, and a river of destructive strength invaded the atmosphere. "Die!" shouted Ji Chong explosively. Two light beams emerged from his eyes, shooting for Yang Mian. However, at the same time, Yang Mian's third eye became dazzling and a disc imprint appeared. An ancient silhouette appeared behind him, majestic and imposing, and formed kingly hand seals. The dragon totems roared, 9 cyan dragon totems bearing their fangs. The now gigantic ancient imprint collided with the dragons, the impact blinding. What a powerful attack. Unless I use Tao strength, I can't really compete with them, especially in terms of soul strength. I am not qualified at all to fight against them, thought Lin Feng when he saw them fight. He knew how strong he really was. Ji Chong could easily kill someone like Jumo. Lin Feng had managed to kill the members of the ancient demon clan thanks to his deployment spells and the demon pond. However, there was still a significant difference between Lin Feng and these people. The battle was frenzied and uncontrolled. There were people fighting everywhere. Someone suddenly threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved back to the strong cultivators of Jalakandar Fairyland, and they all released death strength at the same time. "Destroy!" said Lin Feng, raising his head. Death lights appeared and pierced through the man's body. He turned gray and died instantly. Lin Feng picked up the corpse's items and gazed into the distance. Strong cultivators kept dying one after another. Lin Feng wondered, how come those people are dying so easily? The two armies kept fighting. The yellow springs were filled with strong cultivators' corpses floating on the surface or drowning. Throughout history, trillions of people had died and fallen into the yellow springs. Fewer and fewer people still had the strength to fight. Lin Feng and his friends from Jalakandar Fairyland were strong enough to continue fighting, and their strategy was good, too. Lin Feng kept pulling back. Strong cultivators kept falling from the sky, dead. The yellow springs were turning red from all the blood. The yellow springs were like acid rivers. The corpses quickly dissolved after falling into them. Suddenly, a band of strong cultivators moved towards Lin Feng, a small group of attackers. That person controls death strength. "Let's kill him," said someone coldly. People converged on Lin Feng from every direction. "Earth cosmic energy release," shouted someone coldly. A powerful strength surrounded Lin Feng and his friends. They could sense their blood and bones starting to ache from the pressure. Lin Feng released a death pattern which moved forwards, and at the same time, the strong cultivators of Jalakandar Fairyland released their death strength. "Empty space cosmic energies!" shouted someone loudly. A golden hand appeared and surrounded the death pattern. "Kill him," said Lin Feng coldly. Death strength surrounded the one who had just spoken. A powerful black sword pierced through his body, inflicting a mortal wound. An explosive strength suddenly turned into a dragon and shot towards the sword. However, at that moment, death strength surrounded him and ate away at his life. "Destroy!" said a voice which seemed to come from hell. Sword energies pierced through his head. His face was frozen in desperation. What had happened? He fell down into the yellow springs and his blood tainted the waters below. "Back! Attack with strength," said Lin Feng. He released a purple tank, the others used death strength to attack and pulled back at the same time. Lin Feng suddenly directed some death energies to surround someone and said, "Kill him!" Endless death strength surrounded his target again, and he died almost instantly. He was extremely strong, but he had died in but a heartbeat. Lin Feng and his friends retreated further and further. They attacked at the same time, and people who got too close to them died instantly. Many people stopped chasing them, some others even retreated from them. The outsiders realized that they couldn't fight against Lin Feng and his allies. They were too strong, especially Lin Feng. Lin Feng even killed some people who had turned around and had started running away. The members of Jalakandar Fairyland took deep breaths. The only things Lin Feng was saying were die, kill, destroy. However, their people survived thanks to him. He was smart and had many ways to deal with the outsiders. In case of danger, he made move them back, and when there were opportunities, they attacked. They knew no matter which army won or lost, it would be difficult to defeat them with Lin Feng there. The outsiders were furious. Fighting against Lin Feng was extremely frustrating. When they approached, he moved back, and when they retreated, he chased them. They knew that Lin Feng and his band were too strong. The terrifyingly strong cultivators of Jalakandar Fairyland were all obeying Lin Feng's orders precisely. At their level, if an individual wanted to destroy an army, it was extremely complicated. To do that, a cultivator likely needed a method to make everybody submit before him. Ji Chong had incredible powers, being the first student of Champion University and the leader of a big army of strong cultivators. Even though nobody had made Lin Feng the leader of his group, things had happened naturally. People trusted him and found him strong enough for the role. Very quickly, more strong cultivators attacked Lin Feng and the others again. The attackers fell down into the yellow springs one after another, dead. However, Lin Feng could only influence the battle a little bit. They couldn't make their side win. The Hell side had already suffered too many losses and couldn't get the advantage back. They couldn't reform a powerful army again. The battle seemed to be lost already. Lin Feng had no interest in wasting his energy trying to win anymore. He could only stand in the air and watch the battle. What a dangerous fight! Ji Chang's path must be the path of destruction. With the power of his mind, he can probably destroy people easily. He can probably oppress my physical body as well. He can probably kill weak people just by glancing at them. If he became stronger, he'd have the power of his entire army too, thought Lin Feng while watching Ji Chang fight against Yang Mian. Nobody could prevent those two people from fighting. They were both far too strong. Yang Mian could prevent people from modifying their strength as they wished. It was a powerful ability. Of course, neither of them had very high levels on the path of the Tao, only basics. Yang Mian is one of the descendants of the 10 Yama Court's kings. He's very strong and even stronger than many people in hell. Ji Chang is terrifying. He isn't weaker than Yang Mian, observed a strong cultivator of Jalakandar Fairyland. Lin Feng knew that Ji Chang was the first student of Champion University, and he also knew that he had the potential to become the champion of the city. He was currently the second strongest student in the Holy City. Yang Mian could compete with him. Since he could compete with Ji Chang, it meant that he was probably amongst the strongest people of his generation in hell. Ji Chang's Tao can destroy the earth and sky. Yang Mian's Tao can turn into explosive vortex imprints. He can also use the strength of the 10,000 things of creation thanks to the blue Uptila lotus. How could I be restrained to the life and death pattern on the path of life and death? Thought Lin Feng in a moment of inspiration. He waved his hands, and sharp sword lights appeared, all of them containing black sword lights. However, his sword lights quickly dispersed. Lin Feng sensed something as they did. His Tao was too rudimentary. He couldn't do the same thing as Ji Chong and Yang Mian. Life serves to save people. Death serves to kill people. On the path, I need to make my death Tao intent into my attacks. And in hell, death is black water. Lin Feng's eyes were glittering and flashing. He made a knife hand strike, and a black river containing death strength appeared. The black water pulsed with death energy, looking very destructive. When Lin Feng saw that, he smiled. He had understood something. In the future, this would definitely help him when fighting. He wouldn't need to cast deployment spells all the time. Deployment spells were powerful, but they were static and required time. He's become stronger? Thought the members of Jalakandra Fairyland as they watched Lin Feng. They were all amazed by his strength. Lin Feng's comprehension was incredible. He was supposed to be a medium-level emperor, but he was way too strong for that. Lin Feng, it seems hell can't win this battle anymore. A strong cultivator from Jalakandra Fairyland said to Lin Feng. Those people were prepared a long time ago and came here. They were very organized. When we saw them arrive, we hastily formed an army. Who do you think had the best chance to win? Asked Lin Feng. The outsiders, of course. In the past, we always had the advantage, though. Of course, hell can quickly win again. A year's time isn't much. When the time comes, everybody will disperse and we'll be able to create an army in secret. Then we'll come back and win, Lin Feng said calmly. The others nodded agreement. Indeed, that was fine too. This place was here to practice and become stronger in anyway. What should we do? We can't live together on the same battlefield. We have to make everybody disperse for real, Lin Feng said. Then he pointed at a small group and said, let's go. Let's destroy that group. We'll also become stronger, and it'll be helpful for everybody else on our side. Lin Feng was thinking of solutions which were good for him. During the coming year, he'd be able to fight and go to the other side to head back to the continent of the Nine Clouds. He couldn't stay in hell his entire life. He had also made an agreement with the Moon Group. Initially, they had 3 years, and now less than 2 years were left. He had to get back to the continent of the Nine Clouds during the coming year. Lin Feng and the strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland gathered together and destroyed some small bands. Condense death strength, shouted Lin Feng. His pattern appeared again, and they condensed death strength which moved towards the pattern. Some enemies attacked Lin Feng and the others at the same time. Lin Feng waved his hands. Life and death lights appeared and turned into a thread of death chi. He waved his hands again, and black water washed out towards his opponents. The black water and the death chi surged towards the enemies who retreated quickly. However, Lin Feng waved his hands again and the black water surged crazily, drowning some people within. When the water disappeared, those people fell, dying. The strong cultivators from Jalakandra Fairyland chased them and killed them before picking up their loot. The outsiders pulled long faces. What a powerful black water! Lin Feng's attacks were extremely powerful with the help of his friends from Jalakandra Fairyland. Die! Said Lin Feng. Death strength turned into death swords and pierced through the air. The strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland felt even better. Lin Feng's Tao power was becoming better and better. They could continue lending death strength to Lin Feng, and nobody would be able to resist them. Lin Feng's achievements on the path of life and death were incredible. The battle continued. It was constant and cruel, and corpses kept falling into the yellow springs. Finally, the two armies resolved into a gigantic line. It was getting more and more difficult to find people fighting. They had truly dispersed, and the battle had lost all sense of organization. Lin Feng killed a strong cultivator with death strength and looked at the strong cultivators of Jalakandra Fairyland. We should move. Where are we going? I need to practice for some time, and then I'll come back and continue fighting. In 1 year, we can form another army. You can also do what you wish. If you have other plans, it doesn't matter. But the best thing would be not to disperse. After all, we have to stay safe, said Lin Feng. Everybody nodded. We already did all we could. The battle is already broken up, and we can't do much more. At the same time, we should also inform other people. We need a bigger army, and then we can come back and kill them. One of the other cultivators spoke up. All right, I'm sure other people think the same as you. It's better to be prepared, just in case, said Lin Feng. Their group started leaving the Milky Way battlefield. They had obtained many treasures and become stronger. They had to think about their own destiny too, though. This battle was too dangerous. Lin Feng and the others noticed some battles here and there, but they didn't get involved. They didn't want to risk their lives. Sometimes they bumped into some weak people and just killed them. When they left the Milky Way battlefield, they noticed some people who had fought with them against the outsiders. They didn't fight against one another anymore. They just glanced at one another. On Hell's side, the losses were too severe. Everybody in the celestial country started hearing about the Great War. Many strong cultivators were terrified and tried to hide. At the same time, others gathered into small groups. The strong cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds continued slaughtering people. A powerful strength pressured the strong cultivators from Hell. Everybody in the celestial country was terrified. At that moment, Lin Feng and the others arrived in one of the hidden territories of Jalakandar Fairyland. There was nobody inside anymore. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and started inspecting the items he had obtained in the celestial country. He had killed many strong cultivators and had obtained many things, obviously. Lin Feng spent 1 day sorting out everything. He was amazed at his spoils. Emperors were real heroes. They all had incredible treasures, ancient scriptures, techniques, and talismans. At that moment, Lin Feng recalled his godly awareness after having inspected a talisman. He was stunned. Among the people from the ancient demon clan, there was a technique used to make the body stronger. There was also a real demon pond which could cleanse demon cultivators' bodies in an incredible way. They were incredibly powerful. In the talismans, there were legends and teachings from their ancestors. Maybe the ancient demon clan had the Demogorgon Seriatim Symphony. Lin Feng inspected everything and continued cultivating. He would have to reach the other side of the Milky Way battlefield someday. He had to be extremely strong at that time, but now he was still too weak. In the outside world, the war was terrifying as it continued. The members of the continent of the Nine Clouds army were extremely strong, but everybody in Hell had already gathered. There was blood everywhere in the celestial country. All the strong cultivators from Hell couldn't wait for the year to be over. New people from Hell would arrive and avenge them. Lin Feng left the mysterious place of Jalakandar Fairyland and rose up in the air. There were corpses everywhere. He sighed, thinking of the great war that had happened. During this time, Lin Feng had already been cleansed a second time by waves of Devamarakalpa strength. He also learned to control life and death Dao strength much better. He could carry out powerful life and death Dao attacks more easily now. I'll head back to Hell. I wonder whether Officer Sherchuan is still there or not. If he's there, he'll help me inform Officer Uptala and then I'll come back to the celestial country, thought Lin Feng. Then, his silhouette flickered and he headed for the edge of the celestial country. Someone from Hell. In the distance, some people noticed that Lin Feng had no imprint in his third eye. One of them waved his hands and red blood appeared. Lin Feng's blood started boiling, and he threw himself at those people. Die, said Lin Feng, releasing empty sword energies. The outsiders' faces changed drastically. Lin Feng just grunted coldly. Black death energies suddenly surrounded the outsiders as Lin Feng continued moving forwards. He had also put fire into his attack now. The flames immediately burned them alive, and their charred corpses fell down. Lin Feng continued on.